Єс. Мене чути? Всім доброго ранку.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pleased to welcome you at KIEF International Economic Forum. It is the second day today, and we are starting off with a very interesting panel with incredible speakers. But I'm going to tell you a little bit later about that. My name is Nicholas Timoshuk. I'm the Chief Executive Officer at EU Future Holding. Today I'm going to be honored to moderate a very interesting panel. I would like to tell you that we'll have three languages from this panel: Ukrainian, English and Russian. So if you'll need interpretation, please make sure that you will take the headsets, because we're going to have the multilingual panel today. And the panel is titled "The Investment to Ukraine: Risks versus Profits." I'm going to switch into in English right now and really have the English-speaking people in the panel. I want everyone to be aware of the context, because I think that lots of people here speak English. So I would like to make a very brief intro on this panel to set out the context. Then I will introduce all of the speakers. You will meet him here at the stage and we'll have the greatest discussion.
Investment in Ukraine, risks versus profit. So the emerging markets have long been classified or considered more profitable for investment due to higher growth and potential for expansion. But in fact, over the last decade, emerging markets have consistently underperformed with the developed markets. If you take, for example, composite MSCI equities index of the emerging markets and compare it to the S&P 500, then S&P since 2012 outperformed the emerging market index by staggering 200%. And many have been questioning whether at all it makes sense to invest in emerging markets. The reason why I'm speaking about emerging markets, because Ukraine falls under the category of emerging markets. Namely, the US International Trade Administration classifies Ukraine as emerging free market economy with many of the components of a major European economy, including a well-educated trained workforce and a solid industrial base and rich farmlands. But let's look at the figures, just briefly remind ourselves about the figures. After the war years of 2014 and 15, when we lost 16% of our economy, we have been growing between 2 to 4% with year-on-year growth. And the last year before COVID, 2019, demonstrated 3.2% growth. Now, 2021 is expected to recover mildly at 3.6% GDP growth, and in 2022, almost 4%, provided pace of COVID slows. Still, Ukraine's global growth and trade and imports traditionally outpaces the exports. And we have a trade deficit of $6.2 billion US. By the way, in services, we have surplus thanks to our IT sector, and it is expected to increase this year by 16% to impressive $16.4 billion, which reflects the growth of our information technology sector. Another one of Ukraine's bright spots is agriculture, which generated last year, 2020, 9.3% of Ukraine's GDP. And this year, we plan to harvest 76 million tons of grain, up from 65 in 2020. Now, it is well known that Ukraine macroeconomic stabilization since 2016 have been supported by the International Monetary Fund. And in June 2020, we entered yet another agreement with the IMF. It's an 18-month, $5 billion standby arrangement. The first tranche of $2.1 billion was dispersed to Ukraine, but we haven't qualified yet for the second tranche of $2.1 billion, reportedly because of the setbacks with economic reforms and such and such. Still, on August 23, right before the 30th anniversary of our independence, we received $2.7 billion worth of IMF special drawing rights, which was their global program to help global economies amid the pandemic. According to the same IMF, just to give you an understanding of the country we're living at, Ukraine's GDP stands at just 13% of the EU average in 2020. And our GDP per capita is the lowest level of all Eastern European countries. The population of Ukraine has also contracted significantly starting 1990. And we have now, according to IMF, which I actually don't believe this figure, 41 million people. We all know we had this controversial calculation done by Monobank's technology, which puts us at around 35 million people. And amid all of this, can Ukraine really be enticing and interesting and secure for both domestic and international investors? And I'm very honored and pleased to be discussing this today with extremely distinguished panel of the brightest speakers that actually have invested already millions, some hundreds of millions, if not billions, in Ukraine. So I will be calling them one by one, and I want you to help me to greet them by applause, please, okay? First, Khalid Mohammed Jolo, CEO of Nabras Power, Qatar. Khalid, thank you for joining us. Please. Next, Tomasz Fiala, CEO and founder of Dragon Capital Ukraine. I don't think we need to introduce what is Dragon Capital, Tomasz. Hi, thank you. You next to Khalid, as I announce you, just take the next seat. Andrei Stavnitzer, co-founder and CEO of TIS Group of Terminals Ukraine. Andrei, спасибо. Volodymyr Lavrenchuk, country manager for Nexol Holding in Ukraine. Nexol is an Azerbaijani holding. Volodymyr. Katarina Roshkova, first deputy governor of National Bank of Ukraine. Katarina. Дякуємо. And the last but not the least, Vasil Tofan, partner at Horizon Capital. Vasil, дякую. I'm very honored and excited to be moderating this panel. We have 6 amazing speakers, but only 90 minutes for everything, including questions from the floor. So please, dear speakers, beg your forgiveness in advance. I will have to stop you or interrupt you to manage the time. So please be as concise and as specific as possible. And we'll start with the blitz question, meaning it's one question to all of you, okay? Please take 1-2 minutes to answer it very specifically, as much as you can. And as fast as you can, obviously. And this is a very simple yet very concrete question. Give me just one main reason from your industry or any other sphere why an investor should invest in Ukraine among all other countries on this planet. Khalid, let's start with you.
You mean another reason than being a partner with a company where you are the CEO?
Yes. Another reason.
Basically, I think for any investor, I'll talk about our sector, our company sector, which is the power generation. For any investor who is investing in power generation sector and mainly renewable, I think basically what he will be looking for is there are certain elements that he will need to make sure that's there in his investment, which is basically the offtake arrangement, the stability of the regime of all the laws and regulation, and the protection against change in law and currency volatility. And I think plus the educated workforce. And I think all of these are available in the market here in Ukraine. And more than this, the tariff regime that have been, or reform that have been introduced in the middle of last year or summer of last year, definitely that gave more clarity for the market or for the investor in the market. And I think plus being or aiming within, or the aim within the industry here that they want to join the EU and they have to make sure that all the regulation are in compliance with the EU requirement. Basically, that's give also more reason for investor in power generation sector here. Plus, we've seen like a good movement in the bank sector with regard to the conditions and terms for financing a project here in Ukraine. On top of this, I think all the investors are looking for demand in the market and take into consideration that most of the current capacity here within the market is coming from old or aged basically generation unit, which are nuclear and coal. And I think replacement of these units will have to happen in the very near future. All these are factors that definitely is attracting somebody like Nebraska for the market here in Ukraine.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Same question for you, Tomasz.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. I guess, Nikolai, you have been a little bit negative in describing emerging markets performance lately, and Ukraine in particular, especially our macro. And what this, it's unfortunately all true, what you said. What it leads to is less competition, and that's also the main advantage that I would like to point out as one of the main reasons why we are investing in Ukraine.
So it's better to be a big fish in a small pond, in other words.
Well, not necessarily, but there's less competition, which gives you an opportunity to generate very good returns on your investments. There are a lot of markets that are substantially underinvested compared to markets on Ukraine's western border. Just look at FDI into Poland or Ukraine with comparable populations. Ukraine is almost 5 times behind in FDI. So we have very many sectors in the economy where there's less competition, a higher profitability. Obviously, the economy is also more volatile, so you have to be careful on the downturns. But low competition is I guess, number one reason.
Clear, Tomasz, very clear. Thank you for being so specific. Less competition, more profitability. Андрей, какая одна главная причина? Скажите.
So what was one? Like, we're speaking about the diversity. I'm going to speak Russian. No, I've already said that we're going to have a 3-language panel. No, I wanted to choose Hebrew, but I've decided that I'll speak in Russian. Well, that would be the challenge even for this intellectual audience, I would say, that we have here. Okay, basically the high risks, high return, and the cheap labor price, even though I do believe that in some industries in Ukraine that's not the case. We already have seen the IT sector in Ukraine, and the lots of friends working in IT, and if before the product manager salary was $7,000 and it used to be high, so right now $15,000, $20,000 is an average salary. And a lot of company has vacancies, and so basically I know that in IT we're definitely lagging behind, but I do believe that on other professions we have a lot of highly qualified and highly skilled people, and they really like to work at home, but not, for example, go to Poland to find work. We're speaking about the huge agricultural potential in Ukraine that will grow because of the opening of the land market as well, grains and infrastructure.
Те саме питання до вас.
Okay, thank you. Volodymyr, the same question for you.
Diversity as a style of our panel. I will speak in Ukrainian. Одним
So, I will not take one reason, I'll give you two. The first reason is the potential, and the other reason is innovation. The company that has the experience of investment into the emerging economy, in the transition economy, working in a highly changeable legal framework, in the transitioning society, in the traditional mentality, I do understand that has to be the real potential coming out of that. We have had a lot of skepsis about the potentials of Ukrainian economy, and we have heard it from multiple investors that have joined Ukraine, especially if they came from already the developed market countries. It might be some kind of a bad idea if you never had this experience, but there is a lots of potential here. Innovation. Well, basically, Ukraine is one of the top countries with the best level of development of technology. So everything speaking about innovation, then there is this innovation. Ukraine has the taste to risk into and invest into innovation. Thank you. Katarino, the very same question to you. Just imagine that you're at the meeting of the central banks and you have to pitch Ukraine. One reason why people should invest in Ukraine. This is going to be unfair because my colleagues have given more reasons than just one. And one of the reasons, I can't just give you one, but I think that the first thing for me and the most important for me would be that Ukraine is finally moving towards Europe. And this geopolitical choice, it has a significant importance for investors, because we're speaking about the synchronization and harmonization of legislation and regulatory norms. It's about forecastability, it's about building the right and the same equal rules. And then there's the financial and macroeconomical stability that is important. The third thing is the potential of economy, as my colleague has said. I remember the saying, there's a lot of money in the world, but very few businesses. So, in Ukraine, we have a lot of places to be developing further on. And if you will only be going to the internal market, domestic market, we have a lot of good potential in demand. We can take a look, a really closer look at that. Speaking on the export-oriented sectors, then Ukraine still preserves its positions, and we don't know what's happened next, especially with the technological development and the new technologies. But right now, again, understanding those issues that we currently have seen in the world on the supply chains and resilience of the supply chain, Ukrainian geographic position gives additional advances for Ukraine, especially when we speak about developing the infrastructure projects. I think I would sum it up to it.
Main reason.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. We've been investing in Ukraine for over a quarter of a century, since 1994, attracted over 1.1 billion during those years. Over the last 10 years, our thesis has been largely focused on exporting industries, and what we sell to investors is literally in all these speeches, we tell them that, look, in Ukraine, you can get the best of both worlds. On one side, you have lower costs and lower valuations, and on the other side, you have global revenues. So that gives you a natural macro hedge. You're better insulated for potential macro risks. So it's a good deal to take on. And this sells. Our latest fund is doing very well. Investors are very pleased, and they are asking us when can they re-up for the next fund.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Well, okay. So it's already sounds inspiring and specific. Thank you for that. Now, let's move to individual questions, and I would ask you, Khalid, you and everybody else to time your individual questions up to 5 minutes, so we have some room for discussion and questions from the floor. Khalid, Nebras is a truly global company, right? Now, if you compare Ukrainian energy market to other comparable countries, I'm not talking China or US, but to comparable countries, right? What competitive advantages does Ukraine have comparing to, say, Poland or Romania or Kazakhstan?
Yeah, and I think, first of all, we'd like to define what's competitive mean. If we mean by competitive, that's what tariff the end user are getting. I mean, whether regardless they are an industry or they are a household. Basically, the customers in Ukraine, they enjoy a low tariff. If we compare the market here in Ukraine to Europe, which is like the near market to Ukraine, basically we can see that the average price for the tariff within Europe is 220 euro per megawatt hour. And if we, beside that, the wholesale price for the same market, which is Europe, which is in the range of 60 to 70 euro per megawatt hour, which is mainly driven by the fossil fuel generation, the coal and the gas. The big difference between the wholesale price and the individual price is mainly coming in Europe because of the tax, the transmission cost, and the levies that's been paid. If we take, for example, the German market, maybe almost 50% of that difference is due to the subsidy for the renewable. And that's maybe because Germany is one of the countries who have lead the market, and they started before everyone else in investing heavily in the renewable when the price was too high. We can see that with the future, year after year, that difference for the other countries, including Germany, will go down because mainly the renewable price is going down. So if we will consider, I mean, the price to the consumer, yes, it's competitive here in Ukraine. But if we go to a closer picture and try to see, I mean, more details about how competitive is the market, we need to see why they get a lower tariff as a consumer here. And this is like despite the increase that's happened in the last year winter. Basically, the depreciated or fully depreciated power plant, which is mainly nuclear and coal, that's the main reason behind the lower price to the market here. If we take, for example, the lowest or the cheapest country in tariff in Europe, which is Bulgaria. It's almost half double the price here in Ukraine. But this is not the full picture, because at the end it's not only a matter of what the end user is getting as a tariff. And we have to see the sources of this fuel, as I mentioned before, which is mainly the coal and nuclear, fully depreciated, old plant, most probably not friendly to the environment. And if we look into the energy intensity, for example, the energy intensity here in Ukraine is very high. It's one of the highest in the world. It's almost maybe double the world standard for energy intensity, and maybe this is mainly due to the lower tariff that they've been enjoying. So I think there are few steps that will need to be taken to improve the situation in order to see a market as a competitive market. And maybe one of the issues is that can be done is to introduce the auction market, where basically that will force all the producer to go for the most efficient plant. And not only this, but also from the consumer side also, we will need to see some rules and regulation which prevent the consumer from wasting the energy in order to achieve a good intensity number compared to the world. And on top of this, I mean, we're talking earlier about attracting the investor. Definitely investors are looking for like stability of the market, stability of the law. And for example, like one of the issues that all the investors are facing today, that the new regime that have been introduced lately last year has been challenged in the Constitutional Court. So this is one of the issues that will need to be improved.
Thank you. So we're competitive now due to the pricing, but a lot of inefficiencies in the market that have to be tackled effectively. Thank you. Thanks for that. Tomasz, you are known in Ukraine not just as a very successful and big investor, but also as a vocal critic of Ukrainian politics, many governments. Still, most of your assets and transactions focused on Ukraine, right? Just clear question from a diversification perspective. Why not go to other comparable markets to diversify and hedge geographical risks, political risks, currency risks? Why still focus predominantly in Ukraine with all the problems we have here that you yourself very often raise?
Yeah, thank you. That's a very good question. We actually diversify and invest also in Central Europe and in Asia, but indeed the vast majority of our investments, probably more than 80%, are one way or the other tied to Ukraine.
80%, right?
Yeah, around 80% are tied to Ukraine. It varies from time to time, but around 80% as of now, probably even more than 80%. I mean, why we are so, let's say, demanding, I wouldn't call it critical, but demanding of Ukraine's authorities, and we have been doing that for a long time. It's not tied to any particular government or president. It's been lasting at least through the last 3 political cycles. Is the fact that we have most of our assets in Ukraine, and we are interested in Ukraine doing better. We have countries to our west, Slovakia, Romania, Poland, that started from similar level in 1990 as Ukraine, but they have grown 3 times faster in Ukraine over the last 30 years. And I mean, since we invest in these countries, and I worked in those countries before, we are able to clearly differentiate what these countries have done well and what Ukraine has not done in terms of reforms, rule of law, privatization, liberalization of tariffs, etc. And what are the reasons why Ukraine is behind in terms of investments, in terms of GDP per capita, in terms of average salary, in terms of job creation. And we like, freedom of speech. Ukraine is a democratic country where one can speak freely what one thinks. There is no reason to somehow stop yourself in this. So we say what we think. In terms of diversification, in general, business-wise, we are quite well diversified within Ukraine itself. We invest in different sectors. Some of them are focused on domestic demand, some of them are export-oriented.
And if you were to put rough ratio of what portion of your portfolio focused on domestic demand and what portion of your portfolio focused on export revenues?
It's probably 50-50 right now, yeah. And we have gone through we have been here through at least 3 crises and revolutions, and we have gone through it very well. We have been able over the last over 20 years, since 2000, generate a stable return on equity of over 30% over that period of time, despite these macroeconomic shocks. We are quite well diversified. Even during this COVID period, there were some companies in our sector that suffered temporarily. They have some that have benefited, that are in IT, in digital, warehouses, etc.
So if I may, just following your first answer, you focused on Ukraine because less competition, high returns, right? You invest abroad, but up to 20% of your portfolio. And again, because it's easier to be here with less competition. Doesn't it sound a bit like complacency from the investment standpoint?
We prefer to be very hands-on.
You mean that you're not passive investor?
We prefer to be an active investor, to own majority stakes, and to be very hands-on. And as a result, we have to be very focused and invest in the country or in the sectors which we understand very well. So diversifying too widely across, we think it's better for us to invest within Ukraine in different sectors of the economy than, for instance, investing only in, energy or only in the financial sector across the region. Okay. I think it diversifies us better.
Understood. Thank you. Thank you. Andrea, вопрос к вам.
Andrei, the question for you, because you're a wide-known person in the business community, and I do think that after the Forbes has published you on their headline, so they know about the big agreement that you have closed just recently. I just wanted to know what will go next, business-wise. You're going to be growing these success stories as teased. You will grow something in Ukraine, sell it to international investors, go to the international market, or you have accumulated the capital and experience to invest abroad. If both, then tell us about the balance of this portfolio. Thank you, Nicholas. I would like to comment on what Tomasz has said before, if I may, because I do believe that this crisis is very different to the previous crises that we've had. And the reason for that is that the very complex and challenging position of Ukraine in the global agenda, especially speaking about the added value. I'm from the transport industry, if you're not aware maybe, but basically today everyone who imports something to Ukraine, what's going on with the rates. So you know that the rate on the import from Asia has grown by 5-6 times. So it is not the biggest problem. The vessels coming from Asia to LA, they're taking down the cargo, they are not able to take the carriages, and they just go empty just to make it faster. And the biggest problem is not the rates that increase. The biggest problem is the lack of warehouses. Right now at the container vessel, you'll not be able to get a slot if you would like to get there with your own container. Why? It is complicated for Ukrainians, first of all, because the goods that we create and that we produce have low value added. If before that we said in theory, okay, let us make more project with the value added, let's export less commodities. So right now we feel that. How it works? The container line has the office all over the world, and if speaking on the Black Sea, we have Turkey. Turkey pays for the container delivery higher prices than Ukraine. Why? Because the margin for the Turkish producers is higher, because they export the value-added product, expensive product. They can pay more. So that is why the container carriage line, they will choose the Turkish company when they're providing the container slots on their vessel. So right now, when we have this situation, we're very smart but very poor. We have great potential, but we have have no money. We have no money to pay. So that is why, in my opinion, and this is something that I'm going to be doing as well, we have to work on the projects with the added value sectors. We actually have to increase the margins in Ukrainian products. Ukraine is number 2 on the grain production after the US, by the way. The US, Ukraine, and then all of the European Union altogether, as far as I remember, speaking about the scales of exports. But this is raw commodity. We do not produce enough flour to export. We do not produce enough meat to export. We do not produce enough poultry to export. We're really cool in sunflower oil because 20 years ago, a smart person in the parliament decided to stop export of the sunflower seed, not to forbid it, but to make it expensive. And all of the big producers of sunflower oil, they have come here, they have invested the plants on producing the sunflower oil, and basically they've all have built these big plants here. I don't know, like $300 million, $250 million that of investment. And now Ukraine is number 1 in producing the sunflower oil. We need to have this kind of framework here again. We need to have the legislation here that will help us to increase the margin on our products. So do you mean by that you're also going to be working in legislation? Oh no, never. Never. God forbid that they say in Odessa there are people who know more about that, and I think I am much more effective in my position where I am now. In those projects that I'm currently working on, I will still be launching in Ukraine. I will still be using the fantastic brains that we have in Ukraine, and I will try to scale it up for the world. Okay, so you will focus on Ukraine. So you would like to scale it up in Ukraine, and then why don't you want to invest in abroad? Because Tomasz invests at least 20% abroad. Well, Tomasz has more exposure. I like this country. I like making business in Ukraine and doing business in Ukraine. I really want those projects to be successful here, then scale it up to the international markets, but I will definitely launch it. Khalid likes Qatar as well, but he invests all over the world and in Ukraine as well. Yes, by the way, I just wanted to say I have been to Dubai recently, and I have been talking to one of the biggest developers, because he's one of the biggest developers in Middle East, and he told me that in Belarus they are now building 15,000 square meters in Belarus. And I've asked them, like, Belarus, but it's a dictatorship regime there. And so, like, okay, but you have corruption. Dictatorship is something that we understand, but corruption is something that we do not understand. We're used to corruption, to dictatorship. You've said everything is okay, everything's working, you just talk to one person. But in Ukraine, you have to talk to one person, another person, yet another person on the different levels. But okay, but less competition, as Tomasz has said then. Yeah, like, I'm taking my hat off in front of Tomasz patriotism and optimism. Thank you. Volodymyr, I think that I should not introduce you in Ukraine because Volodymyr Lavrenchuk is an important and known brand for Ukrainians as a social activist, as a banker. But Nexol is a big new name here in Ukraine, even though there's a lot of equities here in Ukraine. What Nexol is? Can you please tell us? Okay, I will try to switch to Nexol from this introduction. I've become the social activist because I have never saw myself as an activist, but thank you very much for making this kind of intro as well. I wanted to avoid it to go it into as an advertisement, but actually, to be honest, till 2019 I wasn't aware about the Nexol brand as well. I've only known when the Vodafone Ukraine has set out to be bought by Nexol Holding. So that's a very good agreement, a very professionally made agreement, and that was the very first time I have heard about Nexol in overall my scope of attention. So right now I am the country manager, and I'm really happy that I am already working on those things as investment in Ukraine from the side of Nexol. I'll just give you a couple of numbers so that I will then go to the next comments that I would like to make to say. Those 30 companies of different sectors in the holding. We operate in 8 countries. In Ukraine, we have 13,000 employees and 25 million of clients. It all sounds really big scale, but I'm sure that no one will be surprised that one of the most important pillars for our collaboration and in our holding is the oil and gas industry and the research, extraction, searching for the oil and gas resources, the technical support, feasibility studies. That is something that has always been associated with the main country for the equities origin, Azerbaijan, and it's quite clear that it's one of the big pillars that Naxol is proud of on those markets that I've already mentioned. The construction materials. If you want to be interested, if you're interested, there was a very nice thing about merge and the development of the new countries. On also creating the concrete on building and construction materials. Less than 10 years ago, we have founded this enterprise. Now it's biggest on the South Caucasian region. And Intelco, Vodafone, Baxel, there's different telecom company, the one that builds the third group of investment. So in Ukraine, you're going to be not only merging the existing companies or you'll be developing new. I will give you just one example, just to share my impression on the scale or the ambition of the holding right now. Among other projects that we have, there is a project that is called the Digital Silkway. And the Digital Silkway is basically by building the connection between the Central Southern Asia to Europe through Black Sea, Caucasian Mountains and the Caspian region. So can you just imagine the overall challenges that it comes, the different jurisdictions, the technical challenges, the managerial challenges. So all of that has been supported by Naxol Holding. There is a huge innovation ambition about that. And of course, we really would like to have all of the other industries to be moving into those direction as well. After Vodafone company has been merged, we had bought some other companies who developed the telecommunications sector and to create a different ecosystem as well. So I think we'll have more agreements here and more businesses here created. We have different negotiations with different businesses on this. This is a high priority for us. Thank you. Thank you. Katarina, I have a question for you, because we have seen throughout the pandemic, not just throughout the pandemic, but we have seen the acceleration of this trend. The role of the national banks and the central banks, especially the biggest central banks, has become phenomenal. They're no longer just the regulators. They are the main actors in the market. All of the investors that are sitting there, they're just following not just the moves, but they're following every sound, every whisper of what the central banks have said. In this context, the National Bank of Ukraine, what do you have in your toolkit to fight among those monsters and the central banks of other countries to protect the investments to Ukraine? What the National Bank of Ukraine can do to make Ukraine even more attractive for investments? Well, we should not fight against the monsters and among the monsters. What we have to do, we have to continue in introducing the already seen best practices and best mechanisms, which has already been done in some way by the National Bank before. Because starting from 2015, we have switched into the market managerial tools. So what do I mean by that? Starting with the inflation targeting, with the market pricings and the overall working on the free market basis. The reshaping of the banking sector that has currently become the real transmission channel for the National Bank. So what it led us to, and I'm going to mention that because it's very important in my sight. So for the investors, for the businesses, for the domestic investors, and for the natural persons who are also the investors of our economy in some way, we have got to the price instability. Take a look at how Ukraine has passed through the COVID crisis, even compared to other countries in 2020. We've managed not only to have some significant fluctuations at the financial markets, we have been through a quite moderate result on fiscal politics as well. As a national bank, we were one of the first to respond to the crisis moment, and we have provided the tools to support economy the very first time in Ukrainian history, because before all of the crises have been also supported with some limitations on the transactions, on the deposits, on for anything else. This crisis, we didn't introduce any limitations. We have even provided a lighter regulations for the banking sector to support the economy. We have provided the support of liquidity, the long-term liquidity support. We give the opportunity to hedge the rates risks for the banks. So we have provided the opportunities for additional support to the economy. So then again, as the crisis ceases right now, we are one of the first central banks who responds adequately to the growth of the inflation risks. We're one of the first central banks that's through the times of crisis has decreased the rates and now increased it, one of the first, because we understand there are really high inflation risks. So if before, while the economics have been restored after the COVID crisis, the rhetorics of the central banks used to be different, what were they saying? That the inflation risks are temporary, they're not fundamental, the economy has to be supported. So right now we see that not just the rhetorics has changed, but the policies has changed as well. The National Banks of Poland has increased their own rates today because the inflation risks are increasing, and that's, by the way, also will be influencing the investors. So I believe that we have been doing that. We have been providing the macroeconomical and financial stability. Another point, what have we got when we provided the sustainable work of banking sector? First of all, we provided the good rates, the good credit rates. So right now they have the historically lowest level. By the way, they haven't increased even during the period of the COVID crisis. Right now, the banking system of Ukraine has a lot of resources, tremendously a lot of resources to credit businesses. Today, because we have stopped the providing the non-productive loans, right now we see that the access to loans is provided to the transparent companies, which in the end creates the competitive rules and competitive environment for the businesses. So that is why that's everything that I've listed to you right now is an important issue to help us to also harmonize our own regulations to the European legislation in fin monitoring, in reporting. It's all what makes Ukraine more attractive, because Ukraine is, first of all, more comprehensible. You know what to expect from Ukraine. It makes more transparent and more forecastable. Okay, Katarina, another question. You might be one of the most experienced professional in banking sector in Ukraine. I'm definitely not the person who's experienced in that, but based on pure logic, if we have to grow, and if we have to develop, and if we have to attract investment in a faster pace, faster and for a longer period than our competitors do. You might have heard it in my intro. I've mentioned in 2020, because there has been really good financial conditions in European and American markets, has provoked the biggest outtake of the investment from emerging markets to developed markets. So, but right now, what you have said, that we are doing quite a lot of things, but we're taking the best practices based on the international standards, and that is what makes us more competitive. If we only take the best practices when our more developed competitors are going over the fine last mile, so shouldn't we take some risky and unprecedented steps? A couple of years ago, we've had Prime Minister Honcharuk. By that time, he also had set up very ambitious goals, $40 billion of investment. And I have said, yes, okay, but that will be the growth of the foreign investments, but more than by 10. You have to do unprecedented measures and steps, not just make something nice. Can we do something unprecedented? Can we do something to get people interested in Ukraine? Well, you're asking a fundamental questions that I cannot answer simply. We can fantasize and dream about that, but there's the rules of economy and the rules that investors follow as well. Right now, why the investors are following those conditions as we've seen? Because the US, the Eurozone, during the times of COVID, And during the time of COVID crisis, they have brought them the support of their own economy through emission. Through emission, they've printed money, but they can afford it. They can afford it because let us recall that level of inflation that used to be in the US and in the European Union before the crisis struck. So the policies of the central bank of those countries have been also pro-inflational because they wanted to increase the inflation in some way. Ukraine, based on that, cannot use the same tools, and we can talk about that in details. We will. Okay, what I wanted to say basically is that right now, understanding that the level of inflation increases, the profitability of tools increases, the portfolio investor, they will always choose. You want to take the risks or profit, that's it. So if you have lower risks, but let us say some acceptable margin, some part of investors are going to choose that country. What should Ukraine do in this case? Again, you know, our incentives for risks has decreased. We used to have more than 6%. Right now it's slightly lower than 5%. And that has been done because we have provided this macro-financial and pricing stability. But we have to continue reforms. We have to continue the judicial reform, the law enforcement reforms, and other reforms further on. Yes. So I think maybe we should use dictatorship instead of a presidential country. That would be more profitable. Yeah, just for us to start maybe a discussion, because it's not just like a single presentation. So whatever, I just recalled one quote from Tomasz Fiala today, that we have survived through this 3-dip financial crisis, but we have made it due to the unprecedented steps that the national bank has done throughout these years. Because this is the controversy of bankers sitting together. No, just based out of this experience of 3-dip financial crisis, it is important for us to make predictable, presented steps. Let us do something that has to be done first, and then we can fantasize of something impossible.
With Horizon Capital, because Vasil, we had your colleague at the recent You Tomorrow Summit at Unit City, which is a tech and IT focused event. Also, by the way, organized by an amazing team of KIEF International Economic Forum. Advertising minute. Anyways, and your colleague effectively confirmed that Horizon Capital is transitioning into IT/tech focused investor, because most of your assets are now one way or the other around IT and tech companies. And the question is this because, does that mean, first of all, is that true? Can you confirm that? And second, does that mean that investing in real tangible assets in Ukraine has become less attractive over the recent years?
Yes, it is a bit of a provocative question. First of all, I think it's true for the largest extent, but with some nuances. So first of all, indeed, as a partner of the fund, I'm mostly involved in our tech deals. 3/4 of what we've done over the last years were tech deals. I know I don't look like a guy who's doing tech deals, but I have to confess.
You look like the guy who has money.
It's the first time. It's the first time I put a tie and a suit in probably about over a year. So I do look a little bit more techy in day to day. So, but honestly, and you know the joke that the guys in suits, the smart guys in suits, work now for the smarter guys who wear jeans. So I think I'm of those guys on today's panel. So look, on a serious note, yes, we transitioned to tech. The reason was, I think, more out of a need. So traditionally, the investment thesis of Horizon Capital was backing the growth of middle class in Ukraine. So the thesis, it's the same thesis that, say, private equity funds in Poland or Romania or across Central and Eastern Europe or other emerging markets backed. And the thesis was always that, look, you have much lower GDP per capita, there's going to be a middle class sooner or later, and this catch-up thesis should materialize. So say, let's invest in banks, in milk, in cheese, in juice, and so on. So that's what we did for many years. At some point, we saw that this thesis doesn't fully work. I think in part was driven by... In part was driven by, and I'm talking here about the period until maybe 2015-ish, and in part it was because of this crisis that my esteemed colleagues have been talking. And look, of course, when you have a severe devaluation every N years, even if you invest in a strong company that is showing revenue growth, is showing high margins, but then the whole returns in dollar terms are wiped away by the devaluation, it's a very difficult story to sell to your investors, right? And you cannot tell them that, look, my IRR in hryvnias is like 100%, right? That's not.
How about less competition?
Another phrase you often hear from investors who are quite cynical as a category of people, is that you cannot eat relative performance. So in terms of, even if you say there's less competition for deals and we're doing better than the other guys in the market, but then it's still low in dollar terms, I think that's not going to cut it.
That's a great phrase I'm going to use in the National Bank. You can't invest in relative performance.
You cannot eat relative performance. That's true.
Relative performance.
So look, there was a natural transition towards more tech deals. Why tech? Because that's the shining star of Ukrainian economy. Just two numbers. So the exports of IT services in early 2000s were just around $100 million. This year they'll cross $6 billion. So very, very, very high growth. I think Ukraine has a competitive advantage when it comes to tech. Yes, it's around cost, and I agree there has been some convergence of costs, but don't forget the cost inflation for programmers in other markets, it's also huge. So it's not that salaries for IT programmers grow only in Ukraine. They also grow in Silicon Valley, in Texas, and in UK.
Right.
So I think the big benefit of Ukraine is the abundance of talent. Yes, we have like close to 250,000 programmers here, engineers, and every year there's another 25,000 joining the ranks, and this is actually a large amount of engineers, a big talent base. You can build something onto this. Just to put this in perspective, I think this is leveraging this strong math and science background that Ukraine has. Just to put this into perspective, in terms of engineering graduates per 1 million people, Ukraine stats at about 2,200 people. And if you take a country like Italy, which also has actually a nice engineering culture, the amount is 400. So you understand it's 5x type of difference. So that's the reason we kind of switched to tech. We've done great. We've done great. I have to say we're very pleased. Our investors are very pleased, and we plan actually to continue investing in this.
What about tangible assets, another industry? So
yes,
if I want to pitch you anything else than IT and tech, I should forget about it. Is that what it means?
No, probably if you're trying to pitch us one of these kind of old regulated industry, some mine, some granite mine or something, we'll probably pass on that.
Real estate,
at the
industry,
same time,
manufacturing.
Manufacturing, I think we'll like. I think we'll look at manufacturing, primarily light manufacturing. We'll look at things where there is a labor cost advantage element, but maybe that's not the primary thesis. So there should be higher value add than the differential in labor cost alone. I'll give you a good example. So Ajax systems. Who knows Ajax in this auditorium? Quite a few hands. Look, Ajax. In 2016, it was still a startup.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a paltry small startup. Today, it's the global leader of wireless security, and it's fully manufactured in Ukraine.
Okay, so despite so go on. Sorry.
That's a good example of a manufacturing company we backed, and we're looking for more companies like this.
Well, but they're still tech. They manufacture their hardware, but they're still tech. So it means that if I and Andres Stavnitzer approach you with the value-added manufacturing in Ukraine, you would consider this pitch?
Yes, but I'll tell you more. So look, it's not only exporting, and look, the latest deal we did, actually, I'm very proud. It's a retail chain called Aurora. It's a dollar store chain. I'm sure nobody has heard of it, because they're not present in Kiev, and kind of people tend to live in this Pechersk bubble. But there's a life outside Pechersk, I can assure you. So and Aurora, for example, it's a retail chain that grew to close to 800 stores, out of nothing. They were a startup in 2014. I don't think you've seen many such stories in Ukraine where you grow from nothing to 800 stores like in 6 years. So that's a company we backed, and we plan to take them outside Ukraine. We plan to take them as a platform for supporting Ukrainian manufacturing, selling through the Aurora platform. So yes, we also back domestic stores.
Thank you so much. So we'll come back to that. Now I want to come back to energy. and Khalid, you. So Qatar is obviously an energy star at the global market. By the way, Khalid is one of the few people these days walking smiling because of the high energy prices, unlike all of you guys. So happy for you. We're happy for you. But so you're not just in renewables, both as a country and as a company. You have a very wide portfolio of investment in energy sectors. Now, coming back to Ukraine, in your understanding, except renewables, which segments of energy sector should Ukraine focus on, should develop, or perhaps which other energy niches in Ukraine would be interested to your company to invest in?
I believe one of the main challenges of the renewables is basically that it's not a continuous source of power supply, which means that there is no sun, there is no wind, there is no power supply. And if we keep the nuclear supply aside, the only two resources that could work for the market here, basically reliable supply, it's the gas and battery storage. If we assume that the battery storage is a fully developed technology, but still the battery storage at the end will need to use or to buy a power from a surplus power that's been generated from the renewable sources. So I think maybe the CCGT or the LNG is the only solution that could help to improve the situation here in Ukraine. And I'm sure here you don't want to rely on one single source of gas. So LNG might be the only solution that you will be having. And this is very similar to what your neighboring countries are doing in Poland and I think in Hungary also. So basically, I believe with the progress that's taking place now in the Istanbul Canal, where they will allow the access of LNG to the Black Sea, that definitely will help Ukraine to build its LNG to power solution. And this is a trend now everywhere. It's not something that's going to be invented. This is a trend in different locations, and I think we as Nebraska, we are involved in several projects talking about LNG to power solution, and different countries, different regions are implementing it. We as Nebraska definitely will be interested in developing this technology, take into consideration that we are coming from Qatar, where we have developed more than 10 gigawatts of gas to power within Qatar, and we were part of more than 3 gigawatts developed outside Qatar of gas to power. So definitely we'll be interested, and even if gas is not coming from Qatar or from anywhere else, that's I think will be a solution for the market here that we'll be interested in.
Thank you. There's a comment, so you may want to put your earpiece on. There's a comment from Andres.
I can do it in English. I can
yes?
do it in English. It's just a brief.
Before you make a comment, I thought that when you left, that you come back with presents.
Presents?
Yes.
Yes, they're being delivered right now.
Okay, so comment from Andres Stavnica.
So the question is, I'm a big believer in LNG generally, and I'm sure that especially with this current prices for gas, it is the only solution that we have, apart from increasing our own production of gas. However, I've recently talked to Norwegian guys, and to my knowledge, they're totally scrapping the LNG technology. They're not believing in LNG anymore. So they were planning to do buses, locomotions, barges, vessels on LNG. It's not the case anymore. They're completely shifting to accumulators, and they are now going electrical. Can I ask you to comment on this? Because I thought LNG is pretty green. Apparently, it's not green enough. It's not green enough.
And I think at the end, if you are talking about transportation, talking about buses and cars, definitely, I mean, if they are going to electricity, at the end, you will need that electricity to be generated from a source. And that source, again, I mean, we'll have to go back, whether it's renewable or gas. There are a talk today in the market with regard to hydrogen or even converting some of the gas turbine to run in hydrogen, but that's still, I mean, a technology that's been under development. It will take some time to be developed, but again, I mean, any fossil fuel that you will be using, it will not be 100% friendly to the environment, but they are like a more clean energy compared to others, and they are like within the new technology today. There are ways and means to improve the emissions that's coming from these type of fuels.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. So, Tomasz, your turn. As one of the most experienced investors in Ukraine, tell me, what hedging instruments do you use in Ukraine, except different industries, which is obvious, it's still just one country, and which hedging instruments you can suggest, propose to new investors, like relatively new, like Nebras and Nexol, using Ukraine effectively to hedge their risks?
Okay, well, first of all, we are very careful with debt, especially for FX debt, because we have discussed here this past crisis. They've been always combined with very substantial devaluation.
What is your ratio? What is your target ratio equity to debt when you invest? Or by portfolio?
That is usually substantially, I mean, LTV under 50%.
Under 50%?
Under 50%,
okay.
Yeah. While if we invest in, for instance, Czech Republic, Slovakia, it would be around 70%.
Because it's cheaper or because it's more stable jurisdictions?
It's both, yeah, both reasons. It's substantially cheaper. It's multiple times cheaper. It's more longer term, and the macro is more stable. You don't have a risk of a substantial devaluation. These Central European countries, they have basically balanced current accounts, and there is no fear of devaluation. I mean, there is a lot of investment that came into these countries, which has created a lot of production capacity that is exporting high value-added products that have been discussed here. You know, some of these countries are highest per capita producers of cars in the world, for instance. And in Ukraine, most of the export is agriculture, it's 40%, and a little over 20% is steel and iron ore. So we have almost 2/3 of our exports from Ukraine are soft or hard commodities.
That's what Andrew was talking about.
Prices fluctuates, yeah. But this risk has become less of a problem since the reforms that have been done at the central bank over the last 7 years, in particular inflation targeting, flexible exchange rate, and kind of standard monetary policy that have been absent from Ukraine until 2014-15 have been introduced. Ukraine here was not trying to create reinvent the wheel, but rather, as Vladimir said, followed the standard rules that exist in other countries and that are proven. And so right now, I would not expect any substantial devaluations or fluctuations in the exchange rate because the exchange rate adjusts in accordance with the development of our exports, imports, and our current account. And over the last 2 years, we have actually had a current account surplus, so the currency, the outlook for the currency is actually quite good for the near to mid-term. Besides low leverage, second thing that we stick to very strictly, as opposed to some other investors, is we prefer to take majority stakes in investments that we make either on our own or together with like-minded investors. We have had precedents in the past where we have been minority investors in different private equity type situations where, for 8 or so years, these companies have been underperforming, and only when we took over a majority stake in the business, changed the management, restructured the business, we've been able to substantially improve the results of these companies and exit them very profitably with very good returns for ourselves. So we stick to this. If you have a majority stake or 100% in an investment, you are always able to adjust your strategy very quickly if you see something underperforming. If you are a minority investor, you are kind of a passive passenger. It's less work, but it's also much more risky.
Okay, so the takeaway for me is low debt, take majority stake, and be friends with the National Bank. Because it seems like Katarina did her job before the panel with the fellow panelists. I should have stayed in that lounge. Okay, anyways, thank you, Tomasz. Андрей, к вам вопрос.
Andrei, a question to you. We have understood that you're going to be focusing on creating adding added value in Ukraine, but can you please tell us now, sector by sector, what are the sectors that you believe are the most attractive for the investments in Ukraine to create this added value that has to be competitive to international market? What kind of projects you can be addressed with? You know, I will deny any connection to National Bank, well, except for friendship with Katya as a person, but nothing more. You know, nothing more. The agriculture, tech, and infrastructure. What do you mean agriculture? What do you mean the raw commodity or processing? Land. First of all, land, because we have started the land reform, and right now I do hope that the farmers are going to be buying out their small landlords that they're processed, and I then do hope that international capital and foreign capital will have the opportunity to buy land as well. But I'm sure that land is going to increase in prices as soon as there will be the opportunity to engage foreign direct investment into land. We will do that. That is a risk-free story. We have the more than 10 billion people, but you know what I have heard a couple of last 1,000 years, you know, the new earth and the new land hasn't been produced. Like the people in the Netherlands, they're trying to get some new land. Like, yes, they're you know, they're trying to buy ours as well. Buying land, investment into added value, whatever that added value is, building up additional industrial capacities to support the experts, ports, elevators, whatever that is, and technology. The tech sector. I do believe that more than 200,000 IT people, they generate more than 2 billion products, and they have been developed on their own. Not kind of any university has taught them, no courses. The state haven't seen them. Thank God they haven't seen them, and they have grown. You know, no one has noticed them. They have never been pressured, so they've grown. And so basically my position is, you know, do not get into, do not meddle with the sector is relevant. When you do not see the industry grows. You know, this is a stick with two ends. Like Facebook hasn't been pressured for a longer period of time. What we have now? No, okay, let us have those problems as Facebook has when we're gonna have so much money and we're gonna be paying taxes. So I have faith in creativity. But by the way, unfortunately, if we will consider that we don't have enough cases when Ukrainian ideas have been implemented in Ukraine. So usually those people, those ideas, they've been born here, they do something there, then they go away, they grow outside of Ukraine. I really would like to see this environment growing and giving these opportunities for the people to grow as well. Okay, but let us be precise, Andrei, what you've said. The land will increase in prices. Okay, that's not about creating added value. Because the example that you have said about the oils, because everyone knows that the sunflower oil, it's still commodity. It's not the final product. Most of the brands who are doing they're not being provided under Ukrainian brands. So the final product is not branded as Ukraine. So it's a quasi story as well. Technologies, we all know when any kind of a technological startup has been supported in Ukraine, you still have to create the C Corp in Delaware because you will never engage serious money. Where is the added value for Ukraine from what you've said? Okay, promoting Ukrainian brands is the task of the producers. Being the producer of sunflower oils, number one, is great, but to take this brand and promote this brand, this is the case of the producer. But this is the commodity. I haven't said that it's a basic product. It's a commodity. Okay, protein production, the deep processing of grains, corn. There is a big trend right now, and I'm really open to this kind of investment, is the production of the renewable plastics, the biodegradable from corn, from grains. That's a great story. The cardboard production, the whole world actually now bans plastic, so you can do business on cardboard. No, I'm not going to tell anything to you anymore. Okay, good. Okay, no, please do. I think everyone that you said that you can be addressed with investment stories. Everyone is now aiming for that. Okay, good. Vladimir, I really wanted to ask another question for you as well. Okay, the big holding that you have, the energy, innovation, telecommunication, the whole world is open for you. Why did you want to come to Ukraine? Why, out of all of the countries that are available for investment, and there is still Ukraine? What it is about Ukraine in those sectors that other countries don't have? We don't even have the dictatorship. We have corruption. We have no unprecedented steps. The banking sector will not do that. So why choose Ukraine? You know, I thought that I've answered this question in my introductory speech as well, but I use a more, I will use a little of time, and I will just develop this word's potential and innovation a little bit more. Because let us take a different point of view on that thing. The Nexol Holding believes that Ukraine is a strategic market for their development. And Nexol Holding believes themselves to be as strategic investors. What would I say under this? What would be the criteria to become the strategic investors? And what you need to have equities, you need to have expertise, and you need to have the managerial capacities. I can tell you a lot of stories when we've had that deficiency of the lack of one of these elements, and then the strategic investors, they're either broke down or the projects never happened. Three of those components, combine them together is really hard. And each of those markets, there's easy to drop off. So Nexol, when we evaluate ourselves, they have the expertise in the sectors that we know, the telecom, construction materials, and oil and gas. And it has its managerial material to work in the transition economy markets. That's a very important combination. But you know, equity is an important component as well. The opportunity to find the financial capacities and to combine it with the big lines with the biggest banks is also art. So I do believe that these three components there have been as well good for the Nexol. So Ukraine is a very complex market due to all of those processes, and all of the market participants have mentioned that. But from my experience, if you're lacking one of those components, that you should not take these risks with big money. I think you should risk some small money. But okay, you know, to enter Ukraine, you have to have some luck. Because I do believe that the company that I work in, has chosen the right time, the right place to come to Ukraine, and they know everything on Ukraine right now. Okay, can I make a clarification? Do I understand it the right way? Being an unstructured, volatile, non-ideal market, not a lot of people want to come to the market. They're afraid. The market is underdeveloped. There is corruption, but it's actually our advantage, because due to that, this kind of companies as Nexol, we're kind of interested in that. Now, you know, I've just said that if the company has the experience of working under those conditions, then they will enter this market and they will have perspective. Thank you. Cool. A very nice answer. Thank you. You see, for some people, it's not a barrier, it's an advantage, actually. You know, it just takes a different point of view. Okay, good. Katarina, the question for you. I have been following the overall development of the different macroeconomical indicators in the world in the recent years, and what have I seen? The accumulated debt of the G20 has increased on the level of 119, 120 in correlation to GDP. All of the countries of the world, especially the successful and developed countries, they increase their state debt to the level of GDP. So we've had this panel of that organized by The Economist magazine. We had the honored guest from Portugal, from BlackRock, which is the biggest asset management in the world that has more than 8 billion of assets all over the world. And we had the people from Germany coming in, and they've said that the increasing the state debt to GDP was the only way to take through the pandemic, and there's nothing bad about that. And the credit rates of those countries, they haven't fallen down, they haven't dropped off, and even the inflation that they have is still lower than their income, even on the state bonds. Why for us? We are decreasing our debt in correlation to GDP. While we are not in trend, but we're going counter trend. And in my opinion, as a businessman and investor, we're eating out this potential. We're killing off our economy. We're killing off our both public and private spending. Why do you believe it is the right financial policy for our state to take? Thank you. Thank you very much for your question. Well, what can I say about that? First of all, I do not believe that we're not following the trend, that we're going against the trend. So we're increasing our debt in correlation with GDP. You know, this correlation is nothing, basically. What is important in this case? How do you spend this loan money and how much it costs you? But let us speak about the trends, first of all. The emerging markets and the emerging countries that Ukraine belongs to. And during the crisis period, Ukraine and Ukrainian fiscal policies used to be pro-cycle. When the crisis started, we decreased the deficiencies that we had. So we tried to shrink. We had some limitations. Due to those steps that have been taken, we've managed throughout this crisis. And by the way, that was also a serious difference and an important thing for us to take. Our fiscal policy went against the cycle. If before, in 2020, before the pandemic started, we have decreased the budget's deficiency. What we've managed to do, we managed to have the fiscal buffer, that's called the fiscal buffer usually. And in the period of the crisis year, our budget deficiency has turned from less than 2% to 5.5%. In order to finance it, we have increased the loans as well. So, speaking on trend, we are on trend. We've done everything as all of the developed countries have done. In the period of crisis, the National Bank, the Ministry of Finance, the governments have been providing the economy the additional resources that was needed. That's first thing to mention. Another point that is needed to be mentioned, the toolkit that we have used has been slightly different from the toolkit that the developed countries use. And we have spoken about that as well, because there is this notion that inflation is, and Volodymyr, and I'm really grateful for his support in this case, because we all know what inflation can be, and we know what inflation can be due to our own experience, not the textbooks. And in this, it can be a genie that you can actually get out of the bottle but can never get back into this lamp. So Ukrainian hryvnia is not an international reserve currency, So basically we could not afford to have this mitigation and those actions that the other countries have taken. But we have factually increased our debt. What else is important when we are talking about the state debt? Well, it's not just about the size that matters. We have an investment forum as well. So basically, the investors, we can compare our country with, with any kind of company that also borrows money in order to support its projects. If, for example, the cost of this loan is higher than revenue is, or than the profit that the company will receive from this project, what will happen to the company if the income from the project will not even give you the opportunity to pay the rights of the loan? This company will get defaulted at some point. Speaking on the emerging countries as well, the cost for the loans for them is significantly higher for them than the cost for the loans for the developed countries. But not even that is important. The important thing would be that when for Ukraine, the cost of loans is 6 or 7% right now, and we're speaking about 10 in our domestic markets. So there is something that those are the rates that we borrow money with. And the increase of the GDP, and we've spoken about that yesterday, that GDP growth is between 3 and 4%. So that means for us that our business project does not generate the needed amount of money to work with those loans pain-free. If we will keep on borrowing and borrowing, the one thing that we might go to that we will have no money to support these loans, to maintain these loans. Then another point is the effectiveness and the efficiency of the borrowings. Because when we borrow, we presuppose that our GDP will grow faster because we will invest it all into the social sector or economy, so on and so forth. What does the statistics shows us? That the developing countries and the emerging economies, when they're trying to calculate the budget multiplicator, when the government borrows and then disseminates to those directions that they believe to be most effective. And by the way, that's also about the infrastructure projects. So the statistic shows, the international statistic shows that as usually, as the rule, this budget multiplicator can be overestimated. It is lower in reality due to multiple things, the bad regulations, the corruptions that we mentioned today, the ineffective usage, and so on and so forth. So when we want to receive more, in fact, the developed countries receive less. So that is why we have to work in a couple of directions. First of all, here to decrease our incentives on risks. So basically, those 4% that we currently have, we have to do everything in our power. The regulators, the national banks, the antitrust committee, other regulators in the market, the government, we have to do everything in our efforts. So through the regulations, through implementation of the new standards, we have to do everything. They have to do the structural reform, and so this indicator would decrease. The lower it will be, the more we will be able to borrow under the same conditions. Another point that we have to keep on working on the being effective in using all of borrowed money that we've had to increase the effectiveness of every unit that we borrow and to create additional GDP with that. Then it will work. Okay, but like for example, we can now borrow cheaper from IMF than the growth of our economy. Now, when we borrow from IMF, and I do hope the Prime Minister has said that we'll continue in our negotiations, and I hope we will borrow more. Yes, but the needs of Ukrainian government to finance the deficiency of budget as of now for the financial support of the previous debt, it is higher than what IMF, according to their policies, ready to provide Ukraine. Let's ask for more. No, but that's, it's just like, can you do that? As people say that, but it's just that, can you just go to this like 120 in correlation with GDP? IMF for the countries is like the vendor of last resort. It's not some kind of organization that will give you resources for us to be developing some of our commercial projects. No, it's an organization that gives you aid for the structural reform, and throughout the period of this structural reform they tell us we will give you this cheap money because all of the structural reforms they give the opportunity to increase the social cost through subsidies as we know it from the energy sector reform, or it causes the needs for financial support for other projects. Moreover, they give us the opportunity of engagement. They're the quality label, even though it's still is a little bit Soviet, but it's like a quality label. It gives you the opportunity to engage new resources and investment with lower rates. But it's not about providing some more money for our commercial plans as a country. Thank you. Thomas, you wanted to have a comment as well. Can I also add up, because it's a very I usually respond to this kind of topics as the red flag when somebody is calling out for Ukraine to increase the deficiency of the budget and to increase it to the correlation between debts and the GDP. I don't think that you should not recommend that. That's the wrong thing to do, because all of the investors that are clearly following this parameter, this GDP correlation to debt. So basically, it's on the level on 60% since last year, and it's very good that the fiscal strategy for the Ministry of Finance, they still have the plan to decrease it to the. And in Japan it's 200, yes, but they are supported. The Japan has been providing their 10-year stub debt, but with 0%, and we are issuing 5-year state debt bonds with more than 11%. If you will take a look at the overall correlation, there was like 97% from the very beginning of the year. That means that the investors are not buying the bonds that has already been issued and that all has been closed. So how can you support the deficiency of budget that has been planned this year at the level of 5.2%, and it's around the 10 billion, okay, $9 billion deficiency? So this, if we haven't been able to support it from the beginning of the year. So it is very unprofitable for the businesses to have the big deficiency in budget, to have the big state debts. Why? What will it cause, I'd say? Because the state is going to borrow money on more expensive rates, and it will be bad for the financial support and the financial investment for the local businesses, and that will make the crowding out effect, basically. So the businesses are interested in the state being very conservative in the fiscal policy. So that would be even closer to this 2% from Ukraine since 2016 to in 2019. It was level than 2%. That was the overall deficiency of budget. It has been planned for this year 5.2, but it will be lower than 4, closer to 3% of deficiency, even due to those support that we receive from the European Union, IMF, and the World Bank. We're incapable of borrowing some more money to finance a higher budget deficiency than we have. Just to keep in mind that the credit rates of Ukraine is 5 or 7 points lower than the investment rate. Those are among those countries that you mentioned as well. Until we will increase our investment rate due to structural reform, due to macroeconomic stability, so we will not be able to have a debt higher than 60% is really hard for us. Yes, it's not just because of friendship. I just wanted to note down. Like it's just that he's speaking as an investor. That's it. That's a common sense. We're reading the same books. I think that's why. Yes, I will ask you for recommendations on books on literature later on, and I'll get prepared next time.
Now, it's clear that you, as Horizon Capital, focused on IT and tech. Clearly, why? Higher profits, international, globalized, effectively market. But we all know and we all have heard that Ukraine has hundreds of thousands of IT specialists that mostly do outsourcing. They are more reliable, more flexible, cheaper, more available, etc. But do you think, as an investor, that realistically Ukraine has any niche, any technology in IT or tech in which Ukrainian company or Ukraine-originated company can become a world champion? Like in one thing, in one technology, and in one specific niche where we can be the best of the best?
I think there's going to be many technologies. Look, our thesis is the following. So any industry has a natural cycle. So the IT industry in Ukraine started as what is perceived as lower value add IT outsourcing. I don't think it's low value add. I think it's actually a high value add business, but there's higher value add indeed. If you judge by, say, gross margin, so say the gross margin of an IT outsourcing business is around, like, if you're doing well, you're at 40%. Say the gross margin of a software as a service business is 80%. So just to use a simple metric. But clearly, this is evolving. And the reason it's evolving is because that's a natural way things work. I'll give you an example from a different industry. So everybody knows Lenovo laptops. I have a Lenovo laptop. Probably like a lot of you have a Lenovo laptop. So Lenovo started as a contract manufacturer for IBM ThinkPads laptops, sometimes in 2000. Lenovo, actually, the contract manufacturer, is buying the brand and becoming the brand and the high value add producer in a way. So this this evolution from lower value add to higher value add is just natural. Lots of people, leave EPAM and SoftServe and other, say, big IT services firms. They start their companies because there's hundreds of them. Many will fail, but some of them will succeed, and that's how this catch-up happens. It will gravitate towards certain industries with certain sectors that are already big within Ukrainian tech. I'll give an example. I don't know, Intelias, for example, a company in which we are invested. I think the future of German automotive is in Lviv, for some extent covered by our company.
That sounds like a headline, future of German automotive industry is in Lviv.
Yes.
I love it.
And one of our companies is actually the key to that future, because we have hundreds, probably close to 1,000 engineers working for various German automotive companies in this next generation automotive technology. And clearly some of these guys will be leaving these companies, starting their automotive startups, doing some little piece of the automotive stack, and some of them will become large. That's how thing works. I'm not going to predict which industries there are going to be, but I'm sure there's going to be big tech, proprietary tech companies built out of Ukraine. Very optimistic.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Друзі, у нас є
Dear friends, first of all, I would like to thank all of our speakers, because all of our speakers have been incredibly disciplined in time, even with all of the comments. So that is why we still have some questions from the room, or we can some questions from our chat in our Telegram bot. So if you don't mind, while we're still asking for our support with the mic in the room, I will read out the two questions that we had, and they are specifically addressed questions. One question to Tomasz Fiala, to Dragon Capital.
Invest in energy. Why Dragon doesn't invest in energy in Ukraine?
Well, we try to stay as far away from government and government regulation as possible because of,
I thought you like government regulations.
Yeah, they are,
okay.
They are an independent central bank, which should stay that way. An energy sector, you need to get licenses. So we prefer to stay away, and we focus on industries that are as free as possible of regulation and that do not overlap with the state or with state budget. So we prefer free
Understood.
economy.
Good, thank you. Khalid, question to you. Does Ukraine have hydrogen export potential? Are you guys in general looking at hydrogen, and do you think Ukraine has some perspective in this sector?
Unfortunately, we are not looking into hydrogen, so we are still not in.
You don't believe in it, or you just...
No, it's not a matter that we don't believe in it. Basically, we as a company, we don't invest into a technology, so we don't invest in development technology. Once that technology is being developed, maybe we'll consider in the future. But at this stage where the technology is still under development, we don't do that.
Understood. Okay, clear. So there's a question from the floor. Принеси, будь ласка, сюди мікрофон.
Can we get the microphone here, the first row? When you're going to be asking the question, please make sure that you will introduce yourself, and if you'll have a question addressed to the specific person, that will be easier for all of us. Thank you very much. Andrei Tsimbal, the managing partner of KPMG in Ukraine. Dear colleagues, I would like to continue the discussion on the sectors of Ukrainian economy that are going to be the most interesting for the investment. We have already heard about IT from Vasil, and Andrei has spoken on the agriculture and energy. Khalid has spoken on energy. So I want to ask the people who've left, Tomasz, Volodymyr, and Katerina, in your opinion, what are the sectors of Ukrainian economy that will be the most attractive for the investment? Yes, thank you, but try to be very, very brief. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Well, from what has already been said by you and by my colleagues, I agree to that, but also additionally, and some recent investment have been to banking sector, to fintech, to online and e-commerce projects. That's something that we're interested as well. Volodymyr? Well, I would agree, and I would continue this list. We are working with the big data, and we're working with the digital technologies as well. Okay, thank you, Katarina. Well, usually the regulators do not give the information or recommendations on investment because you understand there's a conflict of interest, but my colleagues have said the right thing to do. The technology says everything today. But speaking on the banking sector, I would like to say that in the recent years, it has been demonstrating the really good return on equity. What kind of return that is? Well, that's higher than 30% actually. So I would like to say that, the potential for the financial sector is really high, and it's really high due to the idea that the level of the penetration of the financing is really low. So there is a whole space that you can invest into. And considering the recent legislation that has been approved on the overall transactional services, that definitely broaden the synergy for the technological and non-banking companies and banks. So I do believe that might be a very interesting field to work. Can I add up to that? Can you actually tell us what would be easier for Ukraine, for the fintechs and for the cryptocurrencies? While we're going to be working on this direction overall, or to create regulations of that? Well, there is a position. The law on the cryptocurrency hasn't been signed by the president, And a couple of weeks ago, we had a very interesting discussion with Mr. Bronikov, and we have discussed the risks, the risks that the cryptocurrencies take. And I'm not going to be speaking about I'm almost speaking about the cryptocurrencies right now. So right now, we don't have the further on consensus of how to regulate this type of currencies. The only consensus that cannot be used as payment, that cannot be used as the fiat currencies. So we have to work on that. And for it not to turn into some kind of pyramids, financial monetary pyramids, but there's also a question of the financial monitoring. And by the way, all of the players of the market, they have a significant attention to that, because until we will understand how we can follow the legislation in this case, in the process of the work with the crypto actives, crypto equities, that will be definitely the big problem for our investors, because we can be blacklisted. Andrei, you have a comment. Okay, before we're all haven't been uploaded to the matrix, I just wanted to say that there's a very cool targets, the schools and hospitals, international schools and hospitals, and that's a very good story that hasn't been developed here in Ukraine. If we speak about regions, there is a whole deficiency of that. So you can go developing hospitals and international schools in the regions. Okay, that's very interesting. That's very fresh. We had a question there in the middle of the room. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Alexander Volovsky. I am coming from the construction businesses. We have been working in some of the project with Tomasz Fiala. That was a very interesting experience. Thank you. I would have really liked that today we have started to speak very clearly about corruption. And Volodymyr has said as well that some of the companies, the structure that Andrei has provided, they go horizontal and vertical levels. So our businesses are forced to build up into those corruptional schemes in order to be successful. So this is the question that's slightly been provoked by Volodymyr and what he has said. Whether our businesses are ready to get included into those corruption, and this is a question to Andrei. So, to what extent you're ready to build up to the corruption? So basically, up to what level we're playing to the corruption, and when no? When the bag is way too heavy, when it's very bad for your health, yes, and your back aches. No, but basically that's a very important question. Thank you. And I really wanted to have this comment before, but people sitting on this panel, those are people who have the integrity, and they are the part of EBA and Chama Association. We are integral in our actions. So the more people you have like this, the less corruption you'll have. Because we are following the international requirements as well. We are compliant, and we are bringing the new international standards as well. You should not forget that a lot of industries in Ukraine, unfortunately, cannot boast that. And they are forced to be the part of the corruptional chain, because if they want, they will not survive, because all of the other people around, all of the other companies around, they are part of the corruptions. The more international companies will have, the more associations will have, the more we have pressure on the government, the less corruption there will be. That's something I believe. Yes, I would like to respond to that as well. I think that can be the wrong perception that corruption in Ukraine is unavoidable, that doesn't give you the opportunity to exist outside of it. So the compromise with the corruption structure is the only way to work. No. I worked in multiple companies, and I know successful companies with their zero tolerance to corruption. They still have been successful. They still have been the leaders in their sectors. I think that the image of Ukraine as the corruption champion is not just to say not precise, but is actually maliciously wrong. And yes, I would like to say that yes, I know a lot of people, and I know a lot of policies that have been written in the documents and have been seen in actions. And I would really like to use this panel just to say that, to create the brand of Ukraine to make it better. So we're not that corrupted as we're said to be. Thank you. Thank you.
Тем, что говорили коллеги.
Yes, I agree to what the colleague said. You should not get involved into corruption, even though you might believe that in the short-term perspective that will be faster or more convenient for you. But trust me, in the long-term perspective, it will negatively influence your businesses. Yes, but by the way, no, just like we're not in the discussion. Sorry, thank you very much for questions, but not comments. Thank you.
Question to you, actually, specifically, asking about whether you are going to go to international arbitration against Ukraine if renewable energy debt is not repaid in time and in full, to you as an investor in this industry.
And I think now everyone knows that there is an issue with regard to the payment or receiving payment from the authority here, but I don't think we reach a stage where we'll think about going to arbitration. But still arbitration, like in any contract, it's a clause to put there to protect the interest of each party. But we as a company looking into a long-term relation here, and we are a long-term investor in Ukraine, I'm sure we will not use this option unless it is like our last resources that we can use.
Thank you. Understood. Друзі, я хочу, щоб ви...
Thank you. I would like to ask you to give a round of applause to our panelists. I really enjoyed this panel. Thank you very much for being a part of it. On my behalf, one thing that I wanted to say, when the companies, the one that we have right now on the panel, for so many years have been investing into Ukraine, and the new powerful actors come to the market, it really worth it. Even though I try to be very provocative in my questions, I fully support almost everything that has been said on the panel. And, even in some macroeconomical threats that I've had about the banking sector, thank you for this discussion.
Thank you.
Бік-дейта – цифровий шлейф, який залишає за собою людина. Він дає вам змогу проаналізувати ваших потенційних клієнтів за визначеними критеріями та систематизувати користувачів за їхніми інтересами. Серед більш ніж 18 мільйонів абонентів Vodafone по всій країні ви зможете знайти клієнтів, схожих на ваших. Ви описуєте вашу поточну клієнтську базу та формуєте детальний портрет вашого споживача, що дає змогу знайти схожих на нього нових клієнтів. Геоаналітика покаже на карті місця та час найбільшої концентрації ваших потенційних клієнтів, і ви зможете комунікувати з ними через онлайн-розсилку. Нарешті, ви будете впевнені, що ваше повідомлення побачать саме зацікавлені люди. саме те, що необхідно вам. Наприклад, вам треба зацікавити людей річним абонементом до фітнес-комплексу. Поки ваші конкуренти друкують непотрібні листівки та розповсюджують їх навмання, ви залучаєте саме вашу цільову аудиторію. Vodafone Analytics моделює клієнтів за зазначеними критеріями, саме тих, кому буде цікава пропозиція, і дає вам змогу проінформувати їх. Може, ви фінансова установа, яка заохочує людей до кредитування? Ми проаналізуємо ваших клієнтів і знайдемо схожих на них людей. Або ви магазин одягу, якому треба зрозуміти портрет свого покупця. Ви описуєте ваших клієнтів і знаходите збіги. Якби ви були автомобільним магазином, то могли б розіслати інформування про свою акцію всім потенційним автомобілістам міста. Таргетована розсилка, лук-елайк, геоаналітика, портрет споживача – це неодмінна складова успіху вашого бізнесу. Vodafone Analytics.
А може, ну його це все? І купимо річну передплату Мегого зі знижкою 33%?
Чудок, а чому раніше не казав?
Стільки прем'єр ще не передивлено.
Мегого. І вдома краще. Україна. Дім. Європейське. Сучасне. Повне життя. Із запитом на нове. З жагою до незалежності. Енергія наших змін пульсує, вражає і захоплює. ДТЕК змінюється разом з Україною, впроваджує інновації та сучасні технології, щоб нас знали у світі. А енергія, що змінює країну, не закінчувалась ніколи. ДТЕК. Будуємо нову енергетику України.
Група компаній «Епіцентр» – інвестор номер 1 в Україні. Новий формат торговельних центрів в Україні – це інноваційні концепти, широкий асортимент, сучасне обладнання та європейський сервіс. Майже 20 торгових напрямків забезпечують кращі товари та унікальний клієнтський досвід. Понад 1,5 мільйони квадратних метрів торгової площі, 3000 компаній-постачальників, мільйон товарних пропозицій, понад 6 мільйонів учасників програми лояльності «Вигода». Ми стаємо ще кращими, комфортними, зручними та інноваційними для наших відвідувачів. Щомісяця інтернет-магазин «Епіцентр.ua» має понад 20 мільйонів відвідувань. Наші онлайн-продажі стають ще швидшими та доступнішими. А сучасні фулфілмент-центри забезпечують стабільну та налагоджену логістику. Транспортний парк «Епіцентру» є найбільшим в Україні. На вітчизняні та міжнародні автошляхи щодня виїжджає понад 3000 автомобілів, щоб доставити вчасно необхідний товар в торгові центри та до покупців. Наша гордість – виробництво завод керамічної плитки «Епіцентр Керамік Корпорейшн» з інноваційним високотехнологічним обладнанням. Постачає продукцію в понад 30 країн світу. А розбудова сучасних елеваторних хабів у структурі «Епіцентр Агро» покращує зернову інфраструктуру, забезпечує продовольчу безпеку країни. «Епіцентр» – соціально відповідальна компанія. Спільний проект «Епіцентр дітям» та фонду «Реал Мадрид» став найкращим в світі. Ми підтримуємо медичну галузь в Україні. Наша особлива підтримка спорту. Ми творимо майбутнє країни.
Welcome to the heart of Ukraine's green steel. Interpipe Steel is a place of modern views and technologies. The place where the future of the Ukrainian industry was born and is now developing, casting, and coming true. Interpipe Steel Company follows international standards. It's the largest private investment in the history of independent Ukraine. Innovative and eco-friendly, Interpipe Steel is the only company in the country which is running the European Green Deal policy. Policy for eco-modernization for achieving favorable climate goals. Products made out of our high-quality steel are represented in more than 80 countries. It is used in production of high-speed trains running in Europe, in pipes that cool every third building in Dubai. Our main mission is to create comfortable, eco-friendly conditions for the world and future generations. In order to achieve this, we constantly develop, support our partners, and foster their prosperity, improve living conditions in all regions of our country and in the world. Interpipe Steel, the place where the future is created.
Давайте знайомитись. Ми національний холдинг. Завдяки новітнім технологіям виробництва, найвищій якості продукції, котра відповідає запитам споживача та міцним позиціям на закордонних ринках, ми безперервно зростаємо, задаючи темп галузі агріфуд в Україні. Ось у чому питання. Як випікання хлібу зробити успішним, великим бізнесом? Для цього потрібно налагодити ефективні бізнес-процеси, займатися маркетингом, вчасно постачати товар та дотримуватися високих виробничих стандартів. HD Group допомагає бізнесу зростати, оптимізувати закупівельні та логістичні витрати, привести до ладу фінансові питання, вдосконалити виробничі процеси, запровадити сучасні технології управління, трансформували власну компанію та готові підтримати нові перспективні напрямки бізнесу.
Колись усе доставляли тільки дракони. Але тут приїхали двоє і сказали: тепер усе будемо возити ми.
Дракони образились і полетіли геть. Так з'явилася нова пошта. І почалася ера відкриттів. В Одесі, Черкасах, Рівному, Львові та й взагалі всюди. Ідею зацінив відомий карпатський стартап. А потім ще один, і ще. І ось нова пошта вже доставляє 300 мільйонів посилок на рік. Відправити ж можна все. Тут раптом завівся кіт. І почав обробляти по 3 посилки в секунду. Тож майбутнє ставало все ближче і ближче до тебе. Навіть на твоїй вулиці, у твоєму магазині, у твоєму басейні, у твоєму театрі, ну і в твоєму під'їзді. Тож саме зараз величезний механізм працює для того, щоб усе доїхало вчасно. Брату Максу, малій Олі, всій Україні, ну і, звісно, тобі. Нова пошта. 20 років для тебе. Big Data – цифровий шлейф, який залишає за собою людина. Він дає вам змогу проаналізувати ваших потенційних клієнтів за визначеними критеріями та систематизувати користувачів за їхніми інтересами. Серед більш ніж 18 мільйонів абонентів Vodafone по всій країні ви зможете знайти клієнтів, схожих на ваших. Ви описуєте вашу поточну клієнтську базу та формуєте детальний портрет вашого споживача, що дає змогу знайти схожих на нього нових клієнтів. Геоаналітика покаже на карті місця та час найбільшої концентрації ваших потенційних клієнтів, і ви зможете комунікувати з ними через онлайн-розсилку. Нарешті, ви будете впевнені, що ваше повідомлення побачать саме зацікавлені люди. Саме те, що необхідно вам. Наприклад, вам треба зацікавити людей річним абонементом до фітнес-комплексу. Поки ваші конкуренти друкують непотрібні листівки та розповсюджують їх навмання, ви залучаєте саме вашу цільову аудиторію. Vodafone Analytics моделює клієнтів за зазначеними критеріями, саме тих, кому буде цікава пропозиція, і дає вам змогу проінформувати їх. Може, ви фінансова установа, яка заохочує людей до кредитування? Ми проаналізуємо ваших клієнтів і знайдемо схожих на них людей. Або ви магазин одягу, якому треба зрозуміти портрет свого покупця. Ви описуєте ваших клієнтів і знаходите збіги. Якби ви були автомобільним магазином, то могли б розіслати інформування про свою акцію всім потенційним автомобілістам міста. Таргетована розсилка, лук-елайк, геоаналітика, портрет споживача – це неодмінна складова успіху вашого бізнесу. Vodafone Analytics.
А може, ну його це все? І купимо річну передплату Мегого зі знижкою 33%?
Це таке, чому раніше не казав?
Стільки прем'єр ще не передивлено.
Мегого. І вдома краще.
Україна. Дім. Європейське. Сучасне. Повне життя. Із запитом на нове. З жагою до незалежності. Енергія наших змін пульсує, вражає і захоплює. ДТЕК змінюється разом з Україною, впроваджує інновації та сучасні технології, щоб нас знали у світі. А енергія, що змінює країну, не закінчувалась ніколи. ДТЕК. Будуємо нову енергетику України.
Група компаній «Епіцентр» – інвестор номер 1 в Україні. Новий формат торговельних центрів в Україні – це інноваційні концепти, широкий асортимент, сучасне обладнання та європейський сервіс. Майже 20 торгових напрямків забезпечують кращі товари та унікальний клієнтський досвід. Понад 1,5 мільйони квадратних метрів торгової площі, 3000 компаній-постачальників, мільйон товарних пропозицій, понад 6 мільйонів учасників програми лояльності «Вигода». Ми стаємо ще кращими, комфортними, зручними та інноваційними для наших відвідувачів. Щомісяця інтернет-магазин «Епіцентр.ua» має понад 20 мільйонів відвідувань. Наші онлайн-продажі стають ще швидшими та доступнішими. А сучасні фулфілмент-центри забезпечують стабільну та налагоджену логістику. Транспортний парк «Епіцентру» є найбільшим в Україні. На вітчизняні та міжнародні автошляхи щодня виїжджає понад 3000 автомобілів, щоб доставити вчасно необхідний товар в торгові центри та до покупців. Наша гордість – виробництво завод керамічної плитки «Епіцентр Керамік Корпорейшн» з інноваційним високотехнологічним обладнанням. Постачає продукцію в понад 30 країн світу. А розбудова сучасних елеваторних хабів у структурі «Епіцентр Агро» покращує зернову інфраструктуру, забезпечує продовольчу безпеку країни. «Епіцентр» – соціально відповідальна компанія. Спільний проект «Епіцентр дітям» та фонду «Реал Мадрид» став найкращим в світі. Ми підтримуємо медичну галузь в Україні. Наша особлива підтримка спорту. Ми творимо майбутнє країни.
Welcome to the heart of Ukraine's green steel. Interpipe Steel is a place of modern views and technologies. The place where the future of the Ukrainian industry was born and is now developing, casting, and coming true. Interpipe Steel Company follows international standards. It's the largest private investment in the history of independent Ukraine. Innovative and eco-friendly, Interpipe Steel is the only company in the country which is running the European Green Deal policy. Policy for eco-modernization for achieving favorable climate goals. Products made out of our high-quality steel are represented in more than 80 countries. It is used in production of high-speed trains running in Europe, in pipes that cool every third building in Dubai. Our main mission is to create comfortable, eco-friendly conditions for the world and future generations. In order to achieve this, we constantly develop, support our partners, and foster their prosperity, improve living conditions in all regions of our country and in the world. Interpipe Steel, the place where the future is created.
Давайте знайомитись. Ми національний холдинг. Завдяки новітнім технологіям виробництва, найвищій якості продукції, котра відповідає запитам споживача та міцним позиціям на закордонних ринках, ми безперервно зростаємо, задаючи темп галузі агріфуд в Україні. Ось у чому питання. Як випікання хлібу зробити успішним, великим бізнесом? Для цього потрібно налагодити ефективні бізнес-процеси, займатися маркетингом, вчасно постачати товар та дотримуватися високих виробничих стандартів. HD Group допомагає бізнесу зростати, оптимізувати закупівельні та логістичні витрати, привести до ладу фінансові питання, вдосконалити виробничі процеси, запровадити сучасні технології управління, трансформували власну компанію та готові підтримати нові перспективні напрямки бізнесу.
Колись усе доставляли тільки дракони. Але тут приїхали двоє і сказали: тепер усе будемо возити ми. Дракони образились і полетіли геть. Так з'явилася нова пошта. І почалася ера відкриттів. В Одесі, Черкасах, Рівному, Львові та й взагалі всюди. Ідею зацінив відомий карпатський стартап. А потім ще один, і ще. І ось нова пошта вже доставляє 300 мільйонів посилок на рік. Відправити ж можна все. Тут раптом завівся кіт і почав обробляти по 3 посилки в секунду. Тож майбутнє ставало все ближче і ближче до тебе. Навіть на твоїй вулиці, у твоєму магазині, у твоєму басейні, у твоєму театрі, ну і в твоєму під'їзді. Тож саме зараз величезний механізм працює для того, щоб усе доїхало вчасно. Брату Максу, малій Олі, всій Україні. Ну і, звісно, тобі. Нова пошта. 20 років для тебе. Big Data – цифровий шлейф, який залишає за собою людина. Він дає вам змогу проаналізувати ваших потенційних клієнтів за визначеними критеріями та систематизувати користувачів за їхніми інтересами. Серед більш ніж 18 мільйонів абонентів Vodafone по всій країні ви зможете знайти клієнтів, схожих на ваших. Ви описуєте вашу поточну клієнтську базу та формуєте детальний портрет вашого споживача, що дає змогу знайти схожих на нього нових клієнтів. Геоаналітика покаже на карті місця та час найбільшої концентрації ваших потенційних клієнтів, і ви зможете комунікувати з ними через онлайн-розсилку. Нарешті, ви будете впевнені, що ваше повідомлення побачать саме зацікавлені люди. Саме те, що необхідно вам. Наприклад, вам треба зацікавити людей річним абонементом до фітнес-комплексу. Поки ваші конкуренти друкують непотрібні листівки та розповсюджують їх навмання, ви залучаєте саме вашу цільову аудиторію. Vodafone Analytics моделює клієнтів за зазначеними критеріями, саме тих, кому буде цікава пропозиція, і дає вам змогу проінформувати їх. Може, ви фінансова установа, яка заохочує людей до кредитування? Ми проаналізуємо ваших клієнтів і знайдемо схожих на них людей. Або ви магазин одягу, якому треба зрозуміти портрет свого покупця.
Ви описуєте ваших клієнтів і знаходите збіги. Якби ви були автомобільним магазином, то могли б розіслати інформування про свою акцію всім потенційним автомобілістам міста. Таргетована розсилка, лук-елайк, геоаналітика, портрет споживача – це неодмінна складова успіху вашого бізнесу. Vodafone Analytics.
А може, ну його це все? Яку помирічну передплату Мегого зі знижкою 33%?
Що таке, чому раніше не казав?
Стільки прем'єр, що не передивлено.
Мегого. І вдома краще.
Україна. Дім. Європейське. Сучасне. Повне життя. Із запитом на нове. З жагою до незалежності. Енергія наших змін пульсує, вражає і захоплює. ДТЕК змінюється разом з Україною, впроваджує інновації та сучасні технології, щоб нас знали у світі. А енергія, що змінює країну, не закінчувалась ніколи. ДТЕК. Будуємо нову енергетику України.
Група компаній «Епіцентр» – інвестор номер 1 в Україні. Новий формат торговельних центрів в Україні – це інноваційні концепти, широкий асортимент, сучасне обладнання та європейський сервіс. Майже 20 торгових напрямків забезпечують кращі товари та унікальний клієнтський досвід. Понад 1,5 мільйони квадратних метрів торгової площі, 3000 компаній-постачальників, мільйон товарних пропозицій, понад 6 мільйонів учасників програми лояльності «Вигода». Ми стаємо ще кращими, комфортними, зручними та інноваційними для наших відвідувачів. Щомісяця інтернет-магазин «Епіцентр.ua» має понад 20 мільйонів відвідувань. Наші онлайн-продажі стають ще швидшими та доступнішими. А сучасні фулфілмент-центри забезпечують стабільну та налагоджену логістику. Транспортний парк «Епіцентру» є найбільшим в Україні. На вітчизняні та міжнародні автошляхи щодня виїжджає понад 3000 автомобілів, щоб доставити вчасно необхідний товар в торгові центри та до покупців. Наша гордість – виробництво завод керамічної плитки «Епіцентр Керамік Корпорейшн» з інноваційним високотехнологічним обладнанням. Постачає продукцію в понад 30 країн світу. А розбудова сучасних елеваторних хабів у структурі «Епіцентр Агро» покращує зернову інфраструктуру, забезпечує продовольчу безпеку країни. «Епіцентр» – соціально відповідальна компанія. Спільний проект «Епіцентр дітям» та фонду «Реал Мадрид» став найкращим в світі. Ми підтримуємо медичну галузь в Україні. Наша особлива підтримка спорту. Ми творимо майбутнє країни.
Welcome to the heart of Ukraine's green steel. Interpipe Steel is a place of modern views and technologies. The place where the future of the Ukrainian industry was born and is now developing, casting, and coming true. Interpipe Steel Company follows international standards. It's the largest private investment in the history of independent Ukraine. Innovative and eco-friendly, Interpipe Steel is the only company in the country which is running the European Green Deal policy. Policy for eco-modernization for achieving favorable climate goals. Products made out of our high-quality steel are represented in more than 80 countries. It is used in production of high-speed trains running in Europe, in pipes that cool every third building in Dubai. Our main mission is to create comfortable, eco-friendly conditions for the world and future generations. In order to achieve this, we constantly develop, support our partners, and foster their prosperity. improve living conditions in all regions of our country and in the world. Interpipe Steel, the place where the future is created.
Давайте знайомитись. Ми національний холдинг. Завдяки новітнім технологіям виробництва, найвищій якості продукції, котра відповідає запитам споживача та міцним позиціям на закордонних ринках, ми безперервно зростаємо, задаючи темп галузі агріфуд в Україні. Ось у чому питання. Як випікання хлібу зробити успішним, великим бізнесом? Для цього потрібно налагодити ефективні бізнес-процеси, займатися маркетингом, вчасно постачати товар та дотримуватися високих виробничих стандартів. HD Group допомагає бізнесу зростати, оптимізувати закупівельні та логістичні витрати, привести до ладу фінансові питання, вдосконалити виробничі процеси, запровадити сучасні технології управління, трансформували власну компанію та готові підтримати нові перспективні напрямки бізнесу.
Колись усе доставляли тільки дракони. Але тут приїхали двоє і сказали: тепер усе будемо возити ми. Дракони образились і полетіли геть. Так з'явилася нова пошта. І почалася ера відкриттів. В Одесі, Черкасах, Рівному, Львові та й взагалі всюди. Ідею зацінив відомий карпатський стартап. А потім ще один, і ще. І ось нова пошта вже доставляє 300 мільйонів посилок на рік. Відправити ж можна все. Тут раптом завівся кіт і почав обробляти по 3 посилки в секунду. Тож майбутнє ставало все ближче і ближче до тебе. Навіть на твоїй вулиці, у твоєму магазині, у твоєму басейні, у твоєму театрі, ну і в твоєму під'їзді. Тож саме зараз величезний механізм працює для того, щоб усе доїхало вчасно. Брату Максу, малій Олі, всій Україні, ну і, звісно, тобі. Нова пошта. 20 років для тебе.
Big Data – цифровий шлейф, який залишає за собою людина. Він дає вам змогу проаналізувати ваших потенційних клієнтів за визначеними критеріями та систематизувати користувачів за їхніми інтересами. Серед більш ніж 18 мільйонів абонентів Vodafone по всій країні ви зможете знайти клієнтів, схожих на ваших. Ви описуєте вашу поточну клієнтську базу та формуєте детальний портрет вашого споживача, що дає змогу знайти схожих на нього нових клієнтів. Геоаналітика покаже на карті місця та час найбільшої концентрації ваших потенційних клієнтів, і ви зможете комунікувати з ними через онлайн-розсилку. Нарешті, ви будете впевнені, що ваше повідомлення побачать саме зацікавлені люди. Саме те, що необхідно вам. Наприклад, вам треба зацікавити людей річним абонементом до фітнес-комплексу. Поки ваші конкуренти друкують непотрібні листівки та розповсюджують їх навмання, ви залучаєте саме вашу цільову аудиторію. Vodafone Analytics моделює клієнтів за зазначеними критеріями, саме тих, кому буде цікава пропозиція, і дає вам змогу проінформувати їх. Може, ви фінансова установа, яка заохочує людей до кредитування? Ми проаналізуємо ваших клієнтів і знайдемо схожих на них людей. Або ви магазин одягу, якому треба зрозуміти портрет свого покупця. Ви описуєте ваших клієнтів і знаходите збіги. Якби ви були автомобільним магазином, то могли б розіслати інформування про свою акцію всім потенційним автомобілістам міста. Таргетована розсилка, лук-елайк, геоаналітика, портрет споживача – це неодмінна складова успіху вашого бізнесу. Vodafone Analytics.
А може, ну його це все? Яку помирічну передплату Мегого зі знижкою 33%?
Цю таке чому раніше не казав?
Стільки прем'єр ще не передивлено.
Мегого. І вдома краще.
Україна. Дім. Європейське. Сучасне. Повне життя. Із запитом на нове. З жагою до незалежності. Енергія наших змін пульсує, вражає і захоплює. ДТЕК змінюється разом з Україною, впроваджує інновації та сучасні технології, щоб нас знали у світі. А енергія, що змінює країну, не закінчувалась ніколи. ДТЕК. Будуємо нову енергетику України.
Група компаній «Епіцентр» – інвестор номер 1 в Україні. Новий формат торговельних центрів в Україні – це інноваційні концепти, широкий асортимент, сучасне обладнання та європейський сервіс. Майже 20 торгових напрямків забезпечують кращі товари та унікальний клієнтський досвід. Понад 1,5 мільйони квадратних метрів торгової площі, 3000 компаній-постачальників, мільйон товарних пропозицій, понад 6 мільйонів учасників програми лояльності «Вигода». Ми стаємо ще кращими, комфортними, зручними та інноваційними для наших відвідувачів. Щомісяця інтернет-магазин «Епіцентр.ЮА» має понад 20 мільйонів відвідувань. Наші онлайн-продажі стають ще швидшими та доступнішими. А сучасні фулфілмент-центри забезпечують стабільну та налагоджену логістику. Транспортний парк «Епіцентру» є найбільшим в Україні. На вітчизняні та міжнародні автошляхи щодня виїжджає понад 3000 автомобілів, щоб доставити вчасно необхідний товар в торгові центри та до покупців. Наша гордість – виробництво завод керамічної плитки «Епіцентр Керамік Корпорейшн» з інноваційним високотехнологічним обладнанням. Постачає продукцію в понад 30 країн світу. А розбудова сучасних елеваторних хабів у структурі «Епіцентр Агро» покращує зернову інфраструктуру, забезпечує продовольчу безпеку країни. Епіцентр соціально відповідальна компанія. Спільний проект «Епіцентр дітям» та фонду «Реал Мадрид» став найкращим в світі. Ми підтримуємо медичну галузь в Україні. Наша особлива підтримка спорту. Ми творимо майбутнє країни.
Welcome to the heart of Ukraine's green steel. Interpipe Steel is a place of modern views and technologies. The place where the future of the Ukrainian industry was born and is now developing, casting, and coming true. Interpipe Steel Company follows international standards. It's the largest private investment in the history of independent Ukraine. Innovative and eco-friendly, Interpipe Steel is the only company in the country which is running the European Green Deal policy. Policy for eco-modernization for achieving favorable climate goals. Products made out of our high-quality steel are represented in more than 80 countries. It is used in production of high-speed trains running in Europe, in pipes that cool every third building in Dubai. Our main mission is to create comfortable, eco-friendly conditions for the world and future generations. In order to achieve this, we constantly develop, support our partners, and foster their prosperity, improve living conditions in all regions of our country and in the world. Interpipe Steel, the place where the future is created.
Давайте знайомитись. Ми національний холдинг. Завдяки новітнім технологіям виробництва, найвищій якості продукції, котра відповідає запитам споживача та міцним позиціям на закордонних ринках, ми безперервно зростаємо, задаючи темп галузі агріфуд в Україні. Ось у чому питання. Як випікання хлібу зробити успішним, великим бізнесом? Для цього потрібно налагодити ефективні бізнес-процеси, займатись маркетингом, вчасно постачати товар та дотримуватися високих виробничих стандартів. HD Group допомагає бізнесу зростати, оптимізувати закупівельні та логістичні витрати, привести до ладу фінансові питання, вдосконалити виробничі процеси, запровадити сучасні технології управління, трансформували власну компанію та готові підтримати нові перспективні напрямки бізнесу.
Колись усе доставляли тільки дракони. Але тут приїхали двоє і сказали: тепер усе будемо возити ми. Дракони образились і полетіли геть. Так з'явилася нова пошта. І почалася ера відкриттів. В Одесі, Черкасах, Рівному, Львові та й взагалі всюди. Ідею зацінив відомий карпатський стартап. А потім ще один, і ще. І ось нова пошта вже доставляє 300 мільйонів посилок на рік. Відправити ж можна все. Тут раптом завівся кіт і почав обробляти по 3 посилки в секунду. Тож майбутнє ставало все ближче і ближче до тебе. Навіть на твоїй вулиці, у твоєму магазині, у твоєму басейні, у твоєму театрі, ну і в твоєму під'їзді. Тож саме зараз величезний механізм працює для того, щоб усе доїхало вчасно. Брату Максу, малій Олі, всій Україні, ну і, звісно, тобі. Нова пошта. 20 років для тебе.
Big Data – цифровий шлейф, який залишає за собою людина. Він дає вам змогу проаналізувати ваших потенційних клієнтів за визначеними критеріями та систематизувати користувачів за їхніми інтересами. Серед більш ніж 18 мільйонів абонентів Vodafone по всій країні ви зможете знайти клієнтів, схожих на ваших. Ви описуєте вашу поточну клієнтську базу та формуєте детальний портрет вашого споживача, що дає змогу знайти схожих на нього нових клієнтів. Геоаналітика покаже на карті місця та час найбільшої концентрації ваших потенційних клієнтів, і ви зможете комунікувати з ними через онлайн-розсилку. Нарешті, ви будете впевнені, що ваше повідомлення побачать саме зацікавлені люди. Саме те, що необхідно вам. Наприклад, вам треба зацікавити людей річним абонементом до фітнес-комплексу. Поки ваші конкуренти друкують непотрібні листівки та розповсюджують їх навмання, ви залучаєте саме вашу цільову аудиторію. Vodafone Analytics моделює клієнтів за зазначеними критеріями, саме тих, кому буде цікава пропозиція, і дає вам змогу проінформувати їх. Може, ви фінансова установа, яка заохочує людей до кредитування? Ми проаналізуємо ваших клієнтів і знайдемо схожих на них людей. Або ви магазин одягу, якому треба зрозуміти портрет свого покупця. Ви описуєте ваших клієнтів і знаходите збіги. Якби ви були автомобільним магазином, то могли б розіслати інформування про свою акцію всім потенційним автомобілістам міста. Таргетована розсилка, лук-елайк, геоаналітика, портрет споживача – це неодмінна складова успіху вашого бізнесу. Vodafone Analytics.
А може, ну його це все? І купимо річну передплату Мегого зі знижкою 33%?
Це таке, чому раніше не казав?
Стільки прем'єр ще не передивлено.
Мегого. І вдома краще.
Україна. Дім. Європейське. Сучасне. Повне життя. Із запитом на нове. З жагою до незалежності. Енергія наших змін пульсує, вражає і захоплює. ДТЕК змінюється разом з Україною, впроваджує інновації та сучасні технології, щоб нас знали у світі. А енергія, що змінює країну, не закінчувалась ніколи. ДТЕК. Будуємо нову енергетику України.
Група компаній «Епіцентр» – інвестор номер 1 в Україні. Новий формат торговельних центрів в Україні – це інноваційні концепти, широкий асортимент, сучасне обладнання та європейський сервіс. Майже 20 торгових напрямків забезпечують кращі товари та унікальний клієнтський досвід. Понад 1,5 мільйони квадратних метрів торгової площі, 3000 компаній-постачальників, мільйон товарних пропозицій, понад 6 мільйонів учасників програми лояльності «Вигода». Ми стаємо ще кращими, комфортними, зручними та інноваційними для наших відвідувачів. Щомісяця інтернет-магазин «Епіцентр.ua» має понад 20 мільйонів відвідувань. Наші онлайн-продажі стають ще швидшими та доступнішими. А сучасні фулфілмент-центри забезпечують стабільну та налагоджену логістику. Транспортний парк «Епіцентру» є найбільшим в Україні. На вітчизняні та міжнародні автошляхи щодня виїжджає понад 3000 автомобілів, щоб доставити вчасно необхідний товар в торгові центри та до покупців. Наша гордість – виробництво завод керамічної плитки «Епіцентр Керамік Корпорейшн» з інноваційним високотехнологічним обладнанням. Постачає продукцію в понад 30 країн світу. А розбудова сучасних елеваторних хабів у структурі «Епіцентр Агро» покращує зернову інфраструктуру, забезпечує продовольчу безпеку країни. «Епіцентр» – соціально відповідальна компанія. Спільний проект «Епіцентр дітям» та фонду «Реал Мадрид» став найкращим в світі. Ми підтримуємо медичну галузь в Україні. Наша особлива підтримка спорту. Ми творимо майбутнє країни.
Welcome to the heart of Ukraine's green steel. Interpipe Steel is a place of modern views and technologies. The place where the future of the Ukrainian industry was born and is now developing, casting, and coming true. Interpipe Steel Company follows international standards. It's the largest private investment in the history of independent Ukraine. Innovative and eco-friendly, Interpipe Steel is the only company in the country which is running the European Green Deal policy. policy for eco-modernization for achieving favorable climate goals. Products made out of our high-quality steel are represented in more than 80 countries. It is used in production of high-speed trains running in Europe, in pipes that cool every third building in Dubai. Our main mission is to create comfortable, eco-friendly conditions for the world and future generations. In order to achieve this, we constantly develop, support our partners, and foster their prosperity, improve living conditions in all regions of our country and in the world. Interpipe Steel, the place where the future is created.
Давайте знайомитись. Ми національний холдинг. Завдяки новітнім технологіям виробництва, найвищій якості продукції, котра відповідає запитам споживача та міцним позиціям на закордонних ринках, ми безперервно зростаємо, задаючи темп галузі агріфуд в Україні. Ось у чому питання. Як випікання хлібу зробити успішним, великим бізнесом? Для цього потрібно налагодити ефективні бізнес-процеси, займатися маркетингом, вчасно постачати товар та дотримуватися високих виробничих стандартів. HD Group допомагає бізнесу зростати, оптимізувати закупівельні та логістичні витрати, привести до ладу фінансові питання, вдосконалити виробничі процеси, запровадити сучасні технології управління, трансформували власну компанію та готові підтримати нові перспективні напрямки бізнесу.
Колись усе доставляли тільки дракони. Але тут приїхали двоє і сказали: тепер усе будемо возити ми. Дракони образились і полетіли геть. Так з'явилася нова пошта. І почалася ера відкриттів. В Одесі, Черкасах, Рівному, Львові та й взагалі всюди. Ідею зацінив відомий карпатський стартап. А потім ще один, і ще. І ось нова пошта вже доставляє 300 мільйонів посилок на рік. Відправити ж можна все. Тут раптом завівся кіт. і почав обробляти по 3 посилки в секунду. Тож майбутнє ставало все ближче і ближче до тебе. Навіть на твоїй вулиці, у твоєму магазині, у твоєму басейні, у твоєму театрі, ну і в твоєму під'їзді. Тож саме зараз величезний механізм працює для того, щоб усе доїхало вчасно. Брату Максу, малій Олі, всій Україні. Ну і, звісно, тобі. Нова пошта. 20 років для тебе.
Big Data – цифровий шлейф, який залишає за собою людина. Він дає вам змогу проаналізувати ваших потенційних клієнтів за визначеними критеріями та систематизувати користувачів за їхніми інтересами. Серед більш ніж 18 мільйонів абонентів Vodafone по всій країні ви зможете знайти клієнтів, схожих на ваших. Ви описуєте вашу поточну клієнтську базу та формуєте детальний портрет вашого споживача, що дає змогу знайти схожих на нього нових клієнтів. Геоаналітика покаже на карті місця та час найбільшої концентрації ваших потенційних клієнтів, і ви зможете комунікувати з ними через онлайн-розсилку. Нарешті, ви будете впевнені, що ваше повідомлення побачать саме зацікавлені люди. Саме те, що необхідно вам. Наприклад, вам треба зацікавити людей річним абонементом до фітнес-комплексу. Поки ваші конкуренти друкують непотрібні листівки та розповсюджують їх навмання, ви залучаєте саме вашу цільову аудиторію. Vodafone Analytics моделює клієнтів за зазначеними критеріями, саме тих, кому буде цікава пропозиція, і дає вам змогу проінформувати їх. Може, ви фінансова установа, яка заохочує людей до кредитування? Ми проаналізуємо ваших клієнтів і знайдемо схожих на них людей. Або ви магазин одягу, якому треба зрозуміти портрет свого покупця. Ви описуєте ваших клієнтів і знаходите збіги. Якби ви були автомобільним магазином, то могли б розіслати інформування про свою акцію всім потенційним автомобілістам міста. Таргетована розсилка, лук-елайк, геоаналітика, портрет споживача – це неодмінна складова успіху вашого бізнесу. Vodafone Analytics.
А може, ну його це все? Яку помирічну передплату Мегого зі знижкою 33%?
Чудо, а чому раніше не казав?
Стільки прем'єр ще не передивлено.
Мегого. І вдома краще.
Згідно підписаних місць,
So according to the seat, you can see your name written on the seat. So, it's not okay. You can choose the seating of your own desire. Okay, good day, dear colleagues. We're starting our next panel, and I would like to say that the panel is very relevant for everyone, and I think will be very interesting for everyone of us. The new business strategy for the new economy, and when we have discussed of what do we mean by that, a new strategy for the new economy, we have started to question when did the old economy end, how long this new economy will last, and whether the world of this constant need to adapt to the conditions that are coming will ever change to become more sustainable. So we're going to be speaking about the sustainable strategies as well. My name is Markian Malski. I am the attorney at law and partner in Altsinger Law Firm, and I am the honorary consul of Austria to Lviv and the head of the business association in Western Ukraine. And today, as of our panel, is rich with outstanding entrepreneurs, the one who drives the world with their choices, drives Ukraine with their choices. I love this panel very much, and it's a pleasure for me to introduce you my today's panelists. So I think that if Charles Darwin would have written his theory today, he would be writing on the adaptation need and skills, and not the stronger would survive, but the one who is capable to adaptation. So our ever-changing world has also created the multiple challenges that have forced the interpreters to take more interesting choices as well in the last time. So what is needed to be done? What kind of strategy you should adapt? What you have learned in the, I hope, post-COVID world, but even though we have 16,000 people with COVID today in Ukraine, what should we take attention to? And we would like to listen to some business hacks from you. How do you work with your businesses right now? We'll talk with teams and HR management, lots of other things to cover, but I'm sure that we'll manage to do that. I would like to also ask our audience to send your questions to our speakers through the Telegraph bots. So please address your questions in the chat. I will briefly introduce all of our speakers at the panel, even though I do believe that you are all aware of all those speakers. You have heard about them a lot and you know them. But let me introduce you. Vyacheslav Klimov, the famous Ukrainian entrepreneur. For more than 20 years, they have been already developing the Nova Poshta company, and they have been also implementing the dreams for those people who are dreaming of their own aircraft, because we have heard that Nova Poshta is going to create their own airlines. That will be a good question, because you know that Nova Poshta is the leader in the express delivery sector in Ukraine. Then please welcome Vyacheslav Lysenko. He is also a Ukrainian entrepreneur and investor. I think one of the best experts in Ukraine on the issues of making business with China. And he's overall an expert in Ukraine-China relations. He has experience of working with China and distant countries starting from 1994. He is an expert in the customs law, and he knows more about the effective building of the work with customs. He's an expert in the economical external relations, and he is an expert of Ukraine-China communication company. With a great delight, I would like to also welcome Victoria Tihipka, the founding partner of the TI Ventures Fund, the fund that has been investing into multiple different innovative internet projects in Ukraine, in US, in Europe. The fund has already founded more than 100 companies, and the fund has also created the iClub, the Investors Club, and actually the closed community for angel investors in order to create the ecosystems of private investment. Victoria has also been the initiator of creating the free of charge clubs of programming for children, the Code Club UA, a really cool idea for children who are learning how to code. And she's a co-founder for the WTAG, the closed community for the leaders, women leaders in IT and the tech businesses. And I think you are all aware that she's also the president of Odessa International Film Festival. The final speaker for today is Volodymyr Lempe, the founder, owner, and the CEO of the Spectech Osnaska Ltd. Out of this years, the company that has been founded in Kamianska city, that used to be called Dniprodzerzhinsk, is now turned to become a leader in Ukraine and is known in Ukraine and all over the world for the production of the high quality molds for creating plastics. They are providing all of the needed materials for the cars created by Volkswagen and Volvo and other companies. So that is one of the most important companies for the automobile industries. So let us start with a very simple question. How did you go through COVID? What have you learned through COVID times? What was the hardest for you in your adaptation to the COVID reality? I would like to ask you to do it 2 minutes each, and then we will get back to the strategy of your companies and what are you going to. And we'll have a better discussion to each and every one of you on what is the scope of your interest. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, of course, the COVID crisis has been a significant challenge for all of the businesses that we've had and for our businesses as well. I think that the most important output for us was the following. That in order to not only to survive, we don't want just to simply survive, we wanted to succeed even under those conditions. That is the mission of every businessman, that in order to succeed under those circumstances that we have right now, you need to have more adaptive skills, and you have to make your decisions faster. Not just faster, but also you have to execute your decisions faster. Because one thing is about making a decision, to have this decision made in a cabinet that's, in the framework of your CEO or your board would make a decision, 30,000 people will now wear masks, and you'll teach them to do whatever they have done before in a completely different way in order to fulfill all of the security needs for our clients and for ourselves as well. And a complete different thing is to make this machine, this aircraft, in a single moment of time to shift its direction and start behaving in a completely different way. So first of all, the response speed, the manageability of the company, so that the company could complete all of the needed commands, to do that in the fastest pace, not only to do that in a week or in months that used to be before, but sometimes to be able to respond in hours but not days. The speed of reaction, the known how to adapt. Another outcome that we have drawn to ourselves after the COVID, and maybe I am stepping to the main topic of our today's panel and our today's discussion, I do believe that there is a huge demand for talents right now, a huge demand for talents that work inside of the companies right now. If before, let us call it during the peaceful times, you might have allowed yourself to build the team of the really strong middleman. Let's say like I'm going to be using this kind of terms from football. You might have had the players in the middle grounds. So right now, everything is being so acute, and I'm speaking about the COVID crisis, and I'm talking about the overall age of the new economy. Everything is now that acute and that fast that maybe I think the main thing right now, the main battlefield today for the management and administration is actually fighting for talents and training your talents. And the third lesson that we have learned for ourselves is basically that this time has taught us to be more open and to talk more. Because right now, the demand for communication, the need of communicating truth, the need of not being tricky, of not being ludicrous, of keeping up with your promises. This is an important issue right now. Those are our lessons learned from COVID crisis. Thank you. Okay, Vyacheslav, you're dealing with Ukraine and China issues for a longer period of time, and we have spoken today and yesterday that logistics had increased its scales. So what can you say right now? How did the COVID influence the trade with China, and where are we going to? What's going to happen next? Well, there's a couple of things that I wanted to say about the crisis because, in China, the word crisis is made out of two hieroglyphs. So basically, it's one of them is the losses, the other one is opportunities. And, starting from 1994, I think that half of me is already Chinese. And in China, they say you should not think about the losses. The losses will bother you on their own means. You will lose everything that you have to lose during crisis, but still try to look for the opportunities during the times of crisis as well. I think that we also see how much China has won out of those crises and out of those coronavirus problems, starting with selling all of the materials and ending up with this logistics that you have mentioned on your own is now growing. Chinese men, they're making their decision fast and they're following the decision. Okay, what's the situation with COVID in China? Because we have heard that it's already ceased to be in China and we hear nothing about it right now. Well, there are many different questions about how did the COVID end, because how can you localize the disease in such a big country? I think that the vaccination has started in around 2 months. Even maybe unofficial vaccination, because basically you would not be able to fight the problem of coronavirus with a population of 1.5 billion people. It's a question. But then they know how to seize the moment. They know how to seize the opportunities. They know how to adapt to any situation coming. That's true. I'm also frequently being asked when the overall freight will fall and logistics will fall. Well, first of all, in the next 6 months, it will not. It will only increase. So the booking for the aircraft logistics was already more than $159. I think it will always call it 12 because we will pay for that as well, because we also are dependable on this Chinese needle. And if we speak about what kind of opportunity it gives us, we have to consider that as well. For example, for our company, I can say that we made the biggest breakthroughs in the moment of those recent crises. The best investment, the increase of the monetization of the company, it's only have been done because we always have been sticking to one focus. We have seen some opportunities. We tried to find the opportunities that we couldn't see. When we found this opportunity, we started act straight away. And based on this, I believe that the monetization of our company has increased by 2 or 3 times. Thank you. Victoria. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Well, as far as we're dealing with venture businesses, so adapting and being ready to risk, that is something that is in the DNA of the venture investor. So we always have been highly adaptable, and the COVID-19 has only accelerated those processes. If we have tried to review the verticals when we have invested, so the TA Ventures has already had 181 new investments and just 33 new investments out of the 3 months. So the processes have accelerated. We have more money. We have to know how to use them in the right way. We actually understand we have just stepped into this COVID era. We are not getting out of it yet. We have increased our own direction of tech. We are investment both in Europe and in the US, where we strongly believe in creating the companies of the iTech. We are following and tracking digital health and everything that connected to that. We are empowering all of those verticals that are currently relevant. The remote work and everything that gives you the opportunities for the remote work, the soft, the price tag. There's a lot of interesting companies raising due to the 70% of people are currently can be working remotely under the new format of the corporations and companies. Most of the corporations have also offered the people to work not only from their own countries of residence or just one city of residence. You can work abroad as well. So right now we're providing the safety of work, which is very important, the cybersecurity of work and the opportunity to communicate and collaborate with teams. So we are looking into these directions as well. Of course, understanding the situation that we've had with COVID, those problems with deliveries that used to be not only in Ukraine, but also in the world and in Europe. So we started to invest as well into the logistics and providing this opportunity to receive everything in 15 minutes time. This is something that the Amazon has provided to us. And right now, this is our new reality. We have made 5 new investments into European countries, in the UK, in the US, in New York. We have made those new investments. In Japan, we had our first investment, in Australia, in Canada. So basically we're investing into logistics. The new logistics, the new mobility is the reshifting and rethinking about everything. Our portfolio company has now received an order for 500 delivery robots. So the world is changing. We're following the trend, and the team has also started to work. We have broadened the partners. We have 3 venture partners. We have the ventures managers. We are all located in Europe and in US, so it was very easy for us to work. But a lot of our colleagues, they have to make the transition. I went to Berlin. I have been to Berlin last year. Just yesterday, I've just almost missed my flight. I have understood that the UK has changed the regulations. I cannot go to London, even though we have the iClub opening there. So basically, we are living on in everyday changing world. So every day something changes, every week something changes. So psychologically it's very important for us and for the team to preserve this certain level of calmness, the real calmness, and to know how to deal with stresses, because the stresses have started to appear from the places you would never believe would come before. Thank you, Volodymyr. You're the representative of the classical businesses, and we've heard from Victoria that right now we're living on the powder box. So basically, historically, leader would be a person who maybe wouldn't be ready for this kind of a constant powder boxes. By the way, visit Volodymyr's site. You have a lot of people working for them, especially the people from the humanities. You'll see a lot of nice technical things. But basically, Volodymyr, how do you live right now? Because a lot of people have heard that the automotive sector has some troubles right now. You don't have enough chips. I'm very interested in why would you should have chips in every single detail, but that's a different question. Your position, what do you think about that? Our company has been operating since 1989, so we have survived a lot of local and international crises. We had the crisis in the automotive industry in 2009 when we have the downfall of scale of production. In 2019, we had the exhibition in Germany on the processing of the plastic components, and at those exhibitions we could have already seen that there were some problems with the automotive production, in that sense that people do not want to buy the combustion engines, that they're already looking for the electrical engines already. They don't want to use the traditional cars, as we can call that. So that is well, at that moment we have already started to search for the alternative ways. We have had the 60 or 70% of the automobile industries, and we started to focus on searching for Ukrainian clients, domestic clients for our product as well. So when the crisis hit, the share of Ukrainian clients has increased for us, and the share of the automotive industry has decreased for us. And we're quite inertious businesses. We are working in time. So the first half of the year for us was quite inertious, and we have been still working with the automotive industries and their orders. But then when we are working with, for example, additional stereo systems, the corpuses for the stereo systems of the cars, we had a downfall with that. In a couple of months, the production wasn't working. I live in Kamyansk, and so every day I work at the plant, and we're making these decisions in a really fast pace at our plant. What is very important that our team has been working for many years. The people know what they're doing, what they're responsible for. So there's no shocking situation for all of us, and it's quite clear that you cannot remotely run a machine or process the product. So that is why we have never considered the remote work for our workshops. It is impossible for us. But the salespeople, there's just a very small percentage of all of our people working. So we still had new opportunities. We started to volunteer for producing the protective shields for the hospitals. It's still in high demand. We have grown the sales inside of Ukraine significantly because we are always also producing some packagings, and people have stayed at home, and so the consumption has grown as well for the food products, which given us the opportunity to sell more as well. Moreover, we're working in the automotive sectors, and we have been working with some of the companies as well that have been producing the products abroad. And throughout the times of the crisis, they have increased their sales and they have increased in their consumption. So we have been starting to provide them more products. Okay, thank you. So we'll follow the Chinese philosophy, and I really liked this moment. You should not care about the losses. The losses will find you still. But okay, let us talk about not the losses, but about the opportunities. A lot of your businesses have passed this time successfully. And speaking on this title of our panel, we haven't understood where did it all started and for how long this new economy will last. I think this adaptivity time is going to stay with us for a longer period of time, and I think that this sustainability that we all would like to see, we will not going to see that in the closest years. And in this case, I've said, people dream of skies. You've dreamed more, and you're right now is that you're now going into the not only in the transportation, but now this information has turned out public that you would like to buy your airline. So how did you go to that? So do you see any obstacles on this absolutely new direction for you? I'm not sure that anyone has their own private airline, so I think you're going to be the trendsetter. So do you think you will be followed? Well, I'll start with the end. Whether the people are going to do the same. Yes, of course they will. The people are going to copy us. That's a normal thing to do. And I'm sure that just recently we've had this amount of meetings in our company, and we have said that our management should be ready, so that we're always going to be pioneers and people are going to be always following us. That's the good thing to happen. That's the normal thing to do. And we have to recall the experience of Toyota, because as lots of people know, that Toyota was always really welcoming all of the friends and competitors, showing them their production lines. So basically, they always welcome in that, because while the competitors are going to be building the same, they're going to create a different generation of what they're building. For us, we have already, for multiple years already, we have been the leading international delivery service. I cannot say that we are number one right now, but we are in the leading position still there, and we're really fastly developing and trying to develop it properly. As far as the scales of delivery are constantly growing, the demand on quality from the side of our clients, the expectations of our clients on the delivery, there also increases all the time. We have faced that idea that we have to prolong the control line for our logistics. So in order to provide the high quality that is now needed by the clients, to provide them the same level of service that we provide while we deliver in Ukraine. Well, of course, in our understanding, the customer wants, people do not want to face any difficulties in deliveries. Their main goal is very simple. Their main goal for the people is to receive this phone, or to get their sneakers. So they don't really want to think on in what way the delivery works. Sometimes people don't even want to care, or just don't want even to think of where this delivery comes from. The main goal for the people is start using this phone or start wearing these sneakers. So in our understanding, the delivery from, let us say, New York should be at least comparable to the time of the delivery for the territory of Ukraine. And as far as the company has already taught our clients about the good delivery in Ukraine, thus it means that, and we do that gladly, we have to use the same standards for the international delivery as well. So this desire to be needed by the clients, this desire and eagerness to deliver in the fastest and the most quality way, it actually given us the opportunity to prolong the line. And of course, in this case, we have started this delivery between the continents and between the countries. If the automotive international transport, we have already used that, then, the aircrafts and air delivery, we used to work with our partners, and we're really grateful to our partners. We will continue in collaborating with all of our partners in that as well. But this potential for growth had been something that we've needed to try as well, and we've needed to have it as an additional resources. That is why we wanted to have the, again, cargo airline. It's not a passenger airline, it's a cargo airline. And as a company, we're very ambitious. And of course, we have made this first step into that. I do believe that in a year, due to really complex regulatory issues, I do hope that in a year, or maybe in a year, or in 10 months, or in 12 months, we'll be able to complete our first flight. But still, we believe that it's still a very ambitious step for us, and this ambitious has been reflected even in the title of this ambition, because we've given it a name of Supernova Airlines. So the supernova, then basically that's a term that's a definition from the astronomy. That's called that's astronomical term that speaks about the supernova star. This when the star starts shining 10 times more than it used to be. So that's why to be continued. Okay, Vyacheslav, you have 30,000 employees. You consider robotization as some kind of a next step for your company? For us, the automation or robotization is no longer something exotic, is no longer a step to the future, because that's already something that we currently live with. In our company, the flows have been divided into two main components, the cargo delivery and the parcels delivery. So the cargo deliveries and the cargo flow has almost fully been processed with the help of robots. I do believe that a lot of people have already seen those videos from our KIEF Innovation Terminal, where the robotized carriers there are carrying the carrying the heavy and non-standard carriages. We have talked to Victoria about that just a couple of minutes ago. This is something that is an everyday life of our company. We cannot work without those. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Vyacheslav. Now let us go to China. In the pre-COVID times, it was completely normal to consider making business with China. So how to organize our production lines there? What is the situation today? We have discussed a lot among businesses that China might be an investor to Ukraine, and there is a new trend right now to think that maybe it's high time to shift the transition, the production line from China to Ukraine. Is that reality or still fantasies? Okay, let us do it one by one. China wants to invest into Ukraine. Let's discuss this. Sometimes when I'm saying that I work with China, my wife says like with all China, with half of China, with a part of China, because China is huge. Whether China wants to invest in Ukraine, China wants to invest into countries or into places where they will be able to protect their own interest and where their investment will be used. Is Ukraine like that? Not yet. Otherwise, we would have already seen the huge number of Chinese investment to Ukraine. Right now, we can see them mostly on paper than in reality. China is always, first of all, starts out with the state industries, and then they have the business investment in place. But what did the crisis show? And speaking about the increase of prices for the logistics and delivery, we currently have a lot of demand from the Chinese businesses. And they have their own ideas because they're always looking for these new opportunities. Their focus right now and their ideas are mostly directed to this kind of direction. Let us take our plants, let us put there, here in Ukraine, you have a lots of commodities, you have a lots of good materials. We do that in Ukraine, process it in Ukraine, then we deliver it to Europe. Speaking on the delivery prices, that already would be the great value added. If we will speak, for example, the specific examples in one of the projects that we have considered was the production of the disposable dishes. It's a disposable plates that has already been very effective in Ukraine. So they're buying corn from Ukraine or US, they then process it to the flour, then they produce this disposable plates and sell. They say we will start selling it to China, the people will not even know whether we're producing that. But the idea was like that. Let us create this plant here because we have materials here, you have production line here. The cost of the delivery will be really good for us to save some money. It will be around 40% of the added value for the product. That will be a very cool businesses. I have a question. So, the Chinese people think about that. The Chinese are looking for partnership. And when we are telling them, for this specific case, for example, the plant has cost for the 2 lines have cost for like 200 million, and we asked them, we would like to be co-partners, and they said like, no, we don't want to be that. We have a lot of money, just give us the jobs, just give us the administrative support, we will give you the option to do that, but please do not get into our monetization. And I said like, no, I'm not going to be working on that. We have money as well, we have investors as well, and we have smart people too. So I think that for us, for Ukrainian businesses right now, each and every one of that, there's lots of money on the market right now, and Vyacheslav has also told us that there is a lot of money in China right now. We have discussed in the previous panel, so what are the sectors best for investing today, where we have additional opportunities for the venture investors, like where do you see the good sectors for investment? We have spoken about the agricultural businesses, IT and infrastructure. I think that's maybe you've been frequently asked, what can you invest to? They say that people are having a lot of money, so basically, what do you invest to? I would like to say that I would like to ask people to invest in their self-education, because the starting investors, they do making a lot of mistakes, they lose a lot of money. Because basically this is a situation with this Robin Hood, when they're starting, for example, with from nothing to 15 million users who are following gamification, making bad decisions, or I'll invest a lot into very same one position. So basically you have to invest everything in your own education, just to know how it all works out. So we have a lot of resources to do that. We have to invest into your self-education. Speaking about the money in the venturing businesses and our businesses in private equity, and we have a lot of good money overall. So for our businesses, we have increased the money by 10. So before that, we've had the foundation has 5 years ago there was 50 million. Right now they're working in the different. Now they are gathering 500,000 or even 1 billion. So we have also had 500 million in 4 months, and we would like to invest that in a year and a half. So everything accelerates. The speed of investment, the speed of closing your investment. Out of this 147 that we have had, we had 8 exits, and we have the exit of 3 years. That was a very brief period of time. Then in this fund we would like to do from in a year and a half to exit more than 80 companies. So basically everything accelerates. The processes accelerate. The processes accelerate because we have enough resources, but also the speed of fighting for the good companies and good opportunities also is accelerated. So at this very brief first question when we started it, that the COVID situation has given us additional amendments. We've started to be reshifting, and we're starting to review the verticals and trends in a faster pace. Before that, we have done it once in 5 years. So right now we do it every year, every second year. We are reviewing our strategy. So the most important thing for us right now is to show the very good level of diversification, not just geography diversification, started from 2010 when we invested to Europe and US from Ukraine. So we have invested in 2000 Europe, in Israel, in UK. We have 10% of our investment is based in Ukraine, 40% are delivered for other countries of Europe, and 40 to to US, and we are working with the new geographies. We are scanning we want to represent our new representatives offices. Now they are going to the Southern America, they're going to Southeast Asia, they're going to the MENA region, where they have a lot of new startups, and there is the opportunities to scale up the models that they have been historically working with. For us, the most important focus would be the focus on the big markets with great opportunities to create companies, to generate revenue and sell these companies. So we have this in lots of activity there. So we are investment now in the $1 trillion opportunities, that digital health, enterprise and tech soft, and consumer tech, that what we are investing into, the mobile logistics, and sometimes ad hoc we're also doing some investments in the cybersecurity, in biotech, but those not just the main focus verticals. We have the 4 main verticals that I mentioned. We have from 10 plus 15 companies, so we are going to be continuing working on that as well. We need to diversify the early entry. This is the new peculiarity for the venture in business. Before, the big venture funds and the big investment funds and investment play like JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs, they have been working mostly with the different categories of investments, so they're mostly working with the gross. So right now they are doing the early investment rounds as well. For us, we have the early round investment fund. We can cover all of the 4 stages. We are looking for the companies on pre-seed. We've never done it before, but we know how to do that very well. We're doing this at the early stage, at the A stage, and at the next stages as well. This is our benefit as well. This is the benefit of this new moment and this new times as well. We have to consider of where we're going to as well. So we're speaking about the CO2, what is the sustainability of the companies, in what way we're influencing the economy and ecology with our activity. That is the trend that we're investing to. We have to follow the food tech trends of the shifting of the perspective of how we eat, what we eat. We have the laboratory generated proteins and meats. So basically, how can we live without meat without meat, milk without milk, because it will not pollute the ecosystem. If you know 14% of all of the CO2 emissions is because of the cattle breeding. And the next, this is going to be also the apparel production, and why then we are producing it if we are always recycling 16% of it. So basically there is a lot of things. We are introducing the consumer tech and B2C, because the big brands that we're all aware of in the shops that we are buying, so right now they are only buying the projects from us. So in our portfolio we have 7 projects in our brands in the apparel and the consumer tech sectors, and they're very interesting, they're very transparent, and you can buy more. And the density of what you're buying, for example, the makeup, and you can buy more than buying in the retail that you don't have to do right now, because you can buy directly from the brand. There is less some negative things and features, and you understand that your investment into the real ambassadors of the brand. So there's a lot of interesting transformatory processes that are currently happening in the world, and we have to consider them closely. 70-80% of Americans and Europeans are currently also building up the sustainability of the brand when they're choosing the brand, and they're ready to change their habits. For example, not buying some habitual makeup or the usual brands. They want to try out something. They want to try the new brands. They want to try sustainable brands. The same about the pharmaceuticals companies. The talents are living, and then we're creating with our venture builders like Embryons and Polar Ventures, European and American venture builders. We're creating this company and we're reselling it to big pharmaceutical companies for $40 million, $60 million. This is the new realities. That was the new reshaping and review that we have to control. Education as well, and Bernard Nisa, the one who has been here at this in 2010, 2015, and Udemy right now, they have 2.3 billion of marks up for the Udemy right now, 100,000 courses. They already have more than 500 startup companies are using his courses for increasing their capacities. This is the new reality that has increased during the COVID situation. So education is now becoming slightly different as well. We understand that our children will not learn, will not study without gamification element. I can see that with my children as well. So we're considering investing into the new education with gamification. And there is the opportunity to gamify it when we have something new that never been there before. So we're going to be living all in a new ways. So we are following those parameters as well, and we are adapting it. So our company, our geographies are being adapted, and we're changing it with the first speed of sound. Thank you. Thank you very much. I hope you've managed to write down what you should invest into in the next years to come. Okay, Volodymyr, you're the representatives of the companies that has been producing the very specific products, because we will not have plastics without plastics. We can already imagine about meat without meat and milk without milk, but plastic without plastics is not thinkable yet. So we recall the automotive industry, the problems with chips. A lot of people have seen their main opportunity to decrease this idea is maybe that the automotive industry should procure the companies that create chips. And a lot of people have said that those companies that used to only be doing the big integration of the big details, they're going to be starting to use the new direction of production as well. What do you think that maybe if one of the car producers in Ukraine would say that we would like you to become the part of the holding and for you to produce the plastic details only for me? Just not just the private label, that will be something like the next factor of integration would be, can you see enough opportunities for the classical production lines in Ukraine? Are there no risks, for example, that in one day that we will stop using the classical production lines? The whole system is built on independent suppliers, the Volkswagen, the BWM, so basically the BMW, so they all built on the independent suppliers. The system prevents you from doing that, so I'm sure that this kind of a vertical mergence is not possible. The other thing is that we're shifting to the electric cars, and the number of the details is decreasing out of 1,000 nodes to hundreds now. So that is why there's going to be some of the opportunities really nodes. The automotive industry is not the biggest users of chips. The consumer electronics is the main consumer of the chips. So that is why the consumer electronics are searching for the resolution how to resolve this problem in the fastest pace. Speaking on the traditional processing and traditional manufacturing and industry lines in Ukraine, as Vyacheslav has said, mentioning the Chinese letters, but the opportunities are something that we currently use, because there are a lot of opportunities right now to create our own production in Ukraine. Not just taking it from China, because you can take the old technologies, the old equipment from China, and you will not be better than Chinese. That was the question that was asked in 2000 in Canada, in Magna. What makes you better than Chinese? I think that one of my clients is here in the room today. They have something to compare with, and they can tell you why we are better than Chinese. Because when you at the certain level, producing your product at certain level, and people tell you that this is commodities, it's really hard to prove them that you're better than Chinese. You have to give them the price that would be the same or lower than Chinese prices. When you get into the higher level, then you'll already be offered with the right prices, and the people will not be searching for the lowest price ever. They're not going to be going for the low salaries in Ukraine and thus the low prices for the product. They also need to have a high quality product, considering logistics as well, with the right prices, but they need to have the high quality in time. And having this conversation that the prices is going to be lower, no, that's not adequate. With Volkswagen, we have gone through this thousands of pages of the technical regulations that we have to follow. And for them, that was the most important thing, following the regulations with the right prices. That is why today in Ukraine, I believe there is a good opportunity, windows of opportunity based on the Germany and European equipment for us to be better in the energy efficiency, to be better in the effectiveness. We have good industrial traditions. When we still have people come into the jobs in time, the people leave their job in time, and people are ready to work 7 days a week. They're going to be working shifts, which is not possible in Europe. So basically, we can receive more products than in Europe, and this is one of our benefits we have to use as well. The high qualification here, and I'm also saying that it's important for me to work in Ukrainian markets because we have said that we have 250,000 people working in IT here. Okay, the salaries has grown. Today, Andrei Stavnitsa in IT industry here said that was like $15,000 here has already been an average salary in Ukraine already for the good engineer, for the good software engineers. Those are the European and American prices. So you will no longer sell the job of the developer abroad. There will be a problem with the high level of competition. I think the next step, and we have already seen that, is creating the product companies when you are selling the products abroad, but not selling the hours of the developer's work. Those companies that only start to be developing. I know that Victoria is searching for those companies and investing in those companies as well. Those companies are very interesting for us, and we are interesting for them as well, because we have experience, we have standards in delivering for the automotive industries. We have been working in the zero defect paradigm. And for us, when our clients are going to the big production line, this is the good moment for our experience, for the production that can go through the million cycles even more. And this will be interesting for them to producing those plastic components and the complex engineering materials, the experience that is currently not enough in Ukraine, but it will definitely be filled in a faster pace. Speaking about the automotive industries in Ukraine, I just also wanted to say that we have association, the producers of the auto component, we have their Porsche, Hostel, other companies. I don't see yet the new companies there that someone would go there with a full plan, because we've lost those chances. We have already provided the things for Austria, and we have already provided the stereos for Land Rover, and they're being produced in Slovakia. All of those projects should have been with us, but we have missed them, unfortunately. So that is why I believe that in the industrial sector, there's a lot of opportunities today in Ukraine. The biggest problem being the lack of financial support. We don't have the project financial support. We can't take the loan for 7 years when you have nothing to do with the collateral. And the bank is going to be evaluating your collaterals with the prices of the half-decade storehouse, and that will not take us as a high value. Then the rates will be higher. They need a lot of big coverage. We will not be able to have the access to the cheap money to provide additional construction needs. On the other hand, we're not interested for the venture funds because we should have shown growth 30% plus, and maybe they will be interested then. But at this point, they say that there is a traditional industry. And they do that by comparing us with the coal mines or with unequipped plants. How you will gonna get to the margin? How will you get your people? People are running away to Poland. In order people not to run away to Poland, we're increasing their salaries. So there will be no good situation for the salaries. You can only win by increasing the quality of the product, increasing the intensity of the process, by saving some materials when you're making the right decisions. That's when you have the additional effects. When we speak about the low margins of the production lines and of the producers that are getting everyone into the lowest margin by comparing them to China. That is not a good thing to do. You know, when the IT people providing their services to the West, no one is evaluating that has been made in Ukraine. Everybody says what is the prices overall in the world with no connection to geography. Still, right now we have this connection to the automotive industry, but we have to step out of it based on the good quality and the reputation that we give. Yes, thank you, Vyacheslav. I wanted to be the Chinese lawyer, if I may say that, because, you know, speaking of the Chinese production, I wouldn't say that they already have the outdated production line. They have the most modern production lines there with the great products, unique products that we're using from China. And this joke that, you know, the God has made the world and all of the other things have been made in China, that is the joke that is the truth, that the true joke. What has happened during the coronavirus? The world was shaking because when China has stopped its production of lots of components, the whole world has finally understood how dependent they are on the Chinese production lines, and that's the world doesn't have the diversified risks at all. And after that, since then, lots of countries, the US and European countries, they started to think that the economical security of their country depends on China. And they have started to build, even if it will be expensive, they started to diversify the markets and they started buying from other producers, not to be depending on China. The whole world was shaken with this dependence. And I believe that for Ukraine, there is as well a new stage that has to be used. But, you know, saving the person who's drowning is in the hands of the person that's drowning. So right now, we should not wait for the state to act. We have to do that on our own as well. We have to learn how we can use this moment of opportunities when the European customers and American customers are ready to diversify the risks and are ready to buy from other countries as well. We have to use European production line, Chinese production lines. We have to analyze it. For example, the Liebherr crane will cost you 300 euro. The Zoom Leon in China that have absolutely copied everything in China will cost $200,000 in China. So the customers have to choose on their own. So whether they will buy 3 towers and they can use that, or to buy a Liebherr that costs more but you can use it forever. So we'll have to analyze it, because you have to analyze the production line. Even during the exhibitions and the trade shows, I have seen that when the Italians are selling their own production lines, but basically they are forgetting they're selling it as made in Italy, but sometimes they forget to take the label made in China. So sometimes there is a big question of what we are actually buying. The experience is always as your backside. The experience is always with us, but always on the back. So I can tell you a lot of things, a lot of cases, both successful and failed cases. Both of them exist. From what I have understood, I've always had mentioned your favorite thing. I'm sorry, I didn't want to offend you in any way, but you know, for this 25 years, I have seen a lot of different scenarios of working with China, both successful, super successful, and super failed, when people went bankrupt and they've lost a lot. So, for example, when they received their equipment as a Lego constructor with no instructions of how to gather it, and they try to adapt to that as how that works. So of course it's quite clear that all of the economy has fallen down. You know, if I had this lawyer, then I would have been already in the jail, I think. This lawyer, no one is considering this quality. Chinese quality is good, but they're not really running in good times. By the way, today is the day of a lawyer, so I would like to congratulate you on that as well. Dear colleagues, I would like to inspire all of you to give us some questions in the chat board, because we have a question already to Victoria. How do you believe? Whether you believe that the venture capital investment market is a bubble where are the venture funds due to the big demand of the potentially successful startups that are ready to invest to the pre-seed and the Series E? Okay, not a lot of people know what pre-seed is and Series A is. Based on the person who written it knows more than the average person here. So, Victoria, what would you say about that? So, do you believe that the venture market is a bubble? Well, I don't think that it's the same bubble that we have discussed during the previous crisis, that's for sure, because, for example, the companies that we're investing to, yes, of course, and this rounds, their cost is increasing year from year. For basically the early rounds, there are increasing in prices by 30% year after year. That's what you've said. We have more money. There is some certain inflation component as well that hasn't been shown in the right way that we see. We have more money, that's for sure, but in our businesses it's mostly about digitalization of the overall economy. So a lot of companies, they turn to digital, they scale up and they become really big, but only working in the same territory. So the COVID has helped us, and they have given us this opportunity for Latin America and Asia to create their own alternative production line, thus diversifying those Chinese risks that we have been talking about in just a second ago. So there is now a great opportunity to create the big internet startups, even in the framework of one country, even in the framework of Ukraine. There are opportunities for sure. So you have to be very adequate in understanding the reality. There are some moments of the political risks we are also considering as venture investors as well. We understand that a lot of businesses, especially the ones that have been connected with the shift of technologies, with the IPs, the businesses with the data transfer, with the transactions, for example, the depot that the European Union didn't recommend to sell to Google, and they have to say there's a multi-billion-dollar company in the next years or two, and it will not be sold to Google just because it deals with all of the documentation with the European Union. It's just one of the single examples. So there are things that we should consider. For example, the personal data and the personal data protection, the healthcare data. So the companies that are dealing in those cases and in these businesses, the digital health, the medical companies, the financial companies, and the financial data overall, everything that has to be GDPR compliant, the niche products, cybersec. So all of that is becoming really, really hyper local. So there is a lot of opportunities to do a lot of cool projects in the framework of one country. Even if you will make it transcontinentally, it's not even possible. You have to consider all of those factors as well. So we will continue with the active investment into venture, and we plan to have at least 80 or 100 companies in that in the next year and a half. So this is just a response to what is currently going on due to the global digitalization. What Vyacheslav has said about the robots in the Nova Poshta, and even the need of the one company, those are thousand robots that will substitute the employees. It's just because it's hard to find the highly qualified people for that work. It's hard to control the quality, and all of this opportunity with the remote work, with this opportunity for us to move in a different way, work in a different way, that all creates a lot of opportunities and perspective, creating the new verticals, creating sub-vertical businesses, starting with logistics, ending up with healthcare, education, remote work, foods, healthcare, and all of the other sectors. And that is why there's a lot of opportunities, a lot of money, and a lot of companies. So by the way, the money that used to be used in the offline, they're currently slightly flowing to online, digital, venture capital, the so-called startups that haven't been just like super innovative companies before. Most of the companies from our portfolio, this is the transformation of the online business into online. So providing the new elements of digitalization, those are the real businesses that we have invested into and that we are controlling in the early stages. Okay, dear colleagues, we have 4 minutes, 40 seconds. The final question to the panelists, to Vyacheslav Klimov and Volodymyr Lemper. The classical question at the Business Forum: what would you advise in the conditions of the new business economies to the new business projects, or the new businesses, when people are now making this choice to open their own business? They decided that yes, they will do. What recommendations can you give? Please, 2 minutes each. Okay, the first recommendation would be, because I'm always saying that I'm always supporting the entrepreneurship, so the first recommendation would be launch it, start your business. Even though the time doesn't seem to be the calmest. And even though we are in the post-COVID, or at least ending COVID crisis, we are based in the starting economical crisis right now, the economical crisis and the post-COVID crisis that are connected to one another. But still, please try not to follow these external conditions. Do not be afraid of those conditions and to launch your businesses. The second advice would be out of the times of the old economy and maybe still in the time of the new economy is try to be client-oriented, try to be client-centered, because basically use the client centricity. Always follow your clients and always do the products that are needed to your clients. The client has to be in the middle of this ecosystem. You always have to think and always have to improve your products on a daily basis. Simplify, facilitate, make it more available, affordable products. So those businesses that you're launching, the business has to be client-centered. Another advice, and I have said that in the beginning, the talents, they rule the world right now. Talents are the gold and the oil of the modern economy. Everything will be built, thus by the total digitalization of the world. Everything is still built on talents. You know, at the very beginning of every digital line and every digital chain, there is still an engineer behind it. There is still a human brain there. There is still a marketologist there. There is still a leader, an entrepreneur there. So, despite the total digitalization that prevails, that has to be the air that you breathe with, the air for your business, you still have to participate in this fight for talents. You have to grow these talents inside of your businesses. You have to make your business attractive to the external talents. So 3 advice from my side would be, do not be afraid, as Olga has said, you know, take it and roll. This is a famous book. You know, just do business. Keep your client in mind. Make your client the center of your ecosystem and try to keep your talents. Okay, Vladimir, 2 minutes for you. You know, if you're thinking whether launching your business or not launching your business, do not launch it. If you can not live without it, then do it. But if you want to, you know, have sleepless nights and keep on thinking whether I should make those ideas or no, you can do that at any age. You know, there's no due date, there's no age limits or whatever. There has to be the need for you to be able to do that for more than anything else. You can't be, you know, half pregnant in your businesses. You have to be always there and always present. So my advice would be, make this final decision when you cannot live without that. Well, you cannot stay without that. You have enough capital not to be afraid to take the risk, and when you're not afraid to lose it, like that. Okay, with this optimistic note that make business when you can do no other way. So let us thank to all of our speakers. That has been a tremendously nice panel. We're really grateful to KIEF International Economic Forum. So we are closing this panel with that. Thank you for your attention.
Україна. Дім. Європейське. Сучасне. Повне життя. Із запитом на нове. З жагою до незалежності. Енергія наших змін пульсує, вражає і захоплює. ДТЕК змінюється разом з Україною, впроваджує інновації та сучасні технології, щоб нас знали у світі. А енергія, що змінює країну, не закінчувалась ніколи. ДТЕК. Будуємо нову енергетику України.
Група компаній «Епіцентр» – інвестор номер 1 в Україні. Новий формат торговельних центрів в Україні – це інноваційні концепти, широкий асортимент, сучасне обладнання та європейський сервіс. Майже 20 торгових напрямків забезпечують кращі товари та унікальний клієнтський досвід. Понад 1,5 мільйони квадратних метрів торгової площі, 3000 компаній-постачальників, мільйон товарних пропозицій, понад 6 мільйонів учасників програми лояльності «Вигода». Ми стаємо ще кращими, комфортними, зручними та інноваційними для наших відвідувачів. Щомісяця інтернет-магазин «Епіцентр.ua» має понад 20 мільйонів відвідувань. Наші онлайн-продажі стають ще швидшими та доступнішими. А сучасні фулфілмент-центри забезпечують стабільну та налагоджену логістику. Транспортний парк «Епіцентру» є найбільшим в Україні. На вітчизняні та міжнародні автошляхи щодня виїжджає понад 3000 автомобілів, щоб доставити вчасно необхідний товар в торгові центри та до покупців. Наша гордість – виробництво завод керамічної плитки «Епіцентр Керамік Корпорейшн» з інноваційним високотехнологічним обладнанням. Постачає продукцію в понад 30 країн світу. А розбудова сучасних елеваторних хабів у структурі «Епіцентр Агро» покращує зернову інфраструктуру, забезпечує продовольчу безпеку країни. «Епіцентр» – соціально відповідальна компанія. Спільний проект «Епіцентр дітям» та фонду «Реал Мадрид» став найкращим в світі. Ми підтримуємо медичну галузь в Україні. Наша особлива підтримка спорту. Ми творимо майбутнє країни.
Welcome to the heart of Ukraine's green steel. Interpipe Steel is a place of modern views and technologies. The place where the future of the Ukrainian industry was born and is now developing, casting, and coming true. Interpipe Steel Company follows international standards. It's the largest private investment in the history of independent Ukraine. Innovative and eco-friendly, Interpipe Steel is the only company in the country which is running the European Green Deal policy. Policy for eco-modernization for achieving favorable climate goals. Products made out of our high-quality steel are represented in more than 80 countries. It is used in production of high-speed trains running in Europe, in pipes that cool every third building in Dubai. Our main mission is to create comfortable, eco-friendly conditions for the world and future generations. In order to achieve this, we constantly develop, support our partners, and foster their prosperity, improve living conditions in all regions of our country and in the world. Interpipe Steel, the place where the future is created.
Давайте знайомитись. Ми національний холдинг. Завдяки новітнім технологіям виробництва, найвищій якості продукції, котра відповідає запитам споживача та міцним позиціям на закордонних ринках, ми безперервно зростаємо, задаючи темп галузі агріфуд в Україні. Ось у чому питання. Як випікання хлібу зробити успішним, великим бізнесом? Для цього потрібно налагодити ефективні бізнес-процеси, займатися маркетингом, вчасно постачати товар товар та дотримуватися високих виробничих стандартів. HD Group допомагає бізнесу зростати, оптимізувати закупівельні та логістичні витрати, привести до ладу фінансові питання, вдосконалити виробничі процеси, запровадити сучасні технології управління, трансформували власну компанію та готові підтримати нові перспективні напрямки бізнесу.
Колись усе доставляли тільки дракони. Але тут приїхали двоє і сказали: тепер усе будемо возити ми. Дракони образились і полетіли геть. Так з'явилася нова пошта. І почалася ера відкриттів. В Одесі, Черкасах, Рівному, Львові та й взагалі всюди. Ідею зацінив відомий карпатський стартап. А потім ще один, і ще. І ось нова пошта вже доставляє 300 мільйонів посилок на рік. Відправити ж можна все. Тут раптом завівся кіт і почав обробляти по 3 посилки в секунду. Тож майбутнє ставало все ближче і ближче до тебе. Навіть на твоїй вулиці, у твоєму магазині, у твоєму басейні, у твоєму театрі, ну і в твоєму під'їзді. Тож саме зараз величезний механізм працює для того, щоб усе доїхало вчасно. Брату Максу, малій Олі, всій Україні, ну і, звісно, тобі. Нова пошта. 20 років для тебе.
Big Data – цифровий шлейф, який залишає за собою людина. Він дає вам змогу проаналізувати ваших потенційних клієнтів за визначеними критеріями та систематизувати користувачів за їхніми інтересами. Серед більш ніж 18 мільйонів абонентів Vodafone по всій країні ви зможете знайти клієнтів, схожих на ваших. Ви описуєте вашу поточну клієнтську базу та формуєте детальний портрет вашого споживача, що дає змогу знайти схожих на нього нових клієнтів. Геоаналітика покаже на карті місця та час найбільшої концентрації ваших потенційних клієнтів, і ви зможете комунікувати з ними через онлайн-розсилку. Нарешті, ви будете впевнені, що ваше повідомлення побачать саме зацікавлені люди. Саме те, що необхідно вам. Наприклад, вам треба зацікавити людей річним абонементом до фітнес-комплексу. Поки ваші конкуренти друкують непотрібні листівки та розповсюджують їх навмання, ви залучаєте саме вашу цільову аудиторію. Vodafone Analytics моделює клієнтів за зазначеними критеріями, саме тих, кому буде цікава пропозиція, і дає вам змогу проінформувати їх. Може, ви фінансова установа, яка заохочує людей до кредитування? Ми проаналізуємо ваших клієнтів і знайдемо схожих на них людей. Або ви магазин одягу, якому треба зрозуміти портрет свого покупця. Ви описуєте ваших клієнтів і знаходите збіги. Якби ви були автомобільним магазином, то могли б розіслати інформування про свою акцію всім потенційним автомобілістам міста. Таргетована розсилка, лук-елайк, геоаналітика, портрет споживача – це неодмінна складова успіху вашого бізнесу. Vodafone Analytics.
А може, ну його це все? Яку помирічну передплату Мегого зі знижкою 33%?
Що таке, чому раніше не казав?
Стільки прем'єр ще не передивлено.
Мегого. І вдома краще.
Україна. Дім. Європейське. Сучасне. Повне життя. Із запитом на нове. З жагою до незалежності. Енергія наших змін пульсує, вражає і захоплює. ДТЕК змінюється разом з Україною, впроваджує інновації та сучасні технології, щоб нас знали у світі. А енергія, що змінює країну, не закінчувалась ніколи. ДТЕК. Будуємо нову енергетику України.
Група компаній «Епіцентр» – інвестор номер 1 в Україні. Новий формат торговельних центрів в Україні – це інноваційні концепти, широкий асортимент, сучасне обладнання та європейський сервіс. Майже 20 торгових напрямків забезпечують кращі товари та унікальний клієнтський досвід. Понад 1,5 мільйони квадратних метрів торгової площі, 3000 компаній-постачальників, мільйон товарних пропозицій, понад 6 мільйонів учасників програми лояльності «Вигода». Ми стаємо ще кращими, комфортними, зручними та інноваційними для наших відвідувачів. Щомісяця інтернет-магазин «Епіцентр.ua» має понад 20 мільйонів відвідувань. Наші онлайн-продажі стають ще швидшими та доступнішими. А сучасні фулфілмент-центри забезпечують стабільну та налагоджену логістику. Транспортний парк «Епіцентру» є найбільшим в Україні. На вітчизняні та міжнародні автошляхи щодня виїжджає понад 3000 автомобілів, щоб доставити вчасно необхідний товар в торгові центри та до покупців. Наша гордість – виробництво завод керамічної плитки «Епіцентр Керамік Корпорейшн» з інноваційним високотехнологічним обладнанням. Постачає продукцію в понад 30 країн світу. А розбудова сучасних елеваторних хабів у структурі «Епіцентр Агро» покращує зернову інфраструктуру, забезпечує продовольчу безпеку країни.
Епіцентр соціально відповідальна компанія. Спільний проект «Епіцентр дітям» та фонду «Реал Мадрид» став найкращим в світі. Ми підтримуємо медичну галузь в Україні. Наша особлива підтримка спорту. Ми творимо майбутнє країни.
Welcome to the heart of Ukraine's green steel. Interpipe Steel is a place of modern views and technologies. The place where the future of the Ukrainian industry was born and is now developing, casting, and coming true. Interpipe Steel Company follows international standards. It's the largest private investment in the history of independent Ukraine. Innovative and eco-friendly, Interpipe Steel is the only company in the country which is running the European Green Deal policy. Policy for eco-modernization for achieving favorable climate goals. Products made out of our high-quality steel are represented in more than 80 countries. It is used in production of high-speed trains running in Europe, in pipes that cool every third building in Dubai. Our main mission is to create comfortable, eco-friendly conditions for the world and future generations. In order to achieve this, we constantly develop, support our partners, and foster their prosperity, improve living conditions in all regions of our country and in the world. Interpipe Steel, the place where the future is created.
Давайте знайомитись. Ми національний холдинг. Завдяки новітнім технологіям виробництва, найвищій якості продукції, котра відповідає запитам споживача та міцним позиціям на закордонних ринках, ми безперервно зростаємо, задаючи темп галузі агріфуд в Україні. Ось у чому питання. Як випікання хлібу зробити успішним, великим бізнесом? Для цього потрібно налагодити ефективні бізнес-процеси, займатися маркетингом, вчасно постачати товар та дотримуватися високих виробничих стандартів. HD Group допомагає бізнесу зростати, оптимізувати закупівельні та логістичні витрати, привести до ладу фінансові питання, вдосконалити виробничі процеси, запровадити сучасні технології управління, трансформували власну компанію та готові підтримати нові перспективні напрямки бізнесу.
Колись усе доставляли тільки дракони. Але тут приїхали двоє і сказали: тепер усе будемо возити ми. Дракони образились і полетіли геть. Так з'явилася нова пошта. І почалася ера відкриттів. В Одесі, Черкасах, Рівному, Львові та й взагалі всюди. Ідею зацінив відомий карпатський стартап. А потім ще один, і ще. І ось нова пошта вже доставляє 300 мільйонів посилок на рік. Відправити ж можна все. Тут раптом завівся кіт і почав обробляти по 3 посилки в секунду. Тож майбутнє ставало все ближче і ближче до тебе. Навіть на твоїй вулиці, у твоєму магазині, у твоєму басейні, у твоєму театрі, ну і в твоєму під'їзді. Тож саме зараз величезний механізм працює для того, щоб усе доїхало вчасно. Брату Максу, малій Олі, всій Україні, ну і, звісно, тобі. Нова пошта. 20 років для тебе.
Big Data – цифровий шлейф, який залишає за собою людина. Він дає вам змогу проаналізувати ваших потенційних клієнтів за визначеними критеріями та систематизувати користувачів за їхніми інтересами. Серед більш ніж 18 мільйонів абонентів Vodafone по всій країні ви зможете знайти клієнтів, схожих на ваших. Ви описуєте вашу поточну клієнтську базу та формуєте детальний портрет вашого споживача, що дає змогу знайти схожих на нього нових клієнтів. Геоаналітика покаже на карті місця та час найбільшої концентрації ваших потенційних клієнтів, і ви зможете комунікувати з ними через онлайн-розсилку. Нарешті, ви будете впевнені, що ваше повідомлення побачать саме зацікавлені люди. Саме те, що необхідно вам. Наприклад, вам треба зацікавити людей річним абонементом до фітнес-комплексу. Поки ваші конкуренти друкують непотрібні листівки та розповсюджують їх навмання, ви залучаєте саме вашу цільову аудиторію. Vodafone Analytics моделює клієнтів за зазначеними критеріями, саме тих, кому буде цікава пропозиція, і дає вам змогу проінформувати їх. Може, ви фінансова установа, яка заохочує людей до кредитування? Ми проаналізуємо ваших клієнтів і знайдемо схожих на них людей. Або ви магазин одягу, якому треба зрозуміти портрет свого покупця. Ви описуєте ваших клієнтів і знаходите збіги. Якби ви були автомобільним магазином, то могли б розіслати інформування про свою акцію всім потенційним автомобілістам міста. Таргетована розсилка, лук-елайк, геоаналітика, портрет споживача – це неодмінна складова успіху вашого бізнесу. Vodafone Analytics.
А може, ну його це все? Яку помирічну передплату Мегого зі знижкою 33%?
Чудок, а чому раніше не казав?
Стільки прем'єр ще не передивлено.
Мегого. І вдома краще.
Україна. Дім. Європейське. Сучасне. Повне життя. Із запитом на нове. З жагою до незалежності. Енергія наших змін пульсує, вражає і захоплює. ДТЕК змінюється разом з Україною, впроваджує інновації та сучасні технології, щоб нас знали у світі. А енергія, що змінює країну, не закінчувалась ніколи. ДТЕК. Будуємо нову енергетику України.
Група компаній «Епіцентр» – інвестор номер 1 в Україні. Новий формат торговельних центрів в Україні – це інноваційні концепти, широкий асортимент, сучасне обладнання та європейський сервіс. Майже 20 торгових напрямків забезпечують кращі товари та унікальний клієнтський досвід. Понад 1,5 мільйони квадратних метрів торгової площі, 3000 компаній-постачальників, мільйон товарних пропозицій, понад 6 мільйонів учасників програми лояльності «Вигода». Ми стаємо ще кращими, комфортними, зручними та інноваційними для наших відвідувачів. Щомісяця інтернет-магазин «Епіцентр.ЮА» має понад 20 мільйонів відвідувань. Наші онлайн-продажі стають ще швидшими та доступнішими. А сучасні фулфілмент-центри забезпечують стабільну та налагоджену логістику. Транспортний парк «Епіцентру» є найбільшим в Україні. На вітчизняні та міжнародні автошляхи щодня виїжджає понад 3000 автомобілів, щоб доставити вчасно необхідний товар в торгові центри та до покупців. Наша гордість – виробництво завод керамічної плитки «Епіцентр Керамік Корпорейшн» з інноваційним високотехнологічним обладнанням. Постачає продукцію в понад 30 країн світу. А розбудова сучасних елеваторних хабів у структурі «Епіцентр Агро» покращує зернову інфраструктуру, забезпечує продовольчу безпеку країни. «Епіцентр» – соціально відповідальна компанія. Спільний проект «Епіцентр дітям» та фонду «Реал Мадрид» став найкращим в світі. Ми підтримуємо медичну галузь в Україні. Наша особлива підтримка спорту. Ми творимо майбутнє країни.
Welcome to the heart of Ukraine's green steel. Interpipe Steel is a place of modern views and technologies. The place where the future of the Ukrainian industry was born and is now developing, casting, and coming true. Interpipe Steel Company follows international standards. It's the largest private investment in the history of independent Ukraine. Innovative and eco-friendly, Interpipe Steel is the only company in the country which is running the European Green Deal policy. policy for eco-modernization for achieving favorable climate goals. Products made out of our high-quality steel are represented in more than 80 countries. It is used in production of high-speed trains running in Europe, in pipes that cool every third building in Dubai. Our main mission is to create comfortable, eco-friendly conditions for the world and future generations. In order to achieve this, we constantly develop, support our partners, and foster their prosperity, improve living conditions in all regions of our country and in the world. Interpipe Steel, the place where the future is created.
Давайте знайомитись. Ми національний холдинг. Завдяки новітнім технологіям виробництва, найвищій якості продукції, котра відповідає запитам споживача та міцним позиціям на закордонних ринках, ми безперервно зростаємо, задаючи темп галузі агріфуд в Україні. Ось у чому питання. Як випікання хлібу зробити успішним, великим бізнесом? Для цього потрібно налагодити ефективні бізнес-процеси, займатися маркетингом, вчасно постачати товар та дотримуватися високих виробничих стандартів. HD Group допомагає бізнесу зростати, оптимізувати закупівельні та логістичні витрати, привести до ладу фінансові питання, вдосконалити виробничі процеси, запровадити сучасні технології управління, трансформували власну компанію та готові підтримати нові перспективні напрямки бізнесу.
Колись усе доставляли тільки дракони. Але тут приїхали двоє і сказали: тепер усе будемо возити ми. Дракони образились і полетіли геть. Так з'явилася нова пошта. І почалася ера відкриттів. В Одесі, Черкасах, Рівному, Львові та й взагалі всюди. Ідею зацінив відомий карпатський стартап. А потім ще один, і ще. І ось нова пошта вже доставляє 300 мільйонів посилок на рік. Відправити ж можна все. Тут раптом завівся кіт. і почав обробляти по 3 посилки в секунду. Тож майбутнє ставало все ближче і ближче до тебе. Навіть на твоїй вулиці, у твоєму магазині, у твоєму басейні, у твоєму театрі, ну і в твоєму під'їзді. Тож саме зараз величезний механізм працює для того, щоб усе доїхало вчасно. Брату Максу, малій Олі, всій Україні, ну і, звісно, тобі. Нова пошта. 20 років для тебе.
Big Data – цифровий шлейф, який залишає за собою людина. Він дає вам змогу проаналізувати ваших потенційних клієнтів за визначеними критеріями та систематизувати користувачів за їхніми інтересами. Серед більш ніж 18 мільйонів абонентів Vodafone по всій країні ви зможете знайти клієнтів, схожих на ваших. Ви описуєте вашу поточну клієнтську базу та формуєте детальний портрет вашого споживача, що дає змогу знайти схожих на нього нових клієнтів. Геоаналітика покаже на карті місця та час найбільшої концентрації ваших потенційних клієнтів, і ви зможете комунікувати з ними через онлайн-розсилку. Нарешті, ви будете впевнені, що ваше повідомлення побачать саме зацікавлені люди. Саме те, що необхідно вам. Наприклад, вам треба зацікавити людей річним абонементом до фітнес-комплексу. Поки ваші конкуренти друкують непотрібні листівки та розповсюджують їх навмання, ви залучаєте саме вашу цільову аудиторію. Vodafone Analytics моделює клієнтів за зазначеними критеріями, саме тих, кому буде цікава пропозиція, і дає вам змогу проінформувати їх. Може, ви фінансова установа, яка заохочує людей до кредитування, Ми проаналізуємо ваших клієнтів і знайдемо схожих на них людей. Або ви магазин одягу, якому треба зрозуміти портрет свого покупця. Ви описуєте ваших клієнтів і знаходите збіги. Якби ви були автомобільним магазином, то могли б розіслати інформування про свою акцію всім потенційним автомобілістам міста. Таргетована розсилка, лук-елайк, геоаналітика, портрет споживача – це неодмінна складова успіху вашого бізнесу. Vodafone Analytics.
А може, ну його це все? І купимо річну передплату Мегого зі знижкою 33%?
Це таке, чому раніше не казав?
Стільки прем'єр ще не передивлено.
Мегого. І вдома краще.
Україна. Дім. Європейське. Сучасне. Повне життя. Із запитом на нове. З жагою до незалежності. Енергія наших змін пульсує, вражає і захоплює. ДТЕК змінюється разом з Україною, впроваджує інновації та сучасні технології, щоб нас знали у світі. А енергія, що змінює країну, не закінчувалась ніколи. ДТЕК. Будуємо нову енергетику України.
Шановні пані та панове,
So, dear ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats in the room we're about to begin.
Is the mic on? All right. Thank you. Everyone's here, so we'll kick off. It's super exciting to be back. Post-pandemic event. Finally, we can meet face to face. I think it's my third or fourth time at KIEF, and I can tell you how much I'm looking forward to this panel. I'll introduce all the speakers as we get to the questions, but for now, I just wanted to acknowledge your presence. So you chose this session over a session that talks about immortality. You know, you could be listening to what it takes to live to 100 years old, but you're here, so thank you. Another reason you might be here is you. Some of you might have watched Black Mirror. Raise your hand if you've seen any of those episodes. All right. Not everybody's seen it, but it's basically a show that takes anything that already exists, any technology that we're already using right now, and then pushes it to the extreme where everything just, runs off the rails. We get to dystopia when we take any tech trend and make it extreme. So what I wanted to do is actually involve you in one of those Black Mirror episodes. Are you all ready to experience the end of life, end of humanity in the digital world? So let's do this. Let's all get up, please, yes. Take out your device. Everybody got one, right? Okay, you have your devices? Now unlock it, please. Okay, unlock it. Yeah, you can check your messages. And now the next thing you have to do is hand it to a person on your right. And on the right, there's nobody next to me. But no, don't worry about it. I'm not going to make you do it. But how did it feel? Yeah, comfortable sharing your digital life with somebody? Just opening it up like this? So that's the idea. This is how important this conversation is. That's what it feels like. So there is a sense of unease with respect to technology. I can tell you all the headlines, 90% of all the data has been created in the last 2 years. I don't know if it's true or not, but this headline in 2013, kind of threw everybody off. And there's data is a new oil. We've heard that as well. There's exponential technologies that basically turn the world upside down every 10 years instead of every 1,000 years. All of this is happening, but nothing really captures the excitement and anxiety. It's not one or the other, it's always both. And that's what this conversation will be about. Is it a dystopia we're reaching with endless technological progress, or is it a utopia? Is it going to all be great, or is it all going to be terrible? But we know it's probably going to be something in the middle, and that's what we'll explore. We won't look into 100 years forward. Let's look just 10 years forward. So to make sure, again, to understand where you all stand, we'll start with a poll. We'll do a Slido poll. You're familiar with this Slido thing? So scan the QR code. It should work. And then fellow panelists, if you don't mind, you can also be involved and vote. So the idea with this poll is to reflect on your own personal experience. Don't think generally. Think of yourself. If you are getting a loan or insurance, will your loan officer ask for your social score in 2030? Is your fridge going to order its own food? Not some hypothetical fridge, but your own, right? So will you be sitting in a video call that's actually a hologram, where you see people physically present, but they're not really there? Will this happen to you personally? Again, not in theory. All right, so we have, everybody expects the digital currency to work. So we'll be using Bitcoin to buy pizza. Something else, right? The fully autonomous cars, you'll see them on our roads, not on Silicon Valley, but here in Kiev in 2030. And I would encourage the speakers also to consider those responses as we get to your remarks. Maybe one more thing from me, since this is a digital conversation. Feel free to involve yourself digitally. Take photos, tweet them, share them on social media, tag this event. Also, hello to everybody watching online. And if you want to ask questions, you can use the Telegram bot to submit your questions to the panelists. But without further ado, we'll kick off. I think I'll just go. No, I think I'm going to pick and choose from the panelists and introduce everybody briefly as I ask a question. So I'll go first to Olga Ustinova, who represents Vodafone in Ukraine, and I presume there are Vodafone users in this room. So the question I'll ask everybody is more or less the same. What technology is on your mind? What do you think will shape the next 10 years? What most meaningful? What are you thinking about? What's good and bad about it? So give us your thoughts.
Всем добрый вечер уже, наверное.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I will continue this challenge with phone. I will not ask you to stand up and you basically to take it to your neighbor, but I would like to ask you to take a look at that and take a look at how many icons and mobile apps you have on your device. Because right now, according to statistics, it's about 11 apps. I think that people here in this room, they have at least twice more. But basically, right now we have those forecasts that one person will use at least 4 hours for the mobile connection, 88% of which is going to be spent for mobile apps. The trends have accelerated in the couple of recent years, especially due to COVID-19. The apps are now being used 30% more than before. And now if we talk about the future, then in order for us to continuing broadening our opportunities and technologies, we need to work harder. Our phone is now our wallet. You can pay any service with that. Just recall how hard was it to pay the municipal utilities when you were standing in a line in a post office. Right now, you can buy any product, any product that you can with your phone. You can sell currency, create conferences, do whatever you want with a mobile phone. You can do that with a mobile phone, and in order for it to work, you need connection. You need mobile connection to do that. So right now, I do believe that the main trend that will set out the new revenue stream, that will be the foundation for the creation of the new sectors and new apps, that will be the 5G connection. Why? Because it globally is different to something that we currently have. We now have around like 83% of our coverage works on the LTE. The speed under the LTE connection is quite significant, but 5G has shown us that it will be 100 times higher than the LTE that we have. And there will be just 1 millisecond of delay. Even a person's eye is blinking faster than the delay of the signal in the network that is passed through millions of kilometers. What does it mean for us? It means that we have a real opportunities to build up the virtual reality and virtual traveling, for example. We have the real opportunity to have the autonomous cars, the cars that are driverless. It means that we have this opportunity to automate all of the enterprises, and based on all of that, in the next 10 years, first of all, we have to develop the infrastructure. We need to have the 5G networks. We need to have these opportunities available, and then when there is going to be a foundation, and we'll have a surplus of all of the other products. Thank you. And by the way, if we will get back to the poll results, can I just take a look at them at one again on the screen? That's quite interesting to say. That's basically not autonomous cars. Now, the virtual reality is not going to be quite possible without the 5G. And the idea itself, as digitalization is the...
Can connect to it in real time. Great, thank you for this pitch. But another, while we have this on the top, it talks about digital ID, right? Passport, international travel is just one instance, but the idea that you are all comfortable with is the your device or just a digital identity is going to be quite a common occurrence. And I wanted to go to Rob because that's his topic. He looks at digital identity. He's founder and CEO of Sideci. It's Ireland. Am I pronouncing it right? Yeah. So it's Ireland-based tech business. And Rob and I met in Davos, where he and his company were selected as a tech pioneer, which is quite a privilege. Not every tech company deserves that title. But Rob, in your world, what's your sense of this idea of digital identity and how you look at that?
Good afternoon, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be here, and thank you to the forum for the invitation. Digital identity is a massive topic, and it's one of those topics that you could start talking about technology, law, privacy, a whole range of different things. And when I look at the poll that came up, a paper passport won't be required for international travel. The biggest issue there is not technology, it's law. And for laws to change, it requires governments to move, and governments don't move quickly. So I am not going to say that I think we'll see digital passports as a normal occurrence by 2013, maybe 2050, maybe 2040 at a stretch. In some countries, for certain, we will see it, where you'll be able to move maybe between Ukraine and maybe the United States or Canada or wherever. But across the world, I will say I don't think that's going to happen. But in a general sense, digital identity, I think, is going to be pervasive. And what it will do will help in the enablement of services. Digital ID is plumbing. It's a means to get water from one point to another. It's a means to facilitate, a car. Who's driving that car? How do you bind that car to the driver, to the wallet that sits in that car when I drive up to, Domino's Pizza and want to get my pizza? They don't really care who I am. They just want to know that the transaction that I'm performing will be executed reliably every single time. And that comes from reliably knowing who you are and delivering all of those different things. So we think about identity at a very high level in terms of the enablement of services and the provision of the data to the providers of those services to ensure certainty around transactions. And when you start to boil it down, there are going to be some really key players in all of this. Authoritative sources, meaning sources of truth. Who ultimately says you are you? Is it you, or is it your government, or is it Vodafone, or is it MasterCard? Who? Do you trust them? Do others trust them? Can I trust how the data is communicated? All of these are going to be really, really challenging questions. So it boils down to certainty, and I think all of the participants on this stage are going to have a role in playing an important part of it in the solution.
Thanks, Rob. I think we'll pick this up again because identity and privacy and who owns it, who controls it, and like you say, it's not an individual company. It's just what's the right systemic solution that everyone's comfortable with. And we'll also hear from Marjorie in a bit on the policy debate within Europe, especially in light of recent revelations related to big tech. But before that, I wanted to go to Natalia, who is representing MasterCard. And the reason I want to do that is because digital currency came up second. So most of you in this room are anticipating this technology to advance quite quickly. So can you talk about what's on your mind in terms of technological development that will shape the next 5-10 years?
Добрый вечер, добрый день.
Good evening, good evening. I was thinking like what kind of question I was be asked about the fridge or about the payments. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak about the digital currencies, because the digital currencies is about payments and transactions, and MasterCard is about payments and transactions, and the technology that we bring there are about payments. So answering about this challenging question that you posed to the previous speaker, basically, who will do that? Who'll be responsible? Who'll be trustworthy? We have to understand there are certain principles of the payment systems, and MasterCard is about security and the data protection. But if we speak about the cryptocurrencies and the opportunities to pay with cryptocurrencies, that is the sector that all of our partners are looking into. And let us define and let us divide the blockchain technology that is behind it, because it gives you the opportunity not only to pay with cryptocurrencies, but it gives you a lot of different cases that will help us in education or in healthcare infrastructure. And when we speak about what is currently going on in the world, where do we see MasterCard and cryptocurrencies developments? We are based on the very same principles. It has to be safe. It has to be compliant to the legislation. Thus, one of the international trends right now is about partnership with government and collaboration with governments. The approval, the permissions, regulations, it all has to be compliant to the national bank, to central bank regulations. If you know that, for example, Bahamas Central Bank has officially approved its currency as cryptocurrency, you can already provide some of the transactions with that. They announced that then based on the research that we have seen, 80% of the central banks all over the world are getting interested in cryptocurrency. 40% half a year ago, they have already been doing something in this direction. So if you will take a look at the open sources and the open data that you'll have, you will see 3 or 4 countries all the time. The central banks of these countries have already been thinking and doing something, and Ukraine is going to be among those countries. You might be heard that the National Bank has already approved them certain normatives that start developing us in this direction as well. MasterCard has already developed the cryptocurrency program. Of course, it includes all of those principles, the support of the currency. What is the problem with the cryptocurrency? They're not supported with anything. They're not provided with the central body support and central institution support. We will be collaborating with those partners who will provide those currencies and who will follow those principles. But we already have this program, and our main participants, they can already apply to those programs and to participate in them. And basically, yes, we consider that as well. Speaking on the bitcoins or the cryptocurrencies itself, I think that maybe there is just the momentum for that, because I think that when the central banks are going to turn to that, and it will happen. This is the trend for the next couple of years. It will happen. Thank you. Thank you.
When you say that the government-backed currency is acceptable and decentralized currency is less, I think maybe that's what Ilya wanted to respond to. But the counter-argument is, why is that? Is it because we're used to it? Is it fair? Should it be distributed? Because money at the end is just a feature to facilitate transactions, and it's an interesting debate. I'm not on one side or the other, but it's worth a discussion. Maybe I'll go to you, Ilya, next, since you wanted to follow up on the digital currency, I suppose.
Спасибо за слово. Я хотел немножко прокомментировать коллегу.
Yes, thank you very much. I would like to comment what my colleagues have said, because basically I present the investment and the commercial blockchain as well. And in a couple of recent years, I've started to work with the regulators in Europe on the level of the European Union and at the level of Lithuania as well, that I'm coming from. So you've said it right away, that I'm strongly believe in cryptocurrency and in decentralization overall, and I do strongly believe in the blockchain technology. But then, de facto, what I disagree with is that the central banks, they are supporting that. Quite opposite. In those small countries like El Dorado or Bahamas, they're supporting these laws because basically for the financial system, they're very small countries for the financial systems. The real central banks that influence the overall financial climate, like US or European countries, they are killing off all of the cryptocurrencies initiatives. For example, all of the commercial banks, they don't want to work with either individuals who buy cryptocurrency through MasterCard. For example, in Lithuania, my bank blocks my transactions and I use MasterCard. I have a lot of respect to MasterCard. But my Swedish bank, for example, it blocks all of the transaction to all of the changes that are being directed to buying cryptocurrencies. If there are startups that we invest, if they're in their title or in their activities there is the word that says blockchain, the banks deny the services to them. The rhetoric is the same. We are for digital innovation, we support the future, but there are some specific recommendations from the central bank. Not a single regulated player has the right to use cryptocurrency. None of them has the right for their transactions. There is a specific decree from the Central Bank of Lithuania. And I do believe if we will get this question higher, then all of the economy of the contemporary countries is built on the philosophy of the very same central bank. When we had different currencies and different banks, so when the system started to dominate, there was the opportunity for the state to print out the money when it's needed for deficiency or for the war. It's not a secret that America is now exporting their dollars all over the planet. It's hard for us to imagine that the main product of export, dollar, that they are going to rewrite that into the universal currency. I cannot imagine that. So I right now say that water and butter, the digital economy is based on the digital on the blockchain economy. It's not being mixed up with all the economy. I think in the next couple of years we'll have a segregation that will become stronger. But I do agree that in 20 or 30 years, then the regulator will just have to do that, because it's really hard to stop internet right now. The only hope for them is that despite their centralized policy of national banks, the cryptocurrency will win.
This to become a cryptocurrency discussion, but what happened, I think, what I wanted to kind of lift it up, this conversation, and maybe go to Marjorie, because she comes from a global think tank and she looks at the digital society. She's the executive director of Digital Society Initiative at Chatham House. But the reason I think it's perfect timing is because we're talking about the role of government versus innovation, right? Does the policy, does it stifle innovation? Does it promote it? And what's the right balance? I think it'll be wrong to say that the government should step back and let things just evolve as they do, or it should tighten the screws to a degree where there's no space for anything new to happen. So finding that balance is going to be a challenge. It always was. It's not unique to cryptocurrency debate. But Marjorie, what's your sense of this conversation? What's the most interesting kind of policy discussion within Europe or globally around digital?
Yeah, thanks, Andrew. So as you say, I work for a think tank based in London, and the core focus of my research is essentially the following question: is how do you create a policy framework that would lead to beneficial technology? So in that sense, I'm a technology optimist, because I believe there's such a thing as technology that benefits society as a whole. But what we may not have just right now is the right principle and the right policy to achieve that goal. And so I think if you look back 10 years ago, what essentially happened is a digital Wild West. You had a handful of big companies that were extracting data in a lawless manner, and I think that the data is the new oil is a good analogy. It's basically extractive industries, and they were in this context a bit like ruthless miners, gold miners. And we all collectively woken up to the horror of data extraction with the scandal of Cambridge Analytica and Brexit and other political issue, where we realized that technology is really intertwined with policy. And then with this tech clash came actually a series of new regulations that were really meant to regulate the digital space. And this is, at least for the last 5 years, a really booming and dynamic space in policy, which is funny because really it's adjectives that are often not associated with policy, but what we see is more collaboration between technology and policymaker. However, it's not yet a mature space, and I think a good example here is the general data protection policy that was launched by the European Union. And it's a good example because we have the perspective of time, but it also is very representative of the issues and the shortcomings of the space. So while it was really innovative at the time, it is still a very limitative policy. It's restrictive in nature, so it looks at limiting the collection, storage, and usage of data. It doesn't look at how do you share data, how do you enable usage of data. It's also very static. It's a snapshot in time of how the digital space was then, but it's maybe no longer relevant. And we know that a lot of the regulations that are developed today are likely to be outdated by the moment they're implemented. And finally, and that's probably one of the biggest issues we see in that space, the GDPR is still very much rooted in a specific region, in a specific set of values and assumptions. And specifically now we see this tension where there's assumption about what's the right balance between privacy and national security and national interest. And during COVID, this issue really resurfaced, and it's an ongoing conversation also with the US that has slightly different perspective on that, which create really problems to essentially share data across borders. So that's I think, in a summary, the main issue we see in that space is how static it is, how basically value loaded it is, and essentially not enough reflecting of the evolving nature of technology. I can talk a little bit about our recommendation, but I'm going to pause there because I think it'd be good in the next questions.
Super. I think I actually know who I want to go to next. But before that, I've seen a couple questions already come in. So if you have something you wanted to ask the panelists, go through this Telegram bot, and I'll take note of it when the time comes. But for now, I think we're zooming in on this, again, the balance, right? It's like regulation is always a catch-up game, and technology, we know it simultaneously creates problems and solves problems, and this is kind of an infinite loop, right? Every time something else is introduced, it addresses what has come before and corrects some issues from the past, but creates the new ones. But I think Marjorie touched on the question of privacy that's central to this GDPR, if you've heard, is just a landmark regulation that Europe has put on the table, and it's now being widely adopted. But as you're saying, it always is behind times, right? What felt like frontier of regulation is already outdated, and how do you keep up? And I wanted to go to Rob and describe the world in which the technology you're working on, the privacy-enhancing technology, say it's adopted widely, what the world would look like if it did exist, and how would it change how we interact?
So just before I answer the question, I started working on the project I'm working on now back in 2012, so nearly 10 years ago. And 10 years ago, when I started pitching my idea to venture capitalists and others, I was almost laughed out of the room. People's view on privacy back then was, privacy is dead. Nobody cares. They're going to continue to give their information away forever because they want the services that are being provided to them. And what we've seen over the last 10 years, in particular when you look at GDPR and the evolution of legal systems, GDPR was a massive shift in terms of governments realizing the importance of regulating this space and how much value resided in people's data. Today, there's an estimate of somewhere between $2 and $3 trillion of value that is extracted from everybody's data around the planet. So roughly $1 trillion in the US, $1 trillion in Europe, and $1 trillion in the rest of the world. GDPR was essentially an attempt to put a brake on that. And as Marjorie said, it was a crude brake. It does certain things, it does certain things really well. It puts a complete brake on it. But that is not what we want to do. We want to be able to still provide services to people that enhance their lives in a way that is beneficial to them, but not at the risk of damaging their privacy, damaging their confidentiality, and things that you never wanted to happen to them because of the data that they shared. And this is where the technology that we've been working comes in. It's about putting in place technological capability that allows you to share things when you want to, expose that information, but like a light switch, enable you to switch it off when you want to. So for example, when you buy a pair of shoes from Amazon or wherever, instead of having to give all your data to Amazon, your name, your address, your credit card, all of that information, what if you could give it to them just for the moment they needed it and then switch it off so that they never get to see it again unless you decide you want to see them get it. This changes the dynamic so that Vodafone no longer has all of the information about where you are 24 hours a day or every shop that you purchase something with your credit card. It's only when you decide. And this redresses the imbalance, I think, in terms of how technology and data is being used. I mean, if we all knew what happens to our data, it would terrify us. The mobile phone is only the tip of the iceberg. I mean, if I was to give Andrew my mobile phone, I actually wouldn't be too worried. But if he saw all of the places that I had been in the last 10 years, and some of them I mightn't want him to know about, and my wife definitely doesn't want to know about all of them either, that would be terrifying. So this is the power of data. It can be used for good and bad, and technology, I think, is capable of restoring that balance to some extent.
Thank you, and I'll have our speakers respond. But before I wanted to sum up Rob's explanation as a saying you might have all heard. If the product is free, you are the product, and this is what we've come accustomed to, as we've just heard. Is we want the convenience, like Facebook, super convenient. WhatsApp, you text your friends anywhere in the world. They're always accessible. You can call them. Do you pay for it? Anybody's paying for WhatsApp? No? But it's out there. So how does it exist? Like exactly how are they making money? They're monetizing data, and this is it's not. We can't be super critical of it because that's the model we accepted. It's not done, in spite of our interest. It's just somehow it's how the ecosystem is evolving, and the question is, can it continue, or will the consumers demand this power back, and will Rob's technology then go into marketplace and change it? But maybe I'll go to Olga and to you first, and just maybe say a few words if you feel. What Rob is describing, does it threaten your business? Does it enhance your business? Do you feel that that will be fair to the telecom sector, especially because a lot of value has been shifted to Googles, Facebooks of the world? They monetize the data. You have a ton of it. But what Rob is describing, when I take possession of my digital identity, what does that mean for you?
Очень хотелось ответить сразу, прям спасибо за слово.
Thank you very much. I really wanted to answer that as well, because basically everything is very easy. Whatever you do with your mobile phone leaves its digital trail, whether you want it, whether you don't want it. There's something that happens, and you have to take that as a fact, as the given. The question is who owns this data and why. Speaking about the Vodafone and the telecom operators, we're really overregulated. GDPR for us is something important because Vodafone is a global brand, and we have the number of workshops already, and basically that gives our opportunity for our subscribers to sleep good because they know their personal data is protected. But let us take a different angle for this situation. Right now, the 90% of the market is not identified. All of the Ukrainians know that it's a unique situation. The prepay, we don't know who you are, or at least you believe that we do not know who you are, what you are. The information is really, there's a lot of information, that's for sure, and it's a sensitive topic when we're raising this question that the database has to be identified database, because we do not want, we're not afraid to, we're afraid to give the data to the operator, but we're not afraid to provide our telephone number to our financial means. And in this case, to provide this opportunity for different fraudulent topics to use our data, but it's not maybe the main topic for this discussion now. But when they're raising this topic, they also say, Olga, but what do you mean? You want to follow everyone. We're a free nation, free people. That's not the right thing to do. We want to have this private life. Go to the Facebook and Instagram. You're showing so much things in your Instagram and in your social media, then it's a dilemma. You don't need to collect data about you. You show it all. On one hand, we want to be very private, very closed down, but in the other hand, we are giving all of the information away in the social media, and we don't care about that. So whether you will know that the Vodafone will know where you go and taking your car to, what is the speed that you're driving with, we can only decide who's the owner of the car, who owns the car, who doesn't own the car, who has been to which countries in the recent times. We know a lot about you, but trust me, this data is in a very good hands because we understand the responsibility. We understand that the responsibility that we take as the operators, and we know that our users are the most important value for us. And the personal data is the most important equity for the telephone operator right now. If before, and still, sometimes the telecom we are evaluating by the number of subscribers, the revenues, but you will be surprised in 10 years there will be a completely different criteria to evaluate the operators. What is the data that they have? What is the information and data that they collect by the telecom operators and from the telecom operator? Because we are interconnected with a lot of services, with a fintech, with all of the supply, all of the procurement, just as I've said it from the very beginning, whatever you do with your phone, we know about that. So that's all with that. We do not know the details, of course, like what is it that you do there. But overall, there is a lot of models and there is a lot of production models that will help us to identify what you have done. But I would like to also support my colleague who wanted to mention that as well, because, technology has two faces, like two faces of the coin. Like the atom as well, it can create and it can destroy. Just to give you a very brief example, the face identification. When you use your phone, I'm sure that a lot of people have used the face identification of the phone, that not to click your password on the phone, because all of life is digital right now. Digital signature, you're changing password, you can't remember that, and you identify, you're unlocking your phone with Face ID. Most of your applications you might use Face ID for that. I think that you have seen this news. The European Parliament has made a decision to prohibit the usage, the automatic face recognition in the public places. That gives us the understanding that the technology is non-toxic. The problem is that the way you're going to use that, this is the question. And in this case, the role of the state, the role of the regulator is important. It makes sure that all of the countries, they have in their own way. China goes in one way, Europe goes in one way, because China already has the social rights already. There's something that we can see in the Black Mirror, and something that I didn't vote for. And this is maybe the scariest idea out of this topic. But the US, even though they're a very democratic world, but they're basically having everything. They're basically testing out all of the new technology with data usage. So all of the technologies that have been seen and created, even in the private business, they have been supported and have been sponsored by the military. Of course, we can think that maybe it will be used for the peaceful goals, but whether we like it or not, the technology will be developing further on. We can pretend that they do not exist. We can pretend that we do not need it, but they will find us in 10 or 15 years. Will we be ready for that as humanity? Will we provide the opportunity for the artificial intelligence to guide us? Will we give them the opportunity to manage us as robots? For example, you're going to be fully controlled. Your behavior will be fully controlled, but you will be saying that what it is that this is there's a question for all of us. What is the place that you would like to take? And this is the biggest challenge for humanity this year. Not about whether we need technologies or no.
The existential question, and that's what this panel was about from the start. Is technology pushing us towards dystopia where, it's 1984 all over again, right? The Big Brother is watching and all of that. But I think, I don't know, maybe the panelists will respond, but the question is, what are we comfortable with? If digital companies, for-profit enterprises have possession of this data and they're involved in this kind of societal level impact, right? That Facebook is regularly accused of having an impact, not necessarily, doing it deliberately, but having an impact on elections, on outcomes of how modern democracy operates. But it's a company, it's a business. Are we comfortable with the business having that kind of power? If not business, are we comfortable with the state? I have I live in the Netherlands. I have a digital ID issued by the government, and through that ID I can pull up my vaccination certificate. I'm comfortable with this, but I also have, say, Apple sign in that has my identity. I can use it to access other digital products, or Google. Like, what's good for me as a consumer, as a human? Like, what's the fair setup? Maybe I want it all to myself, like Rob's technology maybe will deliver, where I say, I possess it, no one else has it. I know who I am, and I use it to access different services as I wish, not have Apple possess this information on my behalf. But I think this is very good where we are. Not necessarily very optimistic, but a good place to have a discussion. Now, Natalia, maybe you can respond. I don't know if this is a comfortable moment, but what's your... Yeah.
Да, платежи...
Yes, the payments are a very important part of our life, so I can comment upon that and answering to all of our speakers and all of my colleagues about what is going on. No matter how strange it is, or maybe that's not very strange, the client is in the center of everything, and all of the technologies on the payment that have been created, they all have been built on the idea of what client wants. And by the way, we now got to one of those trends that actually says that basically do nothing at checkout. The clients want to do less actions when they are completing the payment. Even especially understand that right now everything is turned out to the e-commerce, and the technology that we have seen in the couple of recent days, this is the technology that we're going further away. So we will provide this help to our clients to make it as comfortable and as fast as possible. But it's about balance. There is a good opinion that any technology can be used both for good and for bad. We see that there is opportunities to be given this wellness, that there's idea for the client, but there will be security and safety on the other part of the line. And the security will be provided by the people behind. The payment person is in front, but there is the backing technology. There is the analysis of a huge amount of data that will give you maybe a secret or no, but any transaction by MasterCard is being supported on different levels of artificial analysis. And we have been analyzing this information on the risks analysis. And MasterCard is already supporting this data to each of transaction and providing it to the bank eminence for them to be able to provide new decisions for these payments. Developing this technology further on, we will already help all of the partners not only for the fraud protection, but we already help them to analyze their businesses. Those technologies are already available. That's what we have been doing, and what we have been doing for quite a long time, not only for the banks, but also for the client service companies. The one that are facing the clients We're not only speaking about the banking infrastructure and solely banking infrastructure. We're not speaking about this four-party model. We're already speaking about the multi-party models. We're engaging multiple participants, the fintechs, the service providers, whoever that is, innovators, entrepreneurs. They're already providing their thoughts and technologies into that. So speaking on technologies, we speak on the payments. We're going to be building partnership. We're going to build connections.
Perfect timing, based on those comments, to bring in a question from the room. Alexei Krючков is asking, является ли проблема
whether this problem of privacy is a real problem in internet, or maybe that's paranoia. Maybe we should make everything maximum open and transparent, and then the cost of all of this data will be zero, and there will be no interest for fraud. So do you believe there actually is a privacy problem? Ilya? You know, I'm just interested in one of this question. Can you please raise your hand? The people who actually read the agreement and the disclaimers at the sites when there are coming up, pop-up when at the sites. I see 5 hands. You know, I'm not going to saying if that's my position is the only position, but you know, we had this, the GDPR was a shot in a leg. On one hand, it was supposed to protect the privacy and the client, because it will be very comfortable to issue the law and say, well, we issued a law. But take a look, only 5 people are reading those customer agreements. And I have made a research, 82% of people, they hate those pop-up windows with agreements. 86% click, yes, I agree. They do not read it, they just agree to that. And those 16% of people who actually read that, they have no understanding of what is being said there, because it's a legal language that has been specifically targeted to sell you the ticket to hell. Because basically I've talked to the lawyers and they said, you know, before the GDPR, they were just using the general notions of human values, ethics and morals. When the people have started to agree to you don't know what, the companies have started to include those points that you were scared of, or you know, just for fun, read what you're agreeing up to on Facebook, on Google, read the news, read those agreements, and you will be frightened, you will be surprised. You not only agree to the service, you give everything. You know, I sometimes do that. For example, every night on midnight, the Ryanair application has been provided my physical possession to a server. What do I mean by that? That basically, you know, on one hand, yes, those protection and safety, they're declared, but de facto, actually, it's not targeted to improve the privacy. That's just a command from my side. If you would like to regulate something, and if you would like to do something, then we have to make it work, really. So not only to leave it as a declaration, not only to leave it as a flag, so that the states and or companies will only push to make it more inquisitive. Okay, but what about the idea? Let's forget what privacy is about. Just like forget about it, take it to the window and forget about it. Be transparent. You know, the idea that I really like from the one that had been voiced out here, and basically what I've heard here, what is the sense of collecting data that are not needed for a simple transaction? Why, when I'm buying shoes, they ask me about everything. For example, there is this flag for the application that will, I don't know, report when I'm coming to the certain place. And this is not needed for me to buy shoes. I would really like the model that if the company needs to complete the transaction with a person, they collect the minimum of needed data. You don't need my name sometimes. You know, I'm the big supporter of the blockchain systems. They are built on the idea. There is the trust as environment. So they don't ask you who you are, where you are. So I would be for the minimum collection of the needed data, and for them to be deleted as soon as the transaction is completed. There was another comment. I'm sorry. Just, you know, I have been slightly supporting your comment, so I'm really sorry for that. Because payments, quite recently, they're not about convenience. If we consider the financial system and state, the state is now making banks more to track, to follow, to block most of the payments, because the state has these functions of the law enforcement, and this started to include this law enforcement function to the financial actors. Before that, then law enforcement was checking it, but now the banks establishment starting to do that as well. So right now we used to say that it was done for the convenience of the clients. Right now I believe it's partly true and partly due to the need of the total control, because it's really easy to control people through financial feelings, through financial means. So I have mixed feelings about privacy. I do support that it's a very serious issue, and you have to write it in the regulatory norms as well. I disagree that the European regulations, the GDPR, they will solve some issues. As for me, it only multiplies those problems that we have with digital environment.
I'm one of those people who clicks accept, move on, and do hate it, that it comes up every time. But I also am not comfortable that somebody collects all this data, but I don't have any tools to then say, I want this to stop, I want to be in control. But I wanted to go to Marjorie, and this question, the idea that since privacy is dead, like there's no space for it in the digital universe, why not just abandon it and accept it and move on?
I don't think privacy is dead. We saw the result when you suggest to share the phone, and there was like a gasp for a second of people like, I'm not sure I want to do this. I see people nodding or not, but I think there's definitely a question about data literacy, and the fact that it was a relatively new issue, no regulators comes in, and maybe over-regulated to some extent, but there's definitely a need, and that's also one of the things we're pushing for, is a need for societal discussion. It's not only about what the tech companies do or the regulators decide to do, it's also as individuals, how literate are we about the digital space, what do we know, the back end, the front end, etc. And I think that's the new frontier, is to engage the civil society in those talk. And in general, I will actually be very have some doubts about any of the stakeholders say, trust us with your data. We're fine with it. We'll take care of it. I think that I'll be much more comfortable to make sure that there's actually a discussion and multi-stakeholder perspective on that, because you have checked and balances, which is probably one of the other recommendations we have for this space.
I think Rob wanted to jump in.
Oh, I'm chomping at the bit trying to get in here. Privacy is one of those things. It's like fire insurance. You only need it once your house is burnt down. And when you've lost your privacy, then you realize what it means. I had this conversation with somebody in London whose Twitter account got hacked. And he was saying, no, I don't care. I'm going to give away my data forever. His Twitter account got hacked and somebody stole his identity. And suddenly he felt his personal space had been completely invaded. Someone was masquerading as him, and he felt what it meant to have lost his privacy. It is only when you lose it do you realize what it means. Now, in relation to cookies and having to click every single one of them, I agree. It is the greatest pain ever having to click all those cookies. But that is a representation of a very crude technological response to a problem. There are going to be much better ways of addressing the problem of saying, I don't want you to track me, I don't want my information shared with everybody. That ultimately will allow you to do it once, it'll be remembered, and everybody then can consume it. In relation to credit cards, for example, one of the examples that I give when I speak at events like this in relation to how you can secure your personal information is an example relating to a credit card. When your credit card has been compromised, your bank will tell you, take out a scissors and cut it up into pieces and put it in the bin. It is the safest place for it because it is now in lots of little pieces. When you break information up into little pieces and distribute it, it has very little value. So one of the technological things that we're working on at the moment is breaking information into pieces so that no single organization has all of the bits. They have to get it from all of the people or all of the organization who has one of the bits, and you control when they come together or not. So you can still use your credit card when you determine you want to use it, but no single organization has all of the pieces in order to use it without your direct permission. So This is a response that's a technical response to some of the challenges that we're having in relation to the misuse of information. You know, and when I hear Marjorie say, you know, trust us with your information, the first reaction I have every single time is, do not trust them with your information, because it is almost the inverse of what they're trying to say to you. There is absolutely going to be something happening within those organizations to your information that you never intended.
I'll go to Olga first.
Just few comments. Смотрите, вы раскрываете о себе данные.
You're disclosing the data about yourself, and what will it reserve? You have disclosed the full data set, but it's about how you will use it. The data itself does not have value. You will not be able to resell it or buy it. The question is in what way you're going to use it. You have disclosed the data. Thus, if there are no people who are interested in those data, who use some filters, either the big companies or regulators, who has the access? Any kind of person will have the access to that. So we presuppose that the criminals will have the access to this data as well. Will you feel safe, even in your own house, if you have just disclosed all the data? This is again the question that I'm getting back to. When we share with Facebook, with Instagram, we're telling everything about ourselves, and we believe that it's just transparency, that's it. We're forgetting the other side of the coin. This data can create a lot of challenges for your security, your personal security, the security of your family. The same thing you say, let's disclose the data. And what will it resolve? And I will comment again from this transaction and payment part. There is a great thought that when everything is good, when you do not lose money, we're ready to sign everything up. But when the fraud happens with your card, when the money are being taken out of you, you're starting to talk to your bank, and here the technology are included. An example from Ukraine. You might know what is the biggest fraud right now with the plastic cards, with the payment cards in Ukraine, is the social engineering and the other types of the social engineer. What do we mean by that? It means that you're receiving a call, 42 million of people, and you're disclosing your data gladly for the phone fraud. 2 years ago, we have seen this fraud. Since the moment that the person picked up, that's a very easy trick. We have a lot of people who will get your information disclosed. 2 years ago, that was 17 minutes since the moment you pick up until the person gets your money from the ATM, that you have delivered your money in the other city. Last month, I have seen the same data. It decreased to 4 minutes. People are disclosing their data, passports, logins, entering the codes, give the codes and passwords to the people. They do it in the banking app. The client give this information to the criminals. We will not find this solution in the framework of this panel, but this is something that we have to consider. People somehow are really happy to talk to the criminals and to disclose the data. That is why we're introducing all of these technologies together with our partners. And from the side of MasterCard, we already have the technology of passive biometry. What do we mean by that? It means that when you're making this payment, you are approving it in your bank, but technology already knows that it's not you. So basically, there are some things as the passive biometry, the behavioral biometry. So when you're loading your phone, how you're entering the data in your internet banking, so on and so forth.
Getting revealed that I did not expect. So I don't know how comfortable you feel. I think it's the same dilemma. Is like for the service to add value, for MasterCard to recognize a wrong pattern, it needs to monitor the existing pattern to know how I act with my money, to then say it's not you, it's somebody else. But for this to work, I need to trust MasterCard. They need to have access to all this information. But then we go back to this question of when do I agree to it, and will I ever be fully comfortable? I don't know. Maybe now that we're reaching the end of the session, I'll do a round of closing remarks for everybody on whatever we forgot to cover. What else is you feel is important. If you wanted to maybe pitch an episode of a future Black Mirror, if you can say, look, this particular technology is most dangerous, or maybe dispute some of those dangers. And then we'll go just down the line, starting with you, Ilya.
Да, сегодня мы говорили о технологиях.
We have spoken about the technology. The very first question was, what are the technology that will definitely change our life? Unfortunately, we don't have enough time. I think that I would say that artificial intelligence will do something about that, because we have tried it, we had just touched it slightly. In the next 10 or 50 years, artificial intelligence will change our life significantly. All of the other things will change as well. I do believe there's a lot of things that have already been happening that we haven't seen. One of my colleagues in Stanford, responsible for artificial intelligence, he said, fortunately, unfortunately, people for 5 years already don't understand how the artificial intelligence work, because they don't know how to work with this logics, with this construct. So let's hope it's for the best. Another point that's about the process, not the technology as well, the decentralization process. I do agree with this point that internet is dead, because on one hand, the internet is basically the regulators, the LTDs that are only working there. I'm sure that decentralization, the smallest share that already has existed, that blockchain, and that's all basically the third generation of internet, the decentralized internet, that gives the good example that we can slightly improve of what is going on here. Decentralization and artificial intelligence, I would identify two.
The latest technology does things that no one understands. Like in some sense, we already lost control, and the intelligence explosion. You've heard of this phenomena? Anyone has heard intelligence explosion? It's the idea that if and when we get to a general intelligence, and no one can give you a precise date, but if we get to it, at the minute it happens, it's basically over. The machine will learn much faster than we can imagine, and it will improve itself, and then our intelligence will be left so far behind that we won't be able to catch up. So if and when we get to this point, we better be sure that what it's doing is something we ourselves are accepting, right? We do not lose control of technology that will overwrite humanity in terms of its capabilities. But I think what Ilya is saying is already making me a bit anxious. If today we're far away from general intelligence, but if the most brightest minds don't know what the machines are doing, they created their own language, right? There was this idea that AIs were talking among themselves in ways that no one knows. Maybe you wanted to add.
Да, это просто эксперимент такой был сделан, что.
Yes, there was an experiment when the engines of the artificial intelligence, Google and Facebook, they've got together, they've connected them for the first 5 minutes. They have switched to the invented language between the two of them, and they have started the communication to the language that is not clear for people. Maybe that is because was just more effective, and it happened a couple of times. It's not a chance.
AI, like this kind of AI we're describing, it doesn't do anything super complicated. It's just narrow focused, right? But if it's becoming more and more advanced, it's an interesting question. And then Marjorie talked about humane technologies. Maybe you will end on a positive note when it comes to you. But Rob, over to you. Closing remarks, something we missed.
I would agree. I think AI, unregulated, unrestricted AI is scary. AI works on the basis of data. If you feed bad data into the machine is going to learn bad things. It's as simple as that. So I think AI is the most exciting, but equally the most terrifying thing that potentially is out there. It needs to be controlled. And I leave with one parting thought. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. That applies to anybody who is working with data and has lots of data. Just because you can doesn't mean you should.
Yeah, if I were to add the word that I think captures it, we cannot sleepwalk into the end of human civilization. Like, if we get there, we should know what we're doing, or at least some try to control this process and not sleepwalk into it. But Natalia, over to you.
I think I will not try to repeat myself or my colleagues. My colleagues have said a lot, and I agree to what they've said already. But I think that I would also mention a different direction for us to think. Just if we speak about the Black Mirror, there is a Matrix reboot as well coming. You know this nice jokes that the new Neo, he would have chosen a different pill. And there's a continuation to this joke. The new Neo would never go to Morpheus because he has to take his baby to school in the morning, so he wouldn't follow him to the rabbit hole. So basically, I would say that it's something that is really relevant for me, and the strategy that what our company goes, that all has to be human centric. We have to get a person into the center. And I would say that what is important is education. The educational system, we do not have to change it, but we have to adapt it to the modern challenges and to the modern technologies. I would be moving into this direction, developing education. Olga? I have been working in a big company for quite a long period of time already, and I think I will give you an example from here. When we have some challenges, when we have the new realities emerging and something is going on the global level, the first thing that you are believing, you're starting to think about is the vision. And we're now in this situation when the technological progress is so fast, everything has changed so dramatically. So I do believe that this is the high time for the humanity to start thinking about the vision of who we are, where we are, what are we going to be doing, what do we want to do. And then we are picturing all of the other things. We're currently discussing the technologies from the bottom. We're starting down there, but overall the technologies, they should help humanity to be happier, to be freer, to be whoever we want to be. And the question is, who is it that we want to be?
Philosophical dilemma. And since Marjorie, no pressure, but I hope you can end on an optimistic note. Technology is value neutral, right? It's almost like this train is moving forward. There's no point in stopping it. It will keep going. Like if you think of technology, my shoes is technology. Like I can walk a bit further than I would without them. The glasses are technology. It's all right. We've been adding this as what defines humanity in some sense. It's when we graduated from apes, it's because we've adopted tools. But the question, I feel like the unease that the Black Mirror presents is this technology now, are we subordinating ourselves to it, or are we still driving this train? So Marjorie, give us a sense of hope, please.
So I don't know if I'll be optimistic, but let's say I'll try to be a little aspirational at least. So I think I have 2 points to finish. The first one is collaboration. We still think and try to regulate technology as if it was a national matter or a local matter, but we know it's international, it's trans-border, and so I think it's really needed, like the UN is trying with the technology envoy and other, to actually talk about it at a broader level, because if singularity, as you mentioned, Andrew, happens, this is not a national question, this is a humanity question. Secondly, digital literacy. Technology is not magic. Sometimes it feels like magic, but it's not. It's a series of value, of assumption, of algorithm, of bad data, of good data. And I think it's important that we increase digital literacy. There is a responsibility also for citizens to understand what the app user using is, what is the data, how it works. And it's a bit like how you learn to read in the analog world. You need to understand what's the system and the logic behind your apps or the platform you use.
Thank you. I wanted to thank everybody who found the time for this session. I wanted to thank our speakers. I've learned a great deal, and I hope you as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your attention. We would like to have a break of 20 minutes, and then in 20 minutes we would like to invite you to join us here at the main stage, to join us at the
Група компаній «Епіцентр» – інвестор номер 1 в Україні. Новий формат торговельних центрів в Україні – це інноваційні концепти, широкий асортимент, сучасне обладнання та європейський сервіс. Майже 20 торгових напрямків забезпечують кращі товари та унікальний клієнтський досвід. Понад 1,5 мільйони квадратних метрів торгової площі, 3000 компаній-постачальників, мільйон товарних пропозицій, понад 6 мільйонів учасників програми лояльності «Вигода». Ми стаємо ще кращими, комфортними, зручними та інноваційними для наших відвідувачів. Щомісяця інтернет-магазин «Епіцентр.ua» має понад 20 мільйонів відвідувань. Наші онлайн-продажі стають ще швидшими та доступнішими. А сучасні фулфілмент-центри забезпечують стабільну та налагоджену логістику. Транспортний парк «Епіцентру» є найбільшим в Україні. На вітчизняні та міжнародні автошляхи щодня виїжджає понад 3000 автомобілів, щоб доставити вчасно необхідний товар в торгові центри та до покупців. Наша гордість – виробництво завод керамічної плитки «Епіцентр Керамік Корпорейшн» з інноваційним високотехнологічним обладнанням. Постачає продукцію в понад 30 країн світу. А розбудова сучасних елеваторних хабів у структурі «Епіцентр Агро» покращує зернову інфраструктуру, забезпечує продовольчу безпеку країни. «Епіцентр» – соціально відповідальна компанія. Спільний проект «Епіцентр дітям» та фонду «Реал Мадрид» став найкращим в світі. Ми підтримуємо медичну галузь в Україні. Наша особлива підтримка спорту. Ми творимо майбутнє країни.
Welcome to the heart of Ukraine's green steel. Interpipe Steel is a place of modern views and technologies. The place where the future of the Ukrainian industry was born and is now developing, casting, and coming true. Interpipe Steel Company follows international standards. It's the largest private investment in the history of independent Ukraine. Innovative and eco-friendly, Interpipe Steel is the only company in the country which is running the European Green Deal policy. Policy for eco-modernization for achieving favorable climate goals. Products made out of our high-quality steel are represented in more than 80 countries. It is used in production of high-speed trains running in Europe, in pipes that cool every third building in Dubai. Our main mission is to create comfortable, eco-friendly conditions for the world and future generations. In order to achieve this, we constantly develop, support our partners, and foster their prosperity, improve living conditions in all regions of our country and in the world. Interpipe Steel, the place where the future is created.
Шановні пані та панове, запрошуємо вас до зали. Ми будемо починати. Нагадую, що після завершення фінальної дискусії у залі С пройде KIEF Closing Party за участю співачки Лерой та розіграшем подарунків. Ну а зараз будемо зустрічати наших спікерів. Прохання займати свої місця у залі. Просимо займати свої місця. Ми починаємо.
Я вітаю всіх вас в цій залі. Давайте зберемося.
I'm pleased to welcome all of you here in this room. Let us for another hour work together. My name is Tatiana Goncharova. I'm always closing this forum, and I would like to close this forum by reading a simple book of physics, the best book of physics of the best teacher, Pavlo Victor. And I think that's the only person in YouTube who doesn't care about the monetization of YouTube, but wants to promote the knowledge, wants to bring love to to physics among his students. Inertiality is the characteristics of the body. That's, by the way, the light doesn't follow me. In order to change speed of the body, you need time. Inertiality is the quality of every body and characteristic of every body. I thought that multiple times we have heard the word changes at this forum, and you might be already sick of this word. But we might have got to the main conclusion as well. The problem is not about change. The world is constantly changing, and David Boddy has said that times are changing. So basically it's that we are always lagging behind. We are inertious, and that's okay. If we would have a little bit more time, we would have become really fast. Even, by the way, the final series, The Bond, they have been delayed. They have filmed it in 2016. They're now showing this film in 2021. They're showing about the biological weapon, but the virus has already been there for 2 years on our planet. We had a lot of different definitions because we do not make it in time. Jean-Jacques Celabre, who deals with the corporate financials, he said, our problem is the only one. We are stupid, unprofessional, we're not clever, we're inertious, we are unflexible. And I just wanted to say, well, give us a little bit more time and we'll manage to do that. But no one knows we will. We will not be able to do that if we'll have more time. Still, there were some theses that have been mentioned throughout these 2 days and might not be very precise. Yesterday, the Prime Minister has said that our country is first on digitalization. Are you sure? Or do we have Estonia, that is the greatest example with this e-governance, and Japan in year 2000 has said that we have written the strategy of building the IT society. That was year 2000. So are you sure that we're number one in digitalization? Another speaker had said yesterday that digitalization is following us in our footsteps, but the world has shown that the world is separating and digitalizing and localizing, and separate cities have managed the coronavirus faster than France or Italy did. The globalization, is it basically real or no? They said that the engineer is the profession of the future. I've just talked to a person who's 25 years old. He has been working here in the Boeing and structural resources. That Moscow, KIEF, and then he said, I was promised to have a lot of things. I was working there at 7 o'clock and I left at 7 in the evening and was paid 12,000 hryvnias. Engineers, the profession of the future. Is it? At the You Tomorrow Forum, Vasyl Khmelnytsky has said that he is buying welding equipment that replaces 4 welders. He said that the cars are following us. My acquaintances has went to Poland and they're packing their candies and no one is replacing them because the labor force is cheaper than the equipment. Digital stories are interesting. We support artificial intelligence. We support really good equipment as well. But it's not clear. It's not known for sure. We cannot forecast precisely, just like the story with the oil prices. We have calculated it all, but then the prices skyrocketed in a week. We know everything about the world, but every time we get together, and now closing the 7th KIEF International Economic Forum, I want us to be more precise about the definitions that we give. The one precise about the advice that we give you, because you have come here to know how to become richer, how to keep on moving on, what to do, how to become smarter, how to stop being inertious, and how we can become professional in the fastest pace. I will have 3 speakers today, and they will be the one who will cover the 3 challenges of our today. Andriy Zdasenko is responsible for the hygiene of the biggest part of our planet. Andriy, please come to us as well. This is about the sustainability, and this is about the hygiene. So please, Andriy, join us here. We have Alexander Konotopsky, who will be covering the issue of safety and security. That's something that the world needs and every one of us needs as well. And we'll have Vasyl Khmelnytsky, who's responsible for our vision, for the technology, for the faith for the future, for basically all of those challenges in the same time that we have to respond as well. Please welcome Vasily Khmelnytsky, the founder of the KIEF International Economical Forum. Please welcome. We'll have a lot of questions. There will be a lot of questions. They'll be different, and maybe we'll have the questions from the audience as well. Please make sure you write your questions in the chat box. The first question will be childish, I would like to say as well. So how can we all be happy, non-anxious, professional? Try to think about that. But also, how should we not start being the characters of another series that broke all of the records, Squid Game, when they lost their humanity? How can we preserve that? Alexander, very first question to you. Just a lyrical question. How can we remain humans? So like, how should we reach good results but not but still being happy? You mean that? Well, I do not think that, like, if you don't like big results in sport, that you have to go to sports. You know, the sports has a lot of beauty, and any kind of sportsman. And I think that business is a way of a sport as well. So any kind of businessman, they're reaching the big results and they're becoming happier based on that. You might be based on that and on your life, only on that? No. Well, you need love, you need family, you need children. And of course, you'll need some good things coming up as well. You need to do some good things based on this capital that you have. All of that will make you happier. Yes. Okay, then the question goes to you, Andrei. Well, I believe that not just the one case, but like my case, my recipe to be happy in the modern world, the place that really makes me happy is to be doing something that I love. The case that will help me to implement and self-actualize my knowledge, my experience. We are already adults and we know what we want. We are mature. So we know the things that give us the opportunity to actualize all of the spectrum of our desires. Not only making what you love, but because we speak at the Economics Forum, then I do believe that family is basis. Love is basis. This is the most important foundations. Without love, you cannot keep on moving further on. Without basically you cannot keep on moving on, and basically you cannot, you still, and being passionate about what you do. And I'm really happy that today in this room I have more and more, I can see more and more people who are finding themselves not only in business, not only in sports, but in business, in music, in culture, who are finding their new faces in different sectors, and the synergy works properly. That gives you more energy, that works then with networking. The modern technology gives you the opportunity, and we have seen that when the person goes to Ironman, and they have the same time meetings on Zoom or big concerts later on or big exhibitions, they can have their businesses remotely and not lose the level of quality and energy that fulfills this person's life. So I believe that the modern world gives you a lot of opportunities to be happy by self-actualizing yourself as well. But the most important case, the one that drives you when you wake up in the morning, when you think of what your day will be like, what the projects will you cover, one or some. I still have this drive, this fire inside of me. It really feeds me up and makes me happy. You see, without businesses, without your favorite deed, you will not be happy. Our panel is titled The Architecture of the New World. Please make sure you write the questions. On the architecture of the new world, your mission of your business, Vasily. Let me start with what makes me happy. Business as well. Yes, you know, happiness is something for the people. It's always your own. Somebody really likes computer games. Someone like just, regretting your life. They're getting together and they're happy about that. Right now, I'm really happy that today is the second day of the forum and we have the whole room of the people who want to succeed. I'm really happy. Thank you very much for that. So that was the moment of happiness. No, that was my small male happiness. Yes, but this moment, this final panel, this is happiness. Well, I am a happy person overall, and I'm always happy when, for example, my neighbors succeed. When they succeed, when they have the really good success, then I also can learn something from them, and I can succeed as well. So basically, I understand that my idea is to create an environment for businesses and for talents, and a lot of people might see that. That might sound really as loud words, created the spaces for businesses and talents. All of the words that when I have been 20 or 30 years old, I had only one goal. I wanted to have some money. I didn't know what taxes are. I didn't know what EBITDA is. I didn't know what costs are. I've started doing a lot of things and I've gained success. And up till the age of 40, I have changed my worldview. I've grown up. I've said I'm not going to be doing everything. I'm just going to be doing this and that. I've started making my team. I've learned what taxes are, how you should pay taxes. I know you can officially make the taxes lower. I've started to develop. Starting from years 40 to 50, I've started to know what I want to do. And that I have a idea to create unit city, to create ecosystem. Right now, I'm older than 50 years. I have my experience. I have the money that I need, and I want to create the conditions so that business would be developing faster in Ukraine, so that people would not live abroad, so they would stay here. And I want people to stay here because economy in the best way, then I can be effective and profitable only if you are becoming profitable. When you will grow, your company will grow. That's basically when you'll be spending, when people will earn the money and will spending them with me, and I will spend it with you. You cannot be effective and happy in a country that stagnates, that doesn't develop. So my mission and the mission of all of the people who work with me, they're my friends and my mentors as well, because I'm definitely not perfect. Our mission is to create the conditions for the development of business and talents. And if we can do that, and in unit cities, the companies are growing 20% faster than outside of unit city. And I'm happy. I'm happy when people are making money. I'm happy when everything is developing, when more people come there. So my business idea and life idea is to create conditions for the talents and for businesses. Okay. The Ajax, let us give a round of applause to all of the speakers, but not all the time. We have a lot of questions. Ajax, the security system, you're building it in Ukraine, selling it all over the world. The question is, why in Ukraine? Why Ukraine? And in the last 2 years, how much have you grown? Why in Ukraine? That is a strange question. Why not? No, this is a continuation of the monologue that Vasily Khmelnytsky has started. Well, Ukraine is a great place for the engineering businesses. And if we will take a look at all of the engineers in Ukraine and in Spain, then we'll radically have more engineers than in Spain. That's historically based. So all of the engineering that has been done here is the high-level, world-level engineering, and Ajax is just a part of it. So basically, we just found the team that will develop the solutions. Right now, Ukraine is the best country in Europe where you can place your production business, because you have the mixture of the low salaries and the high level of education. So basically, right now, the cost of the labor in Ukraine is higher than China, but it's still significantly lower than in other countries in Europe, which is a very good basis foundation for the production business. Another moment is that the territory of Ukraine is about danger, because Ukraine is on war. Ukraine is constantly being on the nerve, on the wage, and basically, so the best systems are being done of the security we're making better than in Germany. So because the systems are being done in Germany, because on the level of your skin you don't know what danger is, but in Ukraine you know what danger is and you know how to deal with that. Plus, historically, we are engineers, doctors and military men. And point number 3, that is something that really makes us make the good security systems. The level of our growth in the last 2 years, let me think about it, by 4 times. Multiplied by 3.5 or 4, yes. Can you explain why, this is a question to Alexander, can you explain why you have been growing so fast when everyone falls or were lagging behind? And this is precisely about your business. You cannot go into some general thoughts again that you can feel it on the level of your skin, even though that's a very nice image. Why you managed to grow? You know, basically, IAX systems is something that is called the disruptive technology, because we have a business domain, for example, the security systems. And you have some technologies that have been developed 30 years ago, 20 years ago. The average age of the CEO of my competitor is 60 years. The average age of the IAX systems employee is 30 years. So in a very conservative sector, but a very big sector and a global market, we're creating a new technology. This technology is better than all of the other technology available in the market. That is why we're getting really fast and taking the share of the market. Thus, IAX is the company that is an exporting company. It's also about the company on the global market. Ukraine is less than 10% of our businesses. So that is why we're calculating everything with an average European share of market and the global share of market. So right now we have around 10% of the European market share if we will consider Russian Federation as well. Just to say that, is it a big result? No. Because in the world context, it will just speak about the couple of percents of the share. But will this really big market give you the opportunity to grow faster? Yes. And if we would say that we have made our business better, then we could be twice or three times better than we have today. But we have this clearer understanding of what you're doing. This is a result for us for today. But trying to be very brief, this is a breakthrough technology in the big markets. Yevhen Chernyak has once asked you, I'm not asking you, why here I'd ask Dystenko, why Ukraine? Why you have also stored your production line in Ukraine? Why you're staying in Ukraine, no matter how hard that is, even though the whole world knows you already? And you know, first of all, because Ukraine has a lot of interest, it has a very interesting market, 40 million people. And as the market leader, any kind of new production gives us the opportunity to work on this big market already, to stand in it. We have a really fast distribution and we have a clear standards when we introduce the new products of how fast it should be in the network and how fast it should be included on the shelf. So the vertical integration, whatever new production line gives us the opportunity to create a production line straight away and to calculate the investment with a high level of forecastability and predictability. So that's why we're here. I would agree to what Alexander has said, that, you know, tech-wise, the level of our people, the level of technological awareness is quite high. We already have this cluster expertise for some of the production line that we have. If we have the free capacities, if we would like to have the new production lines, we can open that, we can build that. We do not need to spend the time and money for that. We understand what is the predictability of our legislation, connection, actions, what is important for investor, so that the fastest pace is possible. In order to launch your plant, you need to have everything set out. You have to launch your work according to the business plan. At this very moment, for the big investment, Ukraine gives us the biggest guarantees, the biggest opportunities. But the next question, the other question is of what the expectation gives us. Okay, not the guarantees. What makes us believe that the product that has the label made in Ukraine, both the added value product and the commodity product, is going to be competitive outside of Ukraine? So there we have a different level of complexity coming for our models, for our conditions. Our taxes, the level of our people, the logistics that we have. We are competitive with international clusters, the Baltic states, Poland, Turkey, Israel, China. And that is this chess board while Biosphere plays into. This chessboard is currently we are playing with the smaller figures, I would say, and I think that we can discuss it further on if we'll have the opportunity and time. And this, it requires a broader answer. Well, you can answer that just for us not to be jumping from question to question. You have just said that you're covering all of your needs in Ukraine on people, on the high quality staff, on the high quality professionals, but you have said that we are still quite small on the international market. So then what it is that we are lacking? Well, first of all, what we lack is, to say that the two main key limitations. Money is not the key limitation right now. I would say that the high quality, educated top management, if we speak about the production line. I had Andrei Stavnitzer visiting my plant and I made him a tour, and I had two experts that have spoken in English because the basically the producing of one of our garments that were launching in December has been led by the leader of the production, the very cool person who we managed to engage from the global concern from Turkey. And the diapers production is being led by Robert Rea, who has worked in Procter for 23 years, who made to recruit as well from Canada. So there were two people who know how to do that, who can teach the professionals that we didn't have in Ukraine before, and those are the key limitations for us. But still, we have to understand how to provide them, how to engage them, how to, again, give the people, number two, the opportunity to be there as well, and how to create the educational system that will help us in a year or two to teach our people. But again, 23 years is 23 years, 10 or 15 years. That's a specific education that he receives in the university. Then he went to the PhD and he has 10 years of experience. We believe that we can manage that, but when it's a very complex equipment, when it's 21 million euro that stop, and we have no idea where the mistake is, that without the highly qualified people, this investment worth nothing. And 10% of delay costs you a lot compared with this effectiveness of the companies who has 10 lines of that, and the whole industry in a click of a finger will provide them with the needed details and the needed materials. And if you come to Ukraine, you will have to work with the customs, so on and so forth. Of course, in this case, there's a serious limitations to that, and I've meant that. So right now on this checkboard, we are not playing with the aces, but we still have the benefits, the speed and the agility of our game is faster. But okay, we can presuppose, if we're speaking about the digitalization, when the machines will control machines, then maybe this level of figures and the gravity of figures will increase. I would like to quote, if you have been listening all of the panels, I wanted to quote Shadran Nair. He said that digitalization is not the magic pill. We all talk about that, but we all live in the biological dimension. We are all still people living without the devices for a certain part of time. Vasil, how much time do you spend without gadgets, without the devices in your day? Well, yeah, that's a good question, because you haven't mentioned me, you haven't asked me why am I staying to Ukraine, because I have analyzed of what Konotopsky and Zdesenko has made. So, it's even a shame for me to think that you can leave this country, because I wanted to say that we have a lot of people like that. They're not all they're not all coming to the stage all the time, and not all invited to the KIEF Economical Forum. No, but the colleagues, if you will open the news, if you turn off the news, then you will see that Ukraine is a very cool country for business making. We have such a great opportunities that are not available anywhere else in the world. If you will take a look at the business companies in Europe, all in America, we will all be drivers there, or we will be cleaning the streets. That's easy. But making the really cool business is something that is real in Ukraine as well. We're doing that. Join us, build your businesses here, because it's only up to you about the growth of our economy, to not think of other people. They ask me, have you known that the speaker has been replaced? I didn't know that the speaker has been replaced yet. yesterday. I mean, that's interesting, maybe, but only after I have worked on my business issue, when I have completed my home task, when I have made a strategy, because the speakers will come and go and we remind them, do not follow the bad news, make your business work. Devices. Speaking on devices, I have calculated that around 5 hours a day I spend in my mobile phone. Yes, for the recent 2 years, I'm reading less books. If before that I have been reading 12 books a year, so right now that's about 6. But I'm reading it in depth. I'm trying to make it in my head. But basically, I'm watching the podcasts. I'm started learning from other people. I like Elon Musk. I really like Mr. Chernyak, he's here as well. I can take some things that I can use from him, because I can also would like to say that basically the person of the future is a lonely person that has been spending 12 hours in their spending the 12 hours there, because this is something this digital need is limiting us in our development, because I believe that people who will build the businesses, they will have the best of their opportunities instead of people who will have we need to have the balance. We need to have a balance offline. We have to do networking. We have to learn from one another. We have to share the knowledge. It's a modern trend and we have to follow this trend. Okay, so you mentioned Evgen Chernyak, and by the way, he still believes that we're way too politicized society and we don't care about the gas prices, but we're taking care that the member of the parliament has been killed and this speaker of the parliament has been replaced. Those issues are important, but not that important as the issues that we discussed right now. Another topic that I wanted to voice out as well, because you represent different segments in your businesses, this is the question of sustainability, the question of the sustainability of your businesses. We have been speaking about that, but we all understand right now we don't know what the green life is, what the sustainable life is. You have already said that you are going to be launching the biopolymer production based on the, I have a dog and I believe that I'm one of the segment who has to be happy, other conscious person, the person who is following the sustainable living, that you will have biodegradable packaging as well. But I would say there's only 1% of the dog owners clean up after their dogs. But then I think, why would Mr. Lysenko invest into new if people do not care? Even those people, this 1% who clean after the dog, how much do they use the biodegradable packages? And there is a question, who are you doing that for? Why are you making those biodegradable packages? By the way, thank you very much. Thank you very much for this question. Yes, we have 12 million pets in Ukraine, and the penetration of the culture of taking care of your pets is not really low. So how we call it, the poo package, they're only 2% of the poo packages. Yes, we've used this title, the poo package. So yeah, we're always thinking about something and imagining something new. So we've decided that we will use the poo packages title. So by the way, it's a really hard business. It's, I think, the hardest among all that we have. But I would like to say that the biopolymers, they not only be used to these packages. There's different types of you can use that from different types of this material. You can do, for example, you can do pans. You can do the plastic molded products that will be created and they will be biodegradable. So of course we will be doing, first of all, the garbage packets for that and the supermarket packages for that. So right now this is a substitute product. For example, the biopolymer that we're buying from Spain is 4 times more expensive than the standard polymers that are being produced in Europe or in the Middle East countries. So we are not able to produce something that is needed for us. We cannot turn it into the real businesses. And people are ready to pay it in one level, but then people say like it's still left on the level of people who are active to that. So basically, when we will be doing that, especially modified polymers of our type, then we'll be able to decrease our product's price by 30%, and we'll give the additional solutions to different industries that might use it, that will use it. And as the biosphere has already proven in our 20 years of history, yes, we will be developing the culture again. We will become the driver and the main catalyzer to develop this culture that has been created around our ideas, as we did it with our recycling ideas. And the same thing we're going to be doing with the biopolymers as well. Right now, we're working with the main European scientists. We have the investments that has been built, and I have made it clearer as a task that before my birthday next year, we have to set out this production line. This is kind of the goal-setting factors for my people as well and for myself. So this is something that will help us to drive the culture and to make it more, how can I put it? To make it more affordable for the customers. Okay, get into the safety issues, because it's one of the problems for us today. Alexander, have you found the answer to this question? Who has to be responsible for the security and safety in the world? You have to take care of your own. The state has to take care of our safety. Ajax should be responsible for our safety. Who should that be? The lowest level of crime is in Scandinavian countries, in the Germany, Austria, Switzerland countries. The more developed society is, the lower level of crime there is. But still, for me, those are very interesting markets to be there. Why? Because they're buying a lots of electronic security safeguards in order to prevent the fires, prevent the floods, and then prevent the stealings as well. The Internet of Things is making the world safer, both on the level of the houses, or when you have some certain indicators and you know where something is going on, or in the macro scale as well. I had a startup visiting me recently, and they have been working on this, mosquito things, mosquito nets that collect mosquitoes and that they killed them. So if those devices will be used globally, then on your smartphone, on your map, you will be able to see how all of the mosquitoes are moving. So basically, you're decreasing the risks of malaria or other diseases. Oh, there was another startup. Well, they've decided to use birds and to track birds. So there has to be a very small device so that the birds would not feel discomfort with that, and they have to be working with one battery for the longest period of time. The sense is to watch the level of migration of birds, because, for example, if a tsunami starts, then based on the movement of birds, you can see that. Of course, you can see that. Of course, the technology and big data, they're making world a safer place. Should each and every one do their personal hygiene? Yes. But I think that's more important would be to be a dignified human. The more dignified things you will do, the more dignified people there will be, the more dignified people will have, the less troubles will have. But being a dignified person is not about businesses or economy. All of the new businesses is about life. The world doesn't need rich people. I'm sure about that. I believe that if people have equity or higher than the bigger scale, then they should go investing into the highly risky startups that change the world. So, for example, the businesses and life, they are interconnected right now. Because we have now went out of the capitalistic times when, for example, the person in cigars have earned their money. If right now the businesses are not socially needed, they will cease up to be. It's like IQOS right now. There's something happening. The same thing that, unfortunately, yes, I don't want to smoke, but can I ask a question? But you have a highly technological production line, and for example, you have a Philip Morris coming to you, and they say, like, basically you have one project. You're producing IX, and you can produce ICAS on the very same equipment. There is the contract for you. There is the permission on the technology. Can you produce the ICAS for this cluster? Will you produce ICAS? I'm sorry for asking that. Okay. The point, okay, that's about ecology. Can I use that? Okay. Yes, just okay. That's okay. That's okay. But this is the panels are for. Okay, the first point, I do not work with the production precisely, even if I will use that. Okay. I am definitely not the moral compass of this society. From my point of view, I cannot evaluate whether smoking is good or bad. I'll be honest on that. I'm not sure that this is a bad thing to do. The smoking. Will I produce, for example, something for drugs? Will I produce ICAS for weed? I won't. I won't. So the drugs is not my thing. I will not be doing that. Whether I will create the saw attacking things, I won't. Whether I will create the shields and the radio location systems, yes, with the protected the radio systems, yes, I will. Okay, you have mentioned a very interesting topic, but then again, Alexander, why do you use money for, and why would you use money for? Because even the Nobel laureates, Joseph Stiller, I like him so much, they said that measuring the welfare of population with GDP is the wrong thing to do. If Vasily Khmelnytsky would identify the new unit to evaluate the welfare of the country, this is something that Alexander has mentioned as well, how would you evaluate the welfare of a country? Economical welfare of the country. You know, multiple countries, they say that GDP doesn't work. So you know what how I would measure the success. If the talents are staying in the country, if the talents feel comfortable in the country, then I do believe that this is the main dimension that we should track. Because what happens here? Young people, they cannot find their opportunities. We have bad security, we have bad healthcare, bad education. They're searching for those opportunities in other countries. When they will stay, when they will know that it's a good security, good healthcare, they feel comfortable. But what is even better, that people who have left, who will return, then we will say, yes, that is the most important environment for us. But let us speak about Japan. Japan has a very good GDP. You know, Japan has a tremendous GDP, to be honest. But we still have a lot of people from the oldest generation who live for a longer period of time. And they have now set out the taxes, the high taxes for business. And the young generation is leaving. And because they're leaving, they're putting their country in a very bad conditions. People live longer. There's more pensioners there. And the young people are leaving. When the people will stay in the country or return to the country with what is better, I'm sure that this is the best indicator for the world. Okay, so the country of this rising sun has turned out to be the country of the setting sun. And we can see that on the streets. Okay. If we have spoken that it's not just about security, it's about responsibility, it's about happiness, it's about the additional values. Because quite recently on the Golden Gate, we had already the Donut Cafe. Have you been there? Can someone raise their hands? Okay, the businessman do not eat donuts. Okay, I didn't understand why in 2 hours all of the donuts have been eaten. But it turns out that the Monobank has said that you can use it cashless. Everyone go there. I thought like, wow, that's an added value. This is an ecosystem. He will say, let's go to the protest and everyone will go there. That's okay because they have created a certain ecosystem. Why for us, Alexander, speaking about your business as a highly technological business, not everything is Monobank, not all of the businesses are Ajax. Why? Why not all of businesses in the world are highly technological, faster, growing and cool? Well, Ukraine, business-wise, is not a champion, I would say, because, you know, it's something that happened historically. But you have started that we have people, we can manage with legislation. Now you say it's no. No, I was speaking about the engineers, as I've already said, 1/3 of engineers, 1/3 of doctors, 1/3 of military men. How many marketeers you had 30 years ago? If you used to be a good marketologist or good sellers, 40 years ago, then you went to Siberia directly. You know, my grandfather didn't have a chance to become the lead in sales, even though some of my employees who have been working with us in the Western countries, they can be my grandparents now. You know, they have been for a couple decades in businesses. The business culture in our region is fairly young, and it's quite easy that we need time to adapt, that we need time to learn, and there's a lot of problems. And I would agree to Vasil that we're exporting talents. Ukrainians have been nicely evaluated as the greatest employees in Silicon Valleys. Lots of startups will have the technical directors from Ukraine. That's okay, but in Ukraine we don't have a lot of imported talents. In Ukraine, we don't have the English-speaking schools. That's not even nice to be said. But we don't have the Russian-speaking language schools because we have two magnets for talents for the other countries of the CIS. But if the person from the high level comes here and they have to give their children to schools, then you have nowhere there to take their children. How many schools we have for the English-speaking schools? But we are speaking about that. The Ukrainian agenda is not about businesses overall. The scale of businesses in Ukraine is $50 million. The airports are being sold $20 billion. But all of us, the gas, metal, poultry, that's all 50. But just the headsets, they are the same. So when you say, like, how should we go that? How can we create those headsets that will be sold 20 billions a year? That's not monetization. Those are only sales. How to do that? People are coming to California from all over the world. The strongest Ukrainians, the strongest Chinese men, the strongest Indian people, the strongest German and Russians. Those collective intellect creates those unbelievably great products that are going to be needed for the new reality and new economy. And for us, we're not leading in those positions, but we're trying to do the best. And I do believe that this event is needed for us to develop the entrepreneurs as well. I've decided that I want to make a sales director in Ukraine. Do you believe I've managed to do that? Do you know how many people of sales directors we have in Ukraine who have completed their sales in Europe with some amount of money, like $50 million? And it's not even about big money there. So how many? You know, we can count with one hand. You know how many people are like this in Europe? That's not a problem at all. It's not a problem at all in Europe. So basically that Ukraine is now joining Europe, that we're starting to understand the Western world, that they're starting to be not that scared about us. They're starting to come to our company. For Vasil in his unit city, the CEO of unit city is a Frenchman. Yeah, he's a Frenchman. He's not Ukrainian. So, you know, our business leads, they're not Ukrainians anymore. That's a constant exchange of knowledge, the constant growth, the constant change, the constant diffusion, if we will speak about physics. Okay, right, you said we don't have the entrepreneurial agenda. Yes, you will add up right now. Yesterday we've had a very nice video that the entrepreneurs that changed the world. But right now asking you, Vasily, Alexander and Andrew, from your position, how you can set out this entrepreneurial agenda when you're paying your taxes, when you're providing jobs, when you're doing it on your own. I don't know what it is that you can influence right now. Andrew, how can you change the agenda of a country so that we would have more entrepreneurs and the people would like to be entrepreneurs, would not be afraid to become entrepreneurs? You know, I would like to, if I may, I would like to answer the previous two questions that you posed out that were interesting for me as well, and I think the room is going to be interested about that as well. Ukraine has a very low competition. We don't have technological companies that many. We have a very weak competition in Ukraine in all of the sectors. And until the competition will drive you to be technological, until your business model is okay with the lack of budgeting, the lack of doesn't understand what taxes is, what the salary is, what is the legal hiring of people, and until till that we will not be able to have the good technological companies. What Alexander has been doing, what Ajax has been doing, what we have been doing, what Konstantin Yefimenko has been doing, Vladimir Lemberg is doing here. I can mention a lot of people. Those are the exceptions based on visionaries, based on the luck, based on entrepreneurial approach. It's not a system, that's a phenomena. Those people who have been seen in Dubai in our pavilion, I praise them. Those are exclusion. Those are the cosmic people and phenomena. They do their companies. They have no competition. When we will have 20, 30 companies like that, because one good company in China can create cluster of 20 companies or 30 companies or 100,000 companies, and all of the regions are divided in that. Those work with metal, those work with plastic, the millions of companies. This entrepreneurial spirit, when you're not afraid to leave somebody, your employer, and base your own company. For us, maybe that's bad. Unfortunately, we don't have that yet. When businesses are going to be developing in the fastest pace, that is the best. The only way for you to be good and big is to be innovative, be technological. Automation, modernization are your main words. Right now, our country does not do that. We are lagging behind because there's a lot of economy that is imported for us, and we can allow ourselves to be this way. I do believe that in 5 years we'll see a completely different level of competitiveness in Ukraine and technological capacities in Ukraine. Another point. I do believe that it's important for us to import the really cool foreigners. China did it, Korea did it, Japan did it. It's not a bad thing to use this knowledge of these people from abroad. We can grow our own people for decades, but we can take the best experience, pay for that, and we'll do that as a really powerful injection into our culture, the corporate culture and the technological culture as well. And we can do a very good breakthrough due to that. I'm sure that we have to do that, but we have to understand that when this person comes to Ukraine, the level of traffic safety, the level of healthcare, the level of culture that they have in our city, the level of life that we have in our cities, we have to consider it together. So the two tasks that we have to resolve, first of all, to keep our people here and to keep the foreigners engaged as well. But this is our tasks. I do believe all of the people who are here today, we understand that all, because we will have the big access to that. They know the world, they know whom to call and how to resolve the issues, how to teach people, because they have a huge base of the corporate culture, and we are making those steps into future. So those are these two tasks, and we will be able to do everything. Okay, does the French person buy himself? No. Okay, that's also a painful question for me. I'll comment upon that as well, because I think that only have 1.5% of entrepreneurs in Ukraine. We don't have a lot of people. And they're chaotic because we don't have the business schools or entrepreneurial schools, and it's the biggest problem. I believe that we have to teach people on entrepreneurship at school, because right now my son is in the 8th class in school. He knows like how many legs that the spider had, but you know that the economy is being taught by a geography teacher in schools. You know, it's not about the economics in school. And of course, we have to teach entrepreneurship in schools. But you know, the politicians tell me we need to have 20 years, they will grow. Yes, they will grow older. But if we want to build a foundation, we have to do it right now. And even if the child will become a scientist or a doctor, but they will know how to calculate their expenses, how to take a loan, how to save money, that's the right thing to do. Because, you know, I see Costa, my partner in biopharma. You know, Costa, I will tell you a story. I'm sorry, maybe you will not like that, but, you know, we had to talk about that, but I hope that you'll forgive me that. You know, Costa, at around 7 years ago, he has been to school and he has made a presentation in front of the senior students, 11th year, and he's shared about his experience in businesses. So there was the high school students, only one person wanted to be an entrepreneur. 7 people wanted to work in the law enforcement. You understand that? And one person, he said, you're so rich, why are you still in this country? You should leave this country already. You know, this all starts with school. It is a long way to take. But right now, I know, for example, if my son doesn't know how the spiders develop, he will know that when he will grow up. But I believe that it's important to start our entrepreneurship from school, and it's a cool thing to do, and it has to be developed. Okay, then there is the question, what are the problems of our world that is being overwhelmed based on what we have said, what we have talked about over these 2 days? So digitalization, ecology, we're lagging behind, maybe also this role of a spider in this world is as well problematic. What are the problems that have been overestimated, and what problems should be emphasized? As Vasil has said, that some problems are still lagging behind because we do not think about that, because our system is non-flexible. But this is about the state. Ukrainian problems, you mean? Yes, Switzerland will resolve their problems on their own. Well, you know, for Ukraine, when I'm talking to some of our Western colleagues or Western partners, for example, they don't know who is the Prosecutor General for them. They don't even know sometimes what Prosecutor General is. In Ukraine, if you are basically working in the different informational levels, then you can see the politics all the time. So those are those problems that have been constantly discussed. And the easy ways to resolve complex issues that are being shown through this media, I think that this is the main problems for Ukraine. Khmelnytsky said not to watch TV, so not to know that the speaker has been replaced. You can't tell people that they will work less and they will have high pensions. You can't tell people that we'll build socialism first and then capitalism. Capitalism comes first. Socialism is the second. You have to earn for socialism. The Dutch have earned it. Swedish people have earned it. Generation that we have in Ukraine, my generation, the plus and minus generation, will have to understand that we have to stop stealing bridges. Is undignified and stupid. You know, I'm riding in KIEF, and we have this bridge over Dnipro River, and it has been standing there for 10 or for 12 years in a row. You basically you should be very disgraceful to yourself as a manager for not to complete this bridge, because our grandparents have built up the huge country with industry and universities all together. So sometimes that we have to see in the media is that Ukrainians take your ass off the couch. Do something here and now. Stop dreaming of living in a country. There's no better place. Your house is the best if it's okay and you have order and comfort in your house. You know, you won't be elected for the second term. You won't be elected for the second term if you have been a politician. Andrei, overwhelming problems or overestimated problems. Do you feel that you have to make your brand more environment friendly, make every single pad or diaper out of organic materials? Does it influence and pressure you? Even though those are very important things, that's the only way how we can save the planet. But do you believe that this story is overestimated? Because at the forum we have said this, we have had those opinions a couple of times as well. Well, thank you for the question, but it doesn't press on me, it doesn't pressure the company. If we speak about additional pressure or tension, it's always about the desire, it's always about the mission, it's always about the main aims of owners and managers. We have been doing that for the longest period of time. We want to do that and we'll continue in doing that. It is important for us because taking care of people, taking care of our earth, of our home, our planet is our home. And biosphere, you know, our title talks about that. We've created this company to take care of our planet. The question is, as a private company, Ukrainian company, whether the biosphere will have the resources and the access to technology enough to change the world. It's a big question, because something what right now the Kimberly-Clark said and the KPMG and other companies that have been spending $billion together with the international institutions who have the access to those technologies as well. They also have been saying that today for them, as it is for us, to build up the brands, to build up the new cultures, to build up the new generation who really care about that. So we will be doing that. The only question is, will we have enough strength? We have the ambitions, we're doing that, but this is about tremendous ambitions that we cannot afford yet, because we're all following those trends. It doesn't really matter what speaker does. For us, it's important of what do we have with what is the price for the gas for us today? What is the price for the hydrogens? What is the price for our commodities, for the absorbents, for the diapers? The world is going crazy right now. And in between this pressure of the world and in between this pressure of the customers from all over the 20 countries, it's important for us is to create the competitive product, good product, to then promote it and to get it all over the world. This is the most important challenge for us, and we have to invest millions of dollars into the environmental friendliness to create lower impact. So we do not have the support, we don't have the support of the state, we don't have the funds support, we don't have some simple programs that exist in Europe. Right now we're considering partnership with the European recycling companies. They don't buy equipment with their own money. 10%, everything will be returned to European Union with the money of European Union. You work in the environmental program or with the money of European Union, but we cannot believe that. Biopolymers, who will do that? So yes, of course it is a big challenge, but we're doing that. We will be doing that whatever it takes. This is our mission, this is our goal, this is something that we have to do. That is a true story. That's not about the greenwashing. We're going to be proving that, we're going to be showing that, we will do that. That's important for us, and that's a matter of principle. Thank you for your answer. Those important things being said, and I would like to tell you that you can get your questions prepared. We're going to voice them out as well, so please use our chat bot as well. But I don't know who should I address this question that I have as well. So I will try to mix up my questions with the questions from the chat bots. What can we do so that Ukraine would become the same unicorn cluster as Israel is? Maybe Alexander, you're following that as well, but do we have a unicorn startups? So did anyone has actually received this billion, not just selling their products, but received this billion by being here in Ukraine? Do you know these companies in Ukraine? Grammarly, officially, Grammarly, Firefly. It's quite clear that it's always about the mixture. You know, like speaking on Israel, you have to do the fact check, but as far as I remember, the 70% of Nasdaq companies, those are founded by Israeli people. So that's just statistics. You know, some people are more skillful in some things more. So if we will take a look at the NBA, then you will see how to say that in the right way. They will have a lot of people of color in FBI. So you mostly will have mostly have the black people in NBA. So the same thing Israeli, the same way they are very good in merging and combining new technologies. I do hope that in the years to come we will have dozens of companies with a billion capitalization, monetization. We have to understand what Ukrainian startups are about. That is like the LTD doing something that went to Nasdaq. No. We have to find teams, there is the nationals and jurisdiction that are good for businesses. Israeli companies are also entering the market, not as an Israeli companies. They're registered, they're companies and jurisdictions that help them to be public companies that have to go to IPOs, engage investments, so on and so forth. Right now, in Ukraine, we have 220,000 IT people, engineers, testers, project managers. There's a lot. But they're mostly working for the outsourcing companies. That's okay. Yes. But We have really good models. The Taiwan, 30 million people, mostly engineers, researchers. The Foxconn company that is collecting your iPhone is not a Chinese company, it's a company in Taiwan. But when you are collecting those iPhones, you need 1 million people, and you hire them from China, from Brazil, from US. But the management of the company, the ideas of the company, the thoughts, the equity, the asset is in Taiwan. China can cope with Taxcom and with Huawei as well. So the contracting production, that's something that we have to do. We're learning, we're developing, then building our own companies. The outsourced businesses is greatly building the atmosphere of startup. Yes, the cost of people is high, the cost of developers is high, but those are the best engineers in the world. In KIEF, you might find a fantastic engineers who do working with artificial intelligence. Chinese people are going to buy them $1 million for the head. Do we have the real cases of artificial intelligence, not about the algorithms and chatbots, but the real, like machine learning and artificial intelligence, successful cases? Of course, we have this really nice company that's called Rink, the company that is doing the security systems as well. They work for the US market. The biggest R&D department is here, and it has been founded here. Because in the US, they couldn't find the machine learning engineers. They found them in KIEF. They had 5, then 20. Right now, they have almost 1,000 people working with that. Then the company has been bought by Amazon, so they're in R&D department by Amazon right now. The People AI is an American company. The founder has been the guy from Dnipro, Oleg Radinsky. He lives there, but his business is there. But here, he has his engineers. But the company, what they're doing, they're making this technology that will then tell the sellers what to do. And Andrei Axelrod is there as well. Yes, as far as I remember, he's the CTO of this company. Yes, there's still AI, Grammarly, that gives you a hint of how you should write the right way in English. That's also artificial intelligence. That's about it. We have a very interesting startup right now where we're building the name for it, that based, or you mean a part of Biosphere? No. Just in Ukraine, my friends have it. Just that you've mentioned, like, do we have examples of the successful AI? So they are based on the artificial intelligence. They process a lot of data that has been provided from the heart detectors that give the opportunity to analyze this information without the professionals, and gives the opportunity to you to analyze a lot of patients, and on the everyday need to say that there is some problems, and you have problems with, you have the cardiac problems or no. So right now, and you know that this combination with the young people, who are making that on startup, who are doing that in the clinics. So those are our friends, our guys who are making it even better with the live signal. So for a couple of years, so yeah, that's good. Yeah, I will add up to what you've said, because you've had Israel mentioned, so we're building, and yeah, so we've had some of the applause as well. You might have given a little bit of more applaud if you would like to support people. Yes, please, we have people to follow. There was a question and mention of Israel. So remember, when we were building this system, we're also interested in how do we develop as Israel. The first country in the world right now is Israel. You know, it's more startups because US is bigger. We went to Israel. We have been like 2 or 3 years ago. We have been in co-working there, but then we went to the office of the main scientist. I don't know. It was like the industry, the Ministry of Innovation. The secret is very easy. They invest $500 million to different startups a year. The time when we've been there, they've invested more than 1,700 startups, clearly understanding that 95% of those startups will not survive the year one. They'll not succeed. But what they say, when we're doing this 10 years in a row, that even the companies that will fail, they've had the experience, they will get the success at the next stage or the next stage. And the next stage, not 95, but 98. And 2% will already be the good startups. And the one that have been, they're not providing the share, they just give the money back. the money that you've invested. And by this investment, they've invested so many people that have become number one country with the number of startups. The secret is easy. Invest in 500 millions into startups. If we will consider that in 10 years, we will also be the country with the super innovations. People said we have money. They say that there's a lot of money in the world and in Ukraine as well. They think it's like who's stealing the money and how do we use that? The question for you, Vasil, you would like to add up to that as well. In the Western world, we have this element of entrepreneurship. In the businesses, it is accepted to provide the share of the company for the businesses. Would you like to comment that? Will it make your managers effective if you will give them the share? And do you tomorrow, you've said, like who will sell the share in their businesses? So to give or not to give? The task number one today is not about technology, not about the money. Task number one is to create a team that will be effective. And I will be honest, young people would like to succeed fast. They went to job, they learn a bit, they leave for another company, for a third company. You can only be successful if you will work in one company for 5 or 10 years. How to motivate these people? With good salary, that's a good thing. With good culture, the internal culture of a company, when they're proud that their company is doing something good and creating a good product. For example, I think that I will not produce IQOS and cigarettes, but I will make an agreement with Ajax and we will become partners if you will be producing that. But I have offered you this idea. Like, what are you doing? Making business behind my back? And all of the forum is watching that. You're stealing my idea. Mr. Khmelnytsky has already decided. He's like taking my idea. We're speaking about the reputation. Okay, get your idea back. Just give me 10% of it. That's it. But what I wanted to say, the culture is as well an important value. But then because, I will definitely share my shares. That's the new trend. If I see that the person has grown in my company, usually the person that you will develop in your company, they will be more effective. They'll be loyal to the company. You just have to catch those people who can develop. The one who makes those decisions, give them the share in the businesses. Do not be shy. Because when they come there in the morning and they are partner, they will treat this business as their own. They're starting to work at every dollar you earn. And in the end, you will be freer for additional social interesting projects. You'll have some more time for something you love. Make partners. I'll take you as a partner. I'll take you as a partner straight away. I have just a small question. I'm not interrupting you. I just want to have a question. I have a couple of businesses really bad. I will take you as a partner there, and you will have this share in them as well. Okay, I have a certain reputation. I have a question. You have given the shares. Everything's okay. 1 month, 2 years, 6 months. Then the person does not show the good performance. They say but I'm a partner. I don't know. Let us hire a different CEO. Someone has to work right now because I'm a partner. Because we're the partners. We have to hire a separate CEO because we don't see the results. We don't see the sales. We're out of timing. Whatever. And you cannot fire this person. You cannot drive them to responsibility. What to do in that? Can I give you a joke about the partnership? The dad has sent his father to the father sent his son to study in London for 7 years. He comes back in a suit, and the dad says hey, my son, you already been educated, you speak multiple language. Now go to Severodonetsk. I have a bank. You have to work on that. And he said father, I know 5 languages. I have studied in London. To go to Severodonetsk, I can't do that. I said yeah, okay, you're partners. Okay, that will be very complicated. Go to Lviv. I have a shop there. We're the partners. You have to develop our businesses, do that. And he said Dad, I have been to London and go to Lviv now. And then son says, we're partners, father. And he said, yes. But Dad, buy my share of our company out of me. So, he learned he doesn't want to work. He just wants to spend. But that's what he studied for. Andrei, I like partnership, and partnership should be mutually beneficial. If I can see that the person leads the business forward, that they're making decisions, they're my partners, I will give them the share of my business. The business is evaluated in some way. The person should work on the businesses. They will earn dividends. If they have stopped, and it happens, I will buy their share out of them. and I will hire a different person and give them this share, because your objective, if you're moving forward, you have to be in this feelings that you cannot take people who are smarter than you and effective, and you've stopped in your development. If you're not moving forward, if you're not developing, you will be alone. So if your partner has stopped, buy out their share, take another partner who will be more effective. I am learning as well. If I'm a partner for myself, I will be moving forward. Okay, I have seen two hands. You will be the first person to speak. I will also say that we will try to be precise, even though for some people that will not be precise enough. You have been the first person to raise the hand. Please take the mic. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Vyacheslav Redko. The commercial chamber of Lithuania, of Latvia to Ukraine. I've also have some of the. I have also some claims for your forum. The complaint is that you are doing interesting events in the 3 halls in the same time, but when you're just one person, it's really hard to choose. Don't be inertious, be agile. That's what we said in the very beginning. That's why I was moving constantly, yes. But I'm trying to be serious. I have heard it as ecosystem. You have been speaking about the ecosystem multiple times. As the person who comes from Donbas, the person who left Donbas due to some obvious reasons, I would like to give you the offer to you, to other entrepreneurs. You say that you do not influence politics, but we can influence politics. For the entrepreneurs of your level, are you ready to register enterprises in the front zone, not to despise them, but to register them, to have the balance, to pay taxes there, and those small cities could live there as well. But for example, the KIEF that has been already treated well, they will find the ways to take this money. Are you ready to do that? We're businessmen. We're looking for opportunities. If we'll have an opportunities to work effectively there, to earn more, to pay more taxes, we're ready to do that. But we're ready to do that. But this is the question of consolidation of businesses and government. I have been talking to the governors, to the governments of your region, from our territory. We said that we will receive $100 million, and let us think about that. 15 million for the roads, and build roads, build jobs. They do not live with that. If you will believe that only businesses can come to the region and save the whole region, it doesn't work this way. It has to be the joint work. It has to be the joint work. It has to be the stimulus. It has to be the creating condition. It has to be the support of the businesses. We're ready to do that, but we're ready to support the development of the country. But I wouldn't say that we have to, just for the social basis, we have to get everything displaced because we have to do that. Like people have said, we need investors. We need investors. We should not think it this way. We have to think of what will we offer to the investors so that will come to us. How can we incentivize them? Because what is interesting for us is to have the jobs. We are ready. Chernyak is ready, but we have to create the conditions to do that. Yes, please, your questions. Vasily Ivanovich, I would like to also speak about your presentation. My name is Alexander. You are supporting the development of the young generation of entrepreneurship in Ukraine. I do support that as well. But what you have said, that to succeed and to make money in Ukraine is easier than in other countries. Together with my partners, we have taken this money. We went to the Emirates and we've built a company that is leader in now selling the tobacco products. Right now, when we have the money, and I agree with you that basically Ukraine is a very good country to be investing the money to buy in the enterprises, and we are also offering to invest and develop the entrepreneurship in Ukraine. But how can the young businesses, the middle businesses, how can they find the cheap money as we've had it in Emirates? How can we find it in Ukraine? Even though that in Ukraine, I have the rate of 23% a year. So how can I take money now to live into Emirates? You had it under the 2%? Yes, I had it as a private investment for 2%. Okay, if you went to Emirates, you have given me it by 4, and you have earned money and you could have a vacation. That's what I'm doing right now. I can offer you cheap credits right now. Cool. That's very nice thing, actually. A good deal. So this is your creditor. Now the question is different. How can we take cheap money as young businesses that you can now create by providing your real estate? I wouldn't have been looking for the cheap money. I would have considered the profitability of your businesses. You can trust me that you can get the money in Germany, like for example cheap money, and you can take cheap money with 1% annually, and you can only earn 3% annually. So people who have made business in Germany understand that you will be never able to have 15% of return in Germany. Right now we have some of the programs you can take some 95, 7, 9% annually in hryvnia, which is good in hryvnia, but the level of income in Ukraine is up starting from 15-20%. Do you see the margin? You can take 1% in Germany and earn only 3% a year. That's one situation. In Ukraine, if you take it with 5% annually and earn 15%, that's a different situation. The problem is that we don't have enough knowledge. Okay, why can you find the money? For example, how can you take this 5, 7, 9%? The banks, I don't know, Ukrgas Bank, Exim Bank, just go there, address that. They have the programs like that. And by the way, they're not being doing that, because how the entrepreneurs want to receive money. They have it this, hi, my name is Vasya, I want to make businesses, I need a lot of money. And they go to the bank. It doesn't work this way. Trust me, I have now taken the loan for Unit City right now. I have taken 15 millions for less than 2%. But you can use the different real estate. It taken me 3 years to take this document. 3 years. That is why I've got this loan. The small entrepreneurs, they want to take with 2 numbers with 1 page to have the big loan. That's the problem. We need to have knowledge. We need to have preparation. And this is the biggest problem and challenge. By the way, a small advice. We had an investment panel. You can address all of our four speakers, and that they will give you some money. Okay, entrepreneurs, we're not trying to offend you. By the way, all of the speakers of of KIEF International Forum, there's people that speak precisely, not about theory. So basically, they have spoken on some details. I'm sure that Alexander, Vasil, and Andrei, if you will ask them precisely, they will give you the advice. And if we didn't manage to show it to you this today, they will give you these answers personally, because all of the people have mentioned here that it's important for them to Ukraine to develop, so that you would really like to live here, so you didn't want to live for Emirates. Do we have more questions, or can we already sum up what has been said? Okay, good. We don't have the right to stop. Vasil Khmelnytsky has said that we should constantly be analyzing, growing, changing ourselves. So we have to get together. We have to collaborate together. That's not the general thing. Just ask yourself, how long have you collaborated with somebody, and you will understand we're way too egoistic and we do not want to collaborate together. The more competitors, the more technological we will become. So basically, you have to be happy that you have competitors. Create the best product. Ajax has shown us in the very beginning, they created the best. Build ecosystems, build additional values, not just sell coffee. No one needs it. Everyone sells it. People selling it behind the corner, someone selling it in front of you. Create the added value. Be interested in spiders and clean after your dogs. Sorry for this joking end of a serious session and the most serious KIEF Economical Forum. Next year is going to be held, it's going to be 8th forum. We will definitely change in this year, but will definitely be better because we live in the best country for the planet Earth. That is my big desire. Can I just add up finally? I'm sorry, I would like to thank you for being here at the forum. We're definitely making it simultaneously, the different panels interesting. You know why? So that next year you would still come to our forum again. That is why we're making different panels. In the same time, we'll have the coolest speakers. We'll be waiting for you. This year will make you stronger. This year will make you successful. Thank you for coming to us. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for participation. And right now, dear participants of the panels, I would like to ask you to stand all together for the photo. Andrei, Vasil, Alexander, let's make a joint.